and then yeah. So what was the question?
No, I just a couple statements. First off, I think the first round is going to have a bunch of trades, like 6 or 7 trades in the first round. I think a bunch of wide receivers and offensive tackles get taken. I'm looking forward to just mayhem, just total chaos. I want to see players moved. I want to see picks moved. I want to see, somebody's computer go down on the clock. Like I'm ready for all this. Like something, it's something crazy is going to happen, right? So I'm ready for it, man. What do you guys think? What are you guys looking forward to most here today?
I don't even know if I would call it crazy. Just it's kind of the opposite of that. It's like just the old guys are gonna screw this up. I almost dropped an F-bomb in the first like we're not even fully. We're live, by the way. We just went live, but we're not fully in the show yet even, and I'm already dropping F-bombs almost. But yeah, the old guys are going to screw this up, and it's going to be amazing.
I am very excited about tonight. It's just something different to look forward to, right? I mean, we've gotten used to what the draft is. A couple years ago when they went to prime time, that was kind of a change that everybody was like, "Oh, how's this going to work?" And it worked out really well for the league. So this is just another version. It's different, certainly, and I don't think people are looking forward quite as much to this one as years past, where we've gotten used to some of the things that we love to see. We love to see the players walk across the stage. We love to see them with their families in the green room, and the elation of getting selected and having their dreams fulfilled and all of that. So some of that is going to be different this year, obviously, because they're not there. They're not at the draft. They're in their own homes or wherever they are. So it's going to be different, but it's going to be interesting from a fan standpoint, just seeing what it's like. And like you guys have been saying, somebody's going to screw something up tonight, and it's going to be epic when they do. It's going to be hilarious, and it's going to be a lot of fun for us, not for them, but for us, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to tonight.
So do you guys think that Adam Gase has done his shrooms and his bath salts, and he's ready to see magical unicorns flying around the room before the draft starts? Because I could see him being the guy who's just like, they're asking him like, Adam, we're about to take this guy. Yeah. And he's doing that, Brian. He's just like, well, what are we doing here? Like I could see it. I could see it. Brian, you do that.
Well, if Le'Veon Bell's on the roster, he's on the roster.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he doesn't have to be happy about it though. But
sorry. I'm in a mood tonight. So.
That's awesome. I don't have to be on here long with you tonight. Thank goodness. No,
you get to look forward to tomorrow night, James.
Yes. Tomorrow's going to be fun. But okay, so guys, I got a couple more questions because I'm I don't have you guys for too long here. Once you get started, I'm gonna jump out and maybe jump on a little later. But okay, so first wide receiver taken. Who do we think? I'll start. I think Henry Ruggs is the first guy taken in this draft, and I know that I do. I think we saw it with John Ross when he went 12 overall. Speed kills. I could see the Raiders falling in love with that guy's speed and taking him as the number one receiver off the board.
Yeah, I think the old Raiders definitely would have taken him because of the speed. But I think that, I don't know. I guess I trust John Gruden a little bit more than and Mayock, to be honest, more than some of the regimes that have been there in the past. I think it's probably going to be CeeDee Lamb, and I think that's who it should be. It's either I think it's going to be Lamb or Judy. I know I'm taking two people and figures, and I think those two players are going to go back to back unless San Francisco moves out of the pick. If San Francisco moves out of 13, then I have no idea what's going to happen as far as that goes. But if Oakland, excuse me, if Las Vegas and San Francisco both pick at 12 and 13, I think it's Lamb and Judy in some form or fashion. I'm not sure which one will go first. I'm going to lean Lamb, but we'll see what happens. I think those two guys will probably be the two that go first, and they should, in my opinion.
What do you think, John? Denver's a team that's rumored to take a receiver, and they're right there in the middle of the first round. I think you've heard some talk about them potentially moving up for a guy too. So,
Yeah.
what do you think as far as? I mean, do they move up and take the first receiver off the board?
I don't know that he'll be first, but I mean, they're sold on Jerry Jeudy. I can tell you that much. So, if they have to move up, in front of, the Jets and the Raiders and the Jaguars, the teams that are talking about possibly going wide receiver here, then if that's how far they have to move up, they're going to do it, whatever it takes to get Jerry Jeudy.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I think it's going to be fun to kind of see what ends up happening there, and who the first wide receiver is off the board. Do we?
So I barely held in an F-bomb a few minutes ago.
It's live, man. If you're watching our stuff,
Stompy just lets it rip, man.
Yeah.
He just comes in
Just
firing, man.
didn't even try.
He hasn't even been introduced yet.
I mean, it says Stompy. Whomever is watching this knows who I am. Do we even have anybody watching this?
Of course they know who you are, because all they need to hear is Stompy, and they know you. The legend of Stompy. Now would be the perfect time, John, for that Stompy the Bears drop song. Drop that in here.
Yeah, someday I'm going to learn how to do that.
So, Stompy, real quick, man, we were going through some of the wide receivers, and wanted to get your thoughts. Who do you think is the first wide receiver drafted tonight?
I think it'll be Ruggs, because just the NFL values speed so much, and I don't agree with it, because this is a worse situation than like Cordero Patterson for me, where wasn't he pretty productive in college?
He played at Tennessee. He was pretty. Yeah, he was. I mean, he was really productive on special teams, just like he was in the pros. He was kind of a 1-year guy.
He had 778 yards.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs, I don't believe even has that.
No.
So, I mean, he's got 2 700-yard seasons.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is,
did Patterson have to share the workload the way Ruggs did, though?
I don't know. I would have to look back at who they had, but probably not.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah.
But point being, I don't hate it. I mean, I'm sure that he can be a good wide receiver. I mean, we could say the same thing about DK, in that he wasn't the most productive wide receiver in the class, but he was extremely athletic, and he actually turned out to be a good wide receiver in the NFL. You could say the same thing for someone like Henry Ruggs, where maybe they weren't the most productive. They were productive, but his speed does well in the NFL. And maybe he gets with a team that can be more creative with him and use him to his strengths. I like you, John. I think that he would be better, or I as a Broncos fan, I would be more inclined towards Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb, but I'm not gonna be angry about Henry Ruggs, because I think Henry Ruggs fits in the offense regardless.
Yeah, I think in fact, I think he's probably a better fit with Denver than most of the offenses that we're looking at. But I mean, you look at the Jets, you look at the Raiders, they need an alpha. They need a number one. They don't need a gadget guy. They just need that number one guy that they can really kind of lean on. But I mean, Denver, this is just what I've heard, what I've been told, but Denver's just completely sold on Jeudy. I don't think it's going to be Ruggs, even though he would be a good fit there.
So Matt Miller on Twitter, did you guys see this 3 minutes ago? So a lot of speculation that Jeff Okudah could fall to 7 or 8, and if he does, same with Derek Brown, it looks like. And if he does, they're speculating that Arizona takes whichever one of those guys is available. I would not do that. I can't imagine Arizona not taking an offensive lineman.
They need to.
They need to. Absolutely.
But Steve Keim is a ridiculous general manager, and somehow Bill O'Brien made him look like a genius. But yeah, I mean, if you want your quarterback to live beyond Andrew Luck age in the NFL, you need to get him some line help. I mean, we see now Andrew Luck has so many injury issues, and he finally retired. But he's a big dude. Kyler's fast, but he's still very small, right? So regardless of if he can get away, he's gonna take those hits harder than, say, a bigger guy. Like smaller hits are going to have a bigger effect. So you need to get help. You need to get help for Kyler Murray before you get him killed.
Yeah, get him another receiver and get rid of the ball quicker. Yeah, you don't need the block for him. It's fine. Just line up like 8 wide. Someone will be open, right?
They have to be.
Yeah, you would think, right? And Kenyon Drake will still have 100 receptions or something. It'll be ridiculous. But
it's going to turn into arena football at some point where it's just like, we're going to line up 6. One guy's going to be able to run from like 10 yards back in the backfield to this line of scrimmage.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. I also was curious, guys. Do any running backs go in the first round? I don't think any do.
I think so.
I hope not.
Seattle Seahawks are going to take Jonathan Taylor and screw everybody.
Oh my God, I would love that, Stompy. Thank you. That would be fantastic.
That probably will happen.
Oh, yeah.
That will probably.
Well, so you got 2 injured. 2 running backs come off injury. They need a 3rd or 5th or 10th, whatever.
At this point, I'm just happy if he lands.
I think of the top 4 or 5 running backs, I think at least one will land in a very disappointing spot where he will have to sit a year or he'll have to team up with an elite level player and his stock will just absolutely tumble.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of landing spots for guys that are going to come in and take the bell cow share of the carries, and there's a lot of talent at the running back position. So yeah, I think you're right, Stumpy. I think that's probably going to happen. I've been seeing a lot of mocks where Cole Kmet is going in the first round, and I don't know that I love that, but does a tight end go in the first round, guys?
Nah,
I don't think so.
We had John Lobb on the Dynasty Diagnostic yesterday. We released it this morning. He said Albert O, and really, I didn't even really think about Albert O in this way, but Albert O, is it Ogwegmunon?
Sure.
Good on you for trying it.
Oh, it's Okwegbunam. Okay. But he's super athletic, like almost on the level of Mike Gesicki athletic. And John Lobb, this was more of a bold take, thinks he could be a Elvin Ingram type next year, as in like you line him up in the slot more as a large wide receiver than anything. And he puts up like top 10 tight end numbers. I don't know if I agree with that, but looking at his profile, he looks like he could be Noah Fant, Mike Gesicki-esque in terms of their athleticism and their speed. So that'll be I don't think he'll go in the first. I don't think any tight end will go in the first, but I think Albert O will be the first off the board because of the way the NFL's going towards that Joker type of tight end, like Travis Kelce's and Elvin Ingrams and Noah Fants of the world. So I would not be surprised to see him be first off the board and first or tight end 1 among rookies, and really even top 10 in tight ends.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I was shocked to see Cole Kmet's name in a lot of mocks recently at the end of the first round, especially with the Packers and the Seahawks kind of being floated around as landing spots. But yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that's definitely something to keep an eye on today. And Stompy, we had talked earlier. How many trades do you guys think happen in the first round? I'm throwing out 7. I think 7 trades.
I think that'd be great. I have this like weird feeling that it's going to turn into dynasty type of trading where in these drafts, because they just haven't had time for workouts and personal visits and stuff like that, that there's going to be a lot more picks traded for players because some of these teams don't really trust their feeling they get with these players because they haven't been able to spend the time with them. So it's going to turn into like a fantasy draft, and it's virtual. So it's like, all right, they're typing messages to each other in the middle of the draft. Okay, what does it take to get so-and-so or Mike Evans or somebody? And then you'll just see like wild ass trades. I'm hoping that's the case, just to make this as crazy as possible.
Man, I really wish that they like the NFL teams had hired just a bunch of fantasy football players, like each of them, just to help them do this draft, this online draft. Like they have such a problem with fantasy football all the time, and now all of a sudden we're the kings because we actually know how to do this.
Well, I'm not doing it for free. I mean, they got to pay me.
Oh, of course. Honestly, though, we're going to be better. We're just better talent evaluators than, I mean, at least half of the league, anyways. If we're being
it's because you got like Dave Gettleman doing stupid shit, and
yeah, seriously,
not Carolina brings it to you. No, I mean Steve Keim has been like the butt of the joke for a few years, and now Bill O'Brien's somehow one-upped him. Like you get these old school mentality type of front office people, and they just don't think about these things. That's why like it kind of goes into like politics a little bit, but like, you know, the forgotten generation is Gen X, and it's because they didn't really get into politics. They didn't get into raising money or charities. They're just kind of people that didn't really, I mean, I'm lumping everybody in, but didn't really care. And then like politics, you got the boomers fighting the millennials, and that's kind of what it's like in the NFL now, where the boomers are these old school, we got to run the ball 30 plus times a game. And then us fantasy people where fantasy has kind of grown up with us, is we're just like, no, you got to do the analytics, man, and you got to drafting 2 quarterbacks actually isn't a bad thing, and stuff like that.
Did you see? Did any of you guys see the article that Matt Harmon wrote, basically comparing all 32 GMs to like a fantasy GM or a fantasy owner in your league? It's a really well done article, but Dave Gettleman sticks out because Dave Gettleman is a guy that still uses the magazine. Like he still brings the magazine to the draft. And he's the guy who's drafting off the information that's like 3 months old.
Like he actually has to go to Walgreens to buy it or something.
Yeah. He walks in without a laptop. He walks in with a pen.
It's like Athlons.
And and like and a magazine from June, and he's ready to draft. So I just thought that was funny. But yeah, there's a bunch of other ones that are really good. It was a well done article. You guys should check it out. But yeah, that's kind of the way this reminds me of. We're gonna get. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see some, kind of unique, some behind the stage, unique type of things with some of these coaches and GMs with the way that they're going to be doing the draft this year. And it could really kind of shed some light on how these guys go through their process and picking and that sort of thing. So I'm looking forward to that too, to seeing kind of how it's presented this year. On ESPN and on NFL Network. I think that's going to be unique and interesting too. I want to see the job that they do with it. They're tasked with a pretty uphill battle here, not knowing really what's going on and what to do, but they have to come up with a pretty polished product because a lot of people are going to be watching. So I'm looking forward to that too, to kind of see how it's presented to us. So.
I hope they don't do anything too stupid to try and make up for, the pageantry and the showmanship and everything. Like I saw something about they're going to have like live musicians or something. And it's like, so we're going to have these guys playing in their bathrooms. Like I can watch that on, Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel every night. Don't do that here. Yeah.
I agree. I hope they don't get too cute with it. That sounds like, Yeah. Well, I'll be listening to you fine gentlemen anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Nice.
Night one, but
Well, I'm gonna have to freestyle then, just to
Okay.
make sure James is happy.
so when Brian
I
talks
could turn
about-
on. I could put on the singlet for everybody.
Yeah.
oh man,
Our listeners
And-
just
Yeah.
plummet.
there's nobody
We've
watching.
got a pretty good number going already, considering we just barely went live. This draft hasn't actually started, but yeah, we just watch us just hit 0 in no time.
Here we go.
Yeah, so James, you're going to kind of be in and out, and so you'll be able to pay a little bit more attention to the draft itself, as far as the production and stuff like that. So you'll be able to jump back in and kind of tell us, what's going on. Maybe we'll miss some stuff. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I've got it up, but I've got it muted. So I'm yeah. So I'll probably miss the good stuff, but that's okay. I'd way rather be they're gonna make some stupid old guy mistakes, and that's fine. I'd just way rather be talking with you guys and all of our super friends. So by the way, we're gonna all you have to do to get in and talk with us is DM the Super Show at Superflex Show, and we'll send you the link. And you can jump in and chat with us at any time. We're going to have some guests later on. We've got Bobby Koch coming. We've got Dynasty Outhouse, Russ Fisher coming. And,
Who invited that guy?
Yeah, especially.
I think he was pretty pissed today because he had to listen to your 3.5 hour podcast. So
Good.
now he's going to have to listen
Which-
to 4 hours.
I'm gonna have to go get the belt again. So
Man,
you can get your belt. I mean, this show
my
is
belt.
all
My
about,
belt's right here, man.
it's all about championships. I mean, that's what we do.
I want to let you know. I hope you guys are prepared because I think this is going to go longer than 4 hours. I mean, they've already said that teams if they go over their allotted time, they're going to allow them time over that time to make their pick because of everything.
Oh,
boo.
Belichick's going to game the hell out of that.
I don't know how. Why is this so different from like the regular draft? It doesn't make sense to me. Like you should be available. You should be online and talking to who you need to be talked to. And I don't know why this is going to turn in. Like you should be able to get this done in your time limit.
I don't understand why it can't be all done over the phone, anyways. But I think they wanted to make it even more complicated.
Because like I said, we're talking about boomers who don't know how to use technology.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, just wait until like we've talked about, a lot. Wait till Dave Gettleman's on the clock and he's, sitting there, picking and pecking at the keyboard, trying to type in the name of the guy he wants. And, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think with the amount of trades too, when that clock resets, I think this could be a long, long draft. I think we could be looking at 5 hours more than 4. Boom. Take that, guys.
The open bar was like OTAs or training camp or something.
Yeah.
That 3 hour and 24 minute, it prepared me for tonight.
It was a
Didn't you-
preseason game. You got to go 3 quarters, and then they pulled you.
Yeah. You left that one early too, didn't you?
Stop, Hogue.
By the way, so
You've been talking with Ethan, haven't you?
do we have an asterisk on that belt yet? I think that if you're going to pull out that
I will
belt, you
smite
better
you all. I will
better-
smite you all.
drop
Pretty
big
sure-
asterisk on it first.
Pretty sure Brian got up and used the restroom like 17 times.
James, let me
Yeah.
tell you something. I cannot wait. If I am telling you right now, if Pittsburgh drafts Jonathan Taylor tomorrow night, you are going to see a different side of me. It is going to be just outstanding. I mean, I can't. I just can't even put into words. And no, there are no asterisks, whatever. By my open bar title, no, none. I don't care what Ethan says.
Not yet.
Because you
Period.
got up and peed? I don't Yeah, that seems weird to me.
No, because he left early.
That I got up and pee. My internet cut out during the outros. I had already given my outro.
Yeah.
There was like Ethan to go, which means there was like 15 minutes left because
We all know
that dude
though,
he can talk with
like-
the best of us.
but we all know. First of all, the open bar, the outro is basically just halftime, for one thing, and for another thing, you don't get full credit. Like, even if it is your internet, I mean, that's why we're sitting here making these adjustments to the NFL draft for the internet going out. That there's no excuse for that, man. It's 2020. If you're gonna set a record for being on the open bar, you got to be there the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate you all. You're poking the wildcat here.
John DeBari's here just to kill Brian's dreams.
Gross.
Yeah. AJ Dillon. Man, that would be, I mean, that's the one thing they don't have at this point. Just a big
Jerome Bettis 2.0. Is that what they're calling it?
Benny Snell's kind of big.
He's not big.
He's certainly faster than AJ Dillon, right?
Yeah, Jerry, I see they are. They're all just antagonizing me. This is not cool. Stompy, I appreciate you being, you.
Well,
Yeah, I know. Look, just not palling on yet.
well, I would love AJ Dillon there. I don't know why.
No, I'm talking about people antagonizing me.
Well, I'll
And
antagonize you.
I know you will.
Listen, I am
what
like
you're coming.
I
But
have
see,
turned.
I can. You have. Go ahead.
I've turned into somewhat of a heel for this community. I'm kind of the guy that yells at everybody and bitches about stuff and calls people out and
so damn true.
Makes everybody else's life horrible.
That makes me the hero, right? Of this
Why are you the hero?
Because you yell at me.
No, you're like
anyone.
the idiot sidekick to me.
Samuel L. Chang.
Yeah. Shut up, Dwicked.
Brian, I got to be honest. I'm just picking on you because I'm a little jealous. No one complimented me on my good looks in the chat, and everyone's just blowing up about more Brian.
I think that's where that came from. Yeah,
and I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of playing second fiddle to Brian Hall.
So is
Keep
it
it
bad
coming.
that I don't know why Brian has the nickname, even though he's my friend and co-host?
Stompy, that's bad, dude. That nickname
was from this
was
show.
created. Yeah, it was created on an episode of our show. So, but yes, so okay, I will break it down for you here so that you are brought.
Listen, there
into
are a
the
lot
inner
of there are a
circle.
lot of podcasts out there. Leave me alone. I don't need to.
And apparently,
I'm bringing you into the inner circle. I'm bringing you into the inner circle here. So James started his podcast. There was an episode that James and John and I did, and James in his intro started his intro with he said, "I'm water elk" or something like that, or orange elk, or I forget what it was.
Orange elk.
Orange elk. So he said, and I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And John was like, what is that? And he's like, well, there are all these games that people are playing right now because we don't have anything else to do, right? Where, the games where you give your security bank account passwords and stuff, security question answers, based on your astrology sign and all that garbage.
Yeah.
Well, James said, hey, this was a thing I saw where, you get your quarantine name by the last thing you eat, the last thing you ate, and your high school mascot. Hence, Meatloaf Wildcat was born.
I love it. That's the best. Now I have to make my own up, and I don't remember what I just last ate. Licorice saber cat.
Ooh, that's a pretty good one.
That's
a
pretty
porn.
good.
That's a porn name.
That's
mean,
a
it doesn't-
pretty good one.
It doesn't roll off the tongue the way Meatloaf Wildcat does, but it's still pretty strong.
That's because it's got too many syllables in the first word.
DeBaris is pretty good too. Taco Roadrunner.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Nice, yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. 14 minutes before the draft starts. I'm ready. What? Can we just put the Bengals on the clock already? I mean, come on. We already know.
So, all right. So I think this is going to be the question for at least the first 5 to 7 picks. Who takes Tua?
Yeah.
I don't understand the rationale behind taking Herbert before Tua. I get the hip injury is a little scary and it's not common, but Herbert's the safe pick, but Herbert doesn't have the ceiling that Tua does. And the argument all you have to make is Tua was the QB1 in this class before his hip injury. Joe Burrow had a great season, but Tua was the RB1 or the QB1 in this class and would have been had he not gotten injured. So I just don't picking Herbert, like if the Dolphins pick Herbert, it doesn't make sense to me because they just got rid of Tannehill and he's basically Tannehill reincarnate for me.
My personal feeling on this is I agree with you. I think Tua is the better player. He has the higher ceiling, and I would much rather have Tua than Herbert. But I think the Chargers are the team that might trade up to 3 to take Herbert.
I hope so. No, to take Herbert.
I do. I think so. I think
that would be such a Spanos thing.
I think they will. I think they're going to trade up to 3. They're going to take Herbert, and then Miami at 5 will take Tua. Which, I mean, they should be laughing the entire time. The Dolphins should, because tank for Tua was a thing that they were supposed to have been doing the entire time, and then they might be able to stay at 5 and get Tua.
Well, so. and he lands in a perfect situation there in Miami too, where they're starting to rebuild. They've got young weapons, or at least one young weapon, and Devontae Parker, if you want to continue to trust him. They have Ryan Fitzpatrick there for a year, so Tua doesn't necessarily have to start right away. They just started building their defense back up. They can get a young running back in this draft, second, third round, and they can get another pass catcher, and you're well on your way. And they need to, obviously need to start building that offensive line as well, but they're already on their way to rebuilding. And you get Tua, and I think that rebuilding has been fast-tracked as long as you get the requisite skill positions around him. And I believe they're tops in cap space next season as again, they already have a ton of cap space already and they can roll over a bunch. So they could sign guys next year that could help. I mean, this could end up being a win now team next year if they pick Tua and they start Tua in their second season. They have those veteran skill positions around him.
Let me tell you something else too. Something that I've kind of heard rumored is that Cincinnati has turned down a trade offer from Miami. Mm-hmm. If it comes out that Miami offered them 5 and another first and maybe a first next year, and they turn that down for Joe Burrow, they are insane.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely insane. They could move back to 5, not even address quarterback if they didn't want to, because they still have Dalton for a year. And they could turn that pick into 3 prime assets, 2 first-round picks this year, another next year, or they can package whatever they're going to have next year with that other first and move up and possibly grab a Trevor Lawrence or a Justin Fields. Like, they better hope that Burrow is as good as they think he's going to be, because, man, that's a package to turn down. So if that comes out, man, that's going to be hard for them to live down if Burrow isn't everything that they're drafting him to be.
Got some hot takes coming in the chat so far. First from Scott Connor, one big prediction tonight: Justin Jefferson will be a Philadelphia Eagle. They'll do whatever it takes to get him. Yeah, that's not even that hot. That's that should happen. That'd be a great landing spot for him.
If he the only concern there for me is that they have the 2 tight ends. Mm-hmm. Other than that, he would, in my opinion, be the wide receiver 1 and could be the wide receiver 1 of this class next season, because he's going to be in the slot. So if he's in the slot, he's going to probably have an impact right away where they're getting him open to get the ball in his hands. So I love that landing spot.
I feel like the Eagles, though, need speed with those 2 tight ends. I personally would love Jalen Reagor there a whole lot more than Jefferson, just because I think his skill set, what he can bring to the table would I think he can contribute right away with those 2 tight ends there with, adding speed. I think that would be ideal for the Eagles is to add some speed to that receiving core. So we have Eric Flynn saying the Eagles are trading up for Lamb, another hot take. I would like that too. I think Lamb has the required speed. He can kind of do a little bit of everything. I think that would be fantastic. And the Eagles aren't afraid to move up. I mean, we've seen them move up before. So
Bobby Koch is in the house, by the way.
Bobby!
What's up, Rec?
Hey guys, I come pre-prepared for the Giants pick. This is all whiskey.
What happens?
Great
What
whiskey.
happens to you if they do pick Herbert? Like, are you dead? Are you gonna die live on stream? You start just like asshole chugging a bottle of whiskey.
I will probably finish all this whiskey in one sip if that happens. The second thing that happens is I'm no longer a Giants fan. I'm just a general football fan and a fan of my fantasy teams.
Turn it into John Bosch live on screen.
At that point, I would just be out. That would be it. Another thing that I'd be out, by the way, is let's say for whatever reason, Chase Young slips a Giants pick. And then they go, you know what? We're not going to draft him. We're going to take an offensive tackle, or even worse, we're going to take Herbert even with Young on the clock.
That has kind of been the case the last 2 years for sure. So would not be surprised. We got to get back to Tua, though, because JDB says that he's going to the Patriots.
Why would
And
you
it
even
just-
put that thought out there?
I mean, I think we've all had it. He's saying what we're all thinking. Like that's just the type of thing that has happened over the course of the last 20 years. Like everybody just kind of gets out of the way and lets Bill Belichick do exactly what he wants to do. Like they're gonna let Tua fall so that he's actually within reach for the Patriots. Like that's just the type of shit that happens every single year. I'm not editing that out, by the way. I'm not editing any of this. So
Why would you edit this? I don't. If anybody's listening, why are you listening to this after the fact?
I'm still gonna publish it, so,
You do
so
you,
people
boo-boo.
can, yeah. But
Mhm.
yeah,
Your
because
horrible takes after they've been proven wrong. Wonderful.
I mean, if he makes it past Miami and the Chargers at 5-6, like I mean 12 with the Raiders, that's kind of the next real landing
Right.
spot for a quarterback.
I've been dancing around this on Twitter
Nice.
because I didn't want to come off too strong. But now that I have a little bit of whiskey in me, I'm on a live show. I will say this. Tua is not slipping past the 6th pick. He is not.
Yeah.
He will be drafted in the top 6. Some team will either trade up or the Chargers will just be like, I can't believe how lucky we are. I almost cursed there. I didn't on your behalf, John. But I can't believe how lucky we are. And we are drafting our franchise quarterback.
Yeah, Jerry in the chat just said the Jags, and I think that I think to me that's the spot. If he does happen, I agree, Bobby. I think he's going top 6, and I don't think there's, I think he's going top 6. But if he does slip past the top 6, I think the Jags at 9 makes sense too. I mean, if you have a guy like that fall to you at that spot, I think you have to take him.
As a Gardner Minshew lookalike, I am offended, but I also agree.
How about that one? Andrew Overland says the Saints are going for Jonathan Taylor. Holy hell! Like that's kind of an underrated landing spot.
I've heard some rumors that Alvin Kamara might be on the trading block. Nothing confirmed, but I did hear that was kind of being bantied about. So if Jonathan Taylor does go to the Saints, then I think that grows legs.
Even if they don't trade him, he's going into a walk year. You don't extend running backs. There's just no reason to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you reset the clock with Taylor. So I don't know that again. To me, like Tennessee has been a very underrated landing spot for a running back, but it's for the exact same reason as New Orleans. You just get to reset the clock. You get to, start over fresh with a new 4-year contract on a young running back. Like it makes a lot of sense. And he gets the first year he's just on the bench, learn the playbook, whatever. What do you do if you're a backup running back? I don't know. But,
Well, no, I mean, if they sign him, the Saints would use him
a little bit, but I mean, I don't know why. And again, this is just kind of one of those things that never makes sense to me with the NFL. But like conventional wisdom would say, you just run Kamara into the ground and then send him on his way. When his contract expires.
Alternatively, imagine a backfield of Kamara, Taylor, and Taysom Hill. Nobody would know what was happening on any given play.
No. It would be great. Run the Wildcat with 3 of them.
Occasionally they throw the ball to Michael Thomas. Occasionally he chucks it back to them. You just don't know.
Yeah, and the person throwing the ball to Michael Thomas isn't Taysom Hill. It's one of the other 2. You're not being a good host, John. That's dead silence.
I'm
Dead
busy.
air.
I'm busy. This is your show too, man. Even though you never listen to it ever.
I don't. You
If
guys
Kamara
know
was
shit
to
out
get traded, where do you guys think is the most likely spot for him? I mean, we've heard all these rumors about Fournette, but who do you think would realistically go after Kamara?
Tampa Bay.
Oh man.
I would have an erection if that happened.
Yeah, same here. That'd be ridiculous.
New England.
Oh,
I don't think they trade him in division. Oh, New England. That's interesting.
Like I mean, it kind of starts with
Andrew Overland
to the Chiefs. There you go.
To the Chiefs. Oh man.
listen, you can't do this to me, guys.
Wait.
I'm a stan, and I
Yeah.
can't be aroused on air.
I know.
Guys, hear me out.
Over here.
Kamara goes to the Patriots. Andrew Luck comes out of retirement and goes to the Patriots.
Oh,
The Patriots face off against Tampa Bay, and it's what everybody needs and wants.
Oh,
No,
All right,
it's
all
not
right,
what
I'm
everybody
here for
wants,
that.
Bobby. No. If it's the Patriots, no. Nobody wants it except people in Boston and bandwagon Patriot fans that jumped on.
and
Nobody wants that.
Tampa Bay
Jerry.
fans. Yeah, I don't know, man. If it's not going to be the Broncos, I'm here for Brady versus Belichick. I'll take it.
By the way, I would just like to point out that Gronk coming out of retirement and going to Tampa Bay, there were all these rumors about how much he hated Belichick, and all the Patriots fans were like, no, that's not true.
I know.
This confirms it. His quarterback goes to another team without his head coach, and he's like, yeah, all right, I'll come out of retirement now. That pretty
Yeah.
much confirms that he hated the guy who was his head coach. Sorry for all you Patriots fans out there, but he did.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was reading that he basically retired to block a trade to Detroit.
But that was before he got. That was before he retired. That was to block it the year they won the Super Bowl. He did it. He got called and said, "I'm retired, so I don't know how you're trading me." And then the Patriots didn't trade him. The trade expired, and he played out the year and won a Super Bowl with the Patriots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here's the
But
thing. Like,
apparently, he liked Belichick enough to stay with him then. I don't know.
I mean, if your choices are
Yeah,
Belichick or the Lions,
he liked Brady that much. I think. I think that's the bigger thing. He wanted to make one more run with Brady, but yeah, honestly, the Patriot way is all fun. It's all great when you're actually winning championships, but as soon as you start losing, it starts to suck. It's a bad atmosphere to be around. We also have our other guest now, Mr. Dynasty Outhouse.
Hey,
Says
fellas.
Says the name Russ on there. It's going to confuse a lot of people, but that's all right.
Out of here.
What's a Russ? What's going on?
What's a Russ?
All right, guys. So I'm going to take this opportunity to bow out. I want to real quick before I go, though, let everyone know that's in the chat, everyone listening. Thank you guys for tuning in and listening to us. But also, man, make sure that once this draft starts, if you want to be heard, if you want to come on here and just talk about the draft for a couple minutes, man. Let us know. DM us at Superflex Show on Twitter. Let these guys know that you want to come on and talk and do it, because we're really looking forward to interacting with all you guys. So make sure that you guys do that, because I'm going to be listening, and I definitely want to hear from you guys. I don't just want to hear from these guys. I hear from these guys enough. So yeah, I'm going to bow out. I may be back a little later on today, but you guys, gentlemen, have fun. And I will see most of you tomorrow for sure, if not later on tonight.
Nice.
Bye, James.
Bye,
See you
James.
soon,
Also,
Brady.
Bye,
before
James.
James goes, I would just like to say last year I was super upset about Daniel Jones, and James was the only one who tried to reassure me about the pick. And James was right, so I need to get that out of the way before we go on through the rest of the night. Now James can make his exit knowing he's the winner.
He did that to us with Drew Lock too.
No, he did
And-
that to you with Drew Lock. Just you. You were the one that was
you-
crying about it.
You were not a fan of it until it happened.
I was not a fan of it in the first round. I was a fan of it in the second round.
No, you were not thrilled with the idea until it happened. It actually we need to go back to the tapes on this.
Please,
one because
please do. Somebody
I don't-
prove.
it was
John
not
wrong. That's
it was not a
ridiculous.
good reaction from you either.
Oh,
Mine-
get out of here! I loved that pick.
Mine was a lot more animated, but you were not thrilled with that one at the time. You convinced yourself pretty fast. I'll give you that. You jumped on the bandwagon.
I was just
awfully
making
fast.
stuff up. This is why fake news exists, when people make shit up on live television. John,
That one was live too. I can't make that up. That actually
you just made it up.
I can't
That
do that.
actually-
I listen to you guys argue all the time. I'm out. All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
You'll be back.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Russ had a less graceful exit there. Oh, there. Okay.
What are you talking about? I never left. I've been here the whole time.
Nice. Well, in that case, we need to get your thoughts on the Seahawks real quick. The NFL draft has started, but
Jonathan Taylor.
it's going to be a few minutes before we get this pick. They've got to pay some bills first. So what
Wait, it
happened?
actually started? I thought it started at 8:30. That's exciting.
Yeah, I think it started at 8, I believe. Yeah, they've got a promo package and yeah, who knows what else. So yeah, what happens in the first round in Seattle, Russ?
Okay, so I have been telling myself for months that the Seahawks are going to take AJ Dillon in the first round. And I am saying this because I don't want it to happen, but I'm preparing myself for the fact that it will happen.
Prepare yourself for the worst case scenario. And is that what this is? Kind of a like if like anything above AJ Dillon is a win. Is that what you're going
That's kind of where I'm taking it. AJ Dillon, I think, may be worst case scenario to me.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I mean, is running back a thought for them?
Third round, sure. First round, God, I hope not.
Yeah, I guess it's always on the table for them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, they need a running back, whether they bring in someone in free agency or they do draft someone. But everyone's always hurt. We hope Chris Carson's going to be ready. Penny, there's no way in hell he's going to be ready.
Yeah.
Well, Russ,
Yeah.
we all know Pete Carroll's philosophy is run the ball from the 1. It's also draft a running back in the 1.
I'm still waiting for that Devontae.
Shut up,
Freeman.
Bobby. You have Dave Gettleman. Whatever.
That's why, if you notice me being increasingly mean to other fan bases tonight, it's just in preparation of how much shit I'm going to get from everyone else about
that's
Gettleman.
great.
So Shecky's in the building, by the way, and ask Bobby what percentage of Giants fans are going to hate whatever they do.
A large
92%.
percentage. Yeah, New York sports fans are not nice people. We just
Right.
aren't. So it's going to be a large percentage, even if whatever they do is the right thing. It'll be a pick that's hated. And also, I want to put this out there. Even if Gettleman makes a good pick, fantasy Twitter is still going to hate on it just because it's Gettleman. They'll find a way to hate on it.
He
Well, there's
locked
some-
into it or something.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of good choices. Like, he has to do something stupid to really get hatred from people that aren't just bitter in the first place. Like, he has to take Herbert for people to get that pissed off.
How dare you
Or
take
like-
an offensive tackle? That's what's going to happen.
Even though they need it.
Yeah, even though this
hard
team
to
really
do.
needs it. Exactly.
No, let New York fans. Oh man, New York fans they just love being angry because they're New Yorkers. I mean, I guess that's just really what it is. But like, he needs to go out of his way to do something awful, and if he does that, he's doing it on purpose because like he wants to just see what he could do before he gets fired.
It's
We've
fair.
got the final member of the Superflex Super Show jumping in here, Dr.
I'm
Ethan
s-
Turner, which is,
I'm-
by the way, a huge surprise to all of us.
Yes, this is yes.
You're making the rounds tonight, so
I am. I did have a chance to hop on with my OG boys here, but yes, I'm excited to be on for what little time I have before I jump and do the rounds. That is just being one of the only like 5 people that talk about injuries and college players. So I will hopefully be more on the next two days. I will be on those shows a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
But today I'm making the first round runs. So I'm just gonna I got the runs, you know.
Nice. That's real gross.
We better.
Putting this out there, guys. Does Ethan look particularly handsome tonight, or is it just me?
It's
Like
just
every
you.
night.
He jumped on the podcast, and you all looked worse by comparison.
It's just you. It's just you. But that's okay. I appreciate you guys holding down the fort for me, as I am not normally a long podcast live stream person.
Oh, you're not, because you
That's-
weren't the other day, were you?
Well, Brian and I may have been on the open bar for like 8 hours, but I will tell you that was entirely his idea, and I was not in charge of making that decision. So,
Okay, so that was live.
Real
So
quick, though, I
hopefully-
can attest to so far only 55 minutes. That's all I could believe so far. I'm 55 minutes into that episode, so the record isn't real to me.
Well,
Oh,
come see us in 2.5 hours.
well, don't worry. Brian freaking dips at the end anyway, so he's
But,
not
but
even
wait,
part of the
but you
record.
heard him say it was my idea. So technically,
Oh, it
it
was
would not have
absolutely your
happened.
idea. We know
it would
that.
not have happened if it weren't for me.
Nobody else is
So,
crazy enough.
It
to
wouldn't
do
have
that.
happened
fact
if
that
you
I
weren't
had
just
to
so
pee-
insanely jealous that it was my record that you were needed to break.
Whatever, Russ.
It's true. He
Yeah,
mentioned
you
it
keep
like 6 times.
Telling yourself what?
he
no,
did.
like once.
He did.
Like once.
He
It's
did.
like once.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ethan. While you're here, while we've got you for a minute,
Yes.
ask you about a player that I'm sure you have not talked about at all yet today.
Is it
Two-
Marcus Bailey?
I don't even know who that is. No,
Marcus Bailey is a linebacker who has he's tied with Tua in my injury guide for the highest injury grade that I've given out so far. He tore his ACL twice, one in both knees, and had a labrum tear in his hip. But he's tied with Tua. So
Did he
not
did he
ideal.
tear them both at the same time?
no, I feel bad for the guy because he played at Purdue, pretty good linebacker, but basically he like showed up freshman year, like pretty highly recruited, was planning on playing as a true freshman, tore his ACL. Then he went like 3 seasons of productivity, decided to come back for his redshirt senior year, and then tore his other ACL. So his college career is really weird. When you look up his stats, it's like 2 games as a freshman, and then 3 good seasons, and then 2 games as a senior, with ACL tears being the cause of both of those.
Is he still going to get drafted?
Marcus Bailey, I think he will. I mean, I really do.
Wow.
I mean, the NFL Network has him at a 5.99. I don't know if you guys ever look at their NFL.com's like grading scale, but that's basically like they think he's going to be a backup / could be a starter. That's like how they designate him. So I'll be curious to see where he goes in the actual draft, but it doesn't matter because he's an IDP guy, and I don't think we have any. Do we have any IDP players in here? Russ, do you do any IDP stuff?
Gross.
Stomp does.
Yeah.
Stompy does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
Stomp knows. So, I mean, yeah, probably not. I don't know. I'll be curious to see where he goes in the draft because he is definitely one that's his history is not ideal. But who is this player? I'm just curious.
Yeah, just some quarterback, some left-handed quarterback from Alabama.
He's got wrist injuries too, Ethan.
Yeah,
That's bull crap.
phantom wrist injury.
I'm calling garbage on that.
So obviously this is all conjecture at this point, but I mean it's sounding like there's a chance that Tua starts dropping down the draft board for a lot of teams, maybe falls to, I don't know, kind of the middle part of the round. It's hard to imagine that, but you know, what in his medicals at this point could possibly cause that type of a fall?
I mean, the hip injury is the one I think the most teams are concerned about. We heard the rumor that there was a wrist fracture that was not reported. The fact is that I don't think that there was actually a wrist fracture. I think they're referring to 2018. That spring, he broke his finger while he was throwing. He basically like popped it on the top of a dude's one of his linemen's helmet when he threw. So he like basically broke his index finger. And then when I went back through looking for that wrist injury, I didn't find anything related to it. But if you go back and look at the thread that I did a few days ago on this, that finger fracture and surgery lines up very, very well with this reported new injury that's breaking news that people apparently didn't know about. I'm not worried about either of them. I'm not worried about the finger fracture, or even if there is a phantom wrist injury, that's not really something teams would care particularly about. His biggest concerns are his ankles, and the 2 ankle surgeries he's had. And then obviously the hip is the one that I think if he falls, it's a combination of 2 things. I think it's the severity of that injury, combined with the fact that no medical staffs have really got a chance to really vet him. They saw him at the combine. They don't get as much time as they would have at like a pro day or at like a individual meeting. So they're not going to be as confident, I guess, with how his hip's doing, because they're not going to have that hands-on time with that hip to see really how is it moving truly, how is it recovering, what do the MRIs look like, what do the x-rays look like. So that would be the reason I think he would fall. I think it's going to be hard for him to fall out of the top 10, just given the teams that are picking in those picks. I would be stunned if he fell out of the top 5 if he gets past Miami. I would be pretty stunned, I'll be honest.
All right, good. So we're not hitting back to Tua's going to fall to the Patriots. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see any way unless there's been some. I think it's all smoke, but I think there's been some rumors that maybe Miami wants an offensive tackle. So if they go offensive tackle, the Chargers get like Herbert more. Then he starts kind of tumbling down and down. He gets to like 10. 11 with the Jets. I mean, you're getting into the territory where I think the Patriots could make a move if he falls far enough for that to be the case. I just don't see any way that he falls to a point where they have the high-end draft capital to go up and trade for him. I think they're too far away, and he's going to be taken too high for that to be the case. But you never know. It's NFL draft. It's a total crapshoot. So I won't say that it couldn't happen, I guess.
This is why Ethan is my fantasy doctor, because I am a Tua account and he defends Tua from the people saying that he's going to drop too far. By the way, if Tua gets to 12, I'm pretty sure the Raiders are going to go, you know what, Derek Carr, get out of here. Just leave.
How's he going to get by Mariota?
Oh, because Mariota's a goat.
Well, no, he's gonna take that year to learn from
too
Mariota. He'll play behind him for the year. Got to learn from Mariota.
I mean, they're both Hawaiian quarterbacks. One can learn from the other about how to be the GOAT of Hawaiian quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly.
And by the GOAT, I mean Tua. Sorry, John.
I mean, I just think that
Damn it.
if he falls past, I mean,
Did that on purpose.
once you get to 8, I could see if he's still there, someone wanting to trade up. I mean, the Raiders could be. I mean, they've got some picks in the first round. If he starts sliding past the Chargers, then the Raiders obviously could make a play if they really feel like if he graded highly for them. There's quite a few teams kind of in that middle tier that I think you could probably make a case. I think you can make a case for any team to draft Tua if you really wanted to. The Saints are one that I think is kind of interesting because that Drew Brees is on a kind of a short leash here. I would say he's going to play 2 years max. So at least in the next year, they're going to need, someone viable. That would give them a buffer for him to heal up for a year and don't necessarily have to start him. That would be an interesting one. I've heard rumors that they're trying to trade up. So I have no idea. I think he's going to go in the top 5. It's not going to matter.
It makes me sad that the Giants are actually in a position to draft Tua and won't. Not that I don't like Daniel Jones, but because I'd been scouting Tua when I really thought, all right, Eli's getting towards the end of his career. Let me make myself familiar with these college quarterbacks. Tua basically became my college quarterback love. So it does break my heart a little bit that they're actually in a position to do it, but they won't do it. And I'm not saying they should. It just, I will have that slight twinge of pain of seeing him go to another team, even though they could have.
I truly don't know if he's 100% out of Washington's radar. I mean, I think it would be stupid. I don't think that it would be smart to pass up on Chase Young and replace a quarterback that you just drafted last year. But I don't think you can completely rule that out as a possibility at 2 as well.
That would make me so happy because that would increase the likelihood that Chase Young falls to the 4 pick.
That is not going to happen. But
Ethan, just let me dream for like 2 seconds before Gettleman
He
ruins my
just
night.
said you were his fantasy doctor. Come on.
I can't wait for the Giants to trade back to like freaking 20 and just absolutely ruin Bobby's whole life. Just, that would be great live stream content. So I just, I can hope that happens, right? Is that mean of me?
Yes, it's a little mean.
It's what
It is
everyone's
a-
hoping for, Ethan. So it's fine. There's at least like 2 or 3 people that are just here to watch me die on camera.
Yep, me.
Damn.
I'm just waiting for them to pick Herbert when Tua and Chase Young are there.
So we've got a nice long speech there from Roger Goodell, and if you listened really closely, you could definitely hear NFL fans everywhere still booing him.
The Bengals are on the clock.
You
As
guys
they
must
have
be
been
like
since
half a second
February.
in front of me
I have
because
better internet than all y'all. So
this is
Suck
garbage because
it.
I'm considered live. And this is bull crap. You think they're going to take the full time with this pick?
I know.
They
That-
always
Does anyone
anyway,
think they're
anyway.
going to take the full time?
I mean,
I never
they
understood why first picks still always do that, but they always do.
yeah.
there was already the news that the owner sent his family Bengals jerseys. So just announce that it's Burrow and move on.
Well, they had like a vignette on their all their social media with like a match, and it's like very clearly alluding to like when he was smoking that cigar after the national championship game. Like, this is pathetic. Like, just make the pick.
No, we were
Yes,
saying
the-
Tua is a great match for us. That's what we were saying.
Wait, what?
No, that was so bad it killed everything. Okay.
yeah, what was that?
I'm confused.
Listen,
There was
we need
a match. So
Oh,
it was a match.
wow.
Sorry,
Yeah,
James,
that was.
I was trying to pull up the dad jokes because
Russ,
No,
I
no.
love you, man, but that was terrible.
I appreciated it.
Brutal.
That was terrible.
I'm just gonna drink more vodka.
But some people loved it, but it was not me. Okay, I have a theory. So this is a Joe Burrow theory. So this is related back. I'll relate everything back to injuries if I can. I have a theory. So when I went through Joe Burrow's injury history for my rookie guide, he has one injury, 2017. He broke his throwing hand in August of that season. So this would have been the year that JT Barrett started for Ohio State, and Haskins backed him up. So Burrow was on that squad. He broke his hand in August. He missed 3 games, and then he sat behind those 2 dudes after that. I think if we could go back in time and save his hand from being broken, he might have won that job at Ohio State. That would have been the year to do it, I think.
That's not what I thought you were going for. I thought you were going to say he pulled like a rookie of the year where he injured himself and somehow came back stronger.
I was going like bionic hand or something.
No, I just don't think he got the opportunity because he broke his hand. And everyone's talking about, well, how could he have not produced at Ohio State with those 2 dudes in front of him? And I think that this hand injury might have been the reason why he didn't get a chance to do it.
That's fair. It's just not as fun as the rookie of the year theory.
Well, fine.
Actually, Ethan, I would say that's the Chikorita of theories.
Bobby, you can meet me out back. How about that? How about you catch me outside? Mel Kiper is screaming in my ear, so I'm going to adjust some settings.
How does he still have a job?
The hair. Everyone likes talking about the hair, so they just keep putting them on TV.
It got bigger. Did you see that? It's just bigger at home.
I mean, I
Right.
think everyone's is right
The
now.
haircut.
Take note, bud. You keep doing the hair, and the career extends. John, same
Dude.
thing.
It's been over a month at this point since I've last had any product in my hair.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I look like a rooster.
I still put product in, even though there's just way too much of it. Like
I
it
put
didn't
product in
take-
just for you guys. I wanted to make sure I looked my best.
nice.
John's
I thought
got
about
like a
it.
full Ross Geller look going right now with that hair just like straight up. My hair is getting a little wild right now. I really need something to happen with these with the barbers at least. Because this is as long as my hair's ever been, and it starts to curl, and I don't know, like the
Mine
front
does too.
half that's
Yep.
the longest, like during the day, it like is like one single freaking spiral down my forehead, which is the worst look for anyone. But I can't help it. Like that's the longest part, and like I know, given enough time, my whole top of my head will just be like little freaking spirals. It's gonna look terrible, but it's fine. It's fine.
Just
Well-
blow
well,
dry your
you-
hair every morning. It's fine.
Yeah, your state just got extended till the end of May, so you might want to order like a barber kit on Amazon or something.
I have a really nice set of beard trimmers that have a vacuum in it.
Yeah, there you
Strongly recommend.
Whoa.
It like
Mine
sucks
does
the hair
too,
up as you go, which is
Yep.
pretty
I
dope.
need that. That's super
It's
nice.
it's a luxury. They're kind of a little spendy for beard clippers. Worth it. Absolutely worth it because
That's
my
so worth it.
bathroom is so much nicer. I
I
wish
have
we could talk
literally
about
put
something exciting
shopping bag
because
around my ears. So Stumpy keeps going to talk even though he's
Yep.
muted.
I know. I've been doing that lately
Why do you mute? Stop muting yourself?
because you like that's because
because I got shit. I'm talking shit behind the scenes. So, what a fucking
Are you-
idiot! Oh wait,
Can we
I said
talk
that.
shit that
That was
Brian's
the
wearing
out loud
a
voice.
Superflex Super Show shirt to a Superflex Super Show show. Like, isn't that like a faux pas? Don't you not do that?
What?
what?
He's wearing the shirt of the band he's going to see. Like, you don't
Oh,
do
that's
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 bullcrap.
true.
He can wear whatever he wants.
Dude, yeah.
He's gonna be here
Someone's
for like
gotta
9
wear it.
What
hours.
kind of- what kind of
when I'm on my
nonsense
show, I
rule
can
is
wear
that?
what if I'm going to
If
be
you don't
on
think-
it, I can wear it.
I don't even have a shirt. I've been on the show for like 8 months. I don't even have a shirt.
I don't
They
know.
didn't
Hit him,
even
Russ.
include me.
Storenvy.com.
This is
Atta boy.
bullcrap.
Cheers.
Wait, what is the show?
Ethan, wait. Russ, one more time.
ffpodshirts.storenvy.com.
I'm gonna have
There
to
you
look that up.
Superflex Super Show, Trade Addicts, Dynasty Diagnostics, Dynasty Game Night, Top Shelf DFF, Coast to Coast Scouting, Casey Kasem shirt. All your stuff there,
God, we got
10% goes to Fantasy Cares.
I'm Casey Kasem. I wish she would go on and actually do that.
I told her that she should do a top
Cool.
10 podcast.
long distance dedication.
Andy writes, "Dear Casey, God, this draft needs to get going. So
This
we can
pick
talk
really
about
not
that.
happened yet? This
No.
is insane.
No.
And now Booger McFarland's on the TV. That's fun.
Oh, I'm so glad I can't find the remote.
The pick is in.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
getting her on the clock too, because I did promise another podcast that I'd make an appearance at 10, thinking the Giants
Yeah.
pick would have happened by then.
There has been a trade. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Unless there has been a
See,
trade.
they're
in which
they're
case
even
I'm
the
a
people
savant.
in the chat are faster than me.
Yeah, see, besides the fact that I can't find the remote, I decided I'm going to let you guys call the picks for me. I figure it'll be more exciting that way.
What if they decide to tell you the wrong picks?
I'm ready to let it happen. If you guys feel the need to do that to me, then that's the way it is. That's on you, not on me.
Russ, you can't talk, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I hopped on your pod once and you freaking dipped on me. So I'm still mad at you about that. You left me with just Brian.
And
Look at that
you don't know
podcast
how
didn't
good it
go
makes me
9
feel that
hours.
you're still thinking about it.
I'm
am.
in your head.
Yeah.
I'm living in your head for free.
Rent free, baby.
All right,
Look
so
at
this,
Dynasty
this
Self-
pick is in, but just
it
tell
is.
us this, bro.
Dynasty
Also-
self-help. ABC is faster than ESPN app by 50 seconds.
I know who it is.
It's Joe Burrow. Stop
I know
it.
who it is. It's Joe
Chase
Burrow.
Young.
Joe
Considering
Burrow.
they've only had
Joe Burrow
Burrow
is the
graphics
101.
this whole time, I'm not convinced that they didn't know that this was absolutely the pick the whole time.
Let's
I'm
go
pretty
into
sure
some
we all knew.
deep-seated analysis of this pick that we haven't been doing for the past 2 months.
Let me tell you why it makes sense for the Bengals to pick Joe Burrow here. Their team is terrible, and their quarterback is terrible. And that's pretty much all it takes. And Joe Burrow is not.
All I know,
Where do you think he finishes in fantasy?
Headline: Joe Burrow, not terrible.
I mean, he comes in with a good.
That small.
He's got good skill positions, obviously, around him with Mixon, Boyd, Green. They don't have a tight end. They have Drew Sample, I suppose.
They don't have a tight end.
And then John Ross. What?
It's like a team he's completely used to playing with. I mean, AJ Green
Yeah.
is a similar player to Chase. Jefferson's a little bit better than Boyd, but I mean, it's a similar player. I mean, never really had a tight end.
He has a
Mixon
pass
is
catching
off,
running
bad
back.
off.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he's
Clyde
used to
Edwards-Helaire.
this already.
Yep.
I mean, assuming their offensive line gets healthy or they draft another one, like this offense could get good fast.
if you didn't buy Tyler Boyd in Dynasty before this, you made a mistake. That's my
Doing it
opinion.
anyway. But yes, truth.
Well, now his
Mixon.
price just went up because people are like, "Oh my god, he has an actual quarterback."
Yeah, but we should have all known. It should have
Yeah,
already been.
But there were
baked in.
definitely some people who weren't baking that in already. Just, I'm putting this out there, Ethan. Not all Dynasty owners are the smartest people alive.
No.
Joe Mixon is the guy I think you want in this offense now, by the way. At least for
everyone-
1 year.
This offense. But yes, no, I'm on your Mixon top running back train.
The RB1 overall for the year, right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Mixon.
The defense is still terrible, so there's a chance they're Tampa. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey. Like, you can't. And Saquon's, healthy.
yeah,
It is.
So-
It would be unheard of for a running back to go number one 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
It's literally never happened before.
But they haven't done anything to change that up. And he is
Yeah,
like
they have.
heavily.
They changed everything there.
And you think they're going to go away from Christian McCaffrey?
After giving him
Well,
that money.
not completely,
What
but
was the
With
last
check
player to
down
do well
Teddy?
on a money year?
What?
What was the last player to do well a year he got money?
I don't
What was the
know.
last running back?
I don't believe that's a thing. First and foremost, that's
Hey,
bullshit.
Todd Gurley
If you're
did
going to
pretty-
make that
Sound
claim,
like
you
a narrative.
better back it up and
pretty
write
sure
something
Todd
about it.
Gurley did pretty well the first year he got paid. So
That sounds ridiculous. I don't
yeah, I don't
stop.
when did he get? When did he get that last contract?
I don't remember. I don't know.
I thought
he's
it was
making
before
it up.
last year.
No, it wasn't before last year.
No, that was like 2 or 3 years ago.
God, what
Two-
an
2
idiot,
years
John.
worth of
Season,
most.
and then he had the arthritis season, and then he had last season.
Yeah,
So John's season was the
arthritis.
arthritis season.
Yeah.
So to answer the
No.
question,
No.
so, to
Yes.
answer
No,
the original
arthritis season
question,
was the year they went to the Super Bowl.
No, it wasn't. He did awesome that year.
Yes, but that's when it started. That's what I'm saying.
But-
That's when the injuries started.
The end of
But-
the year. Yeah.
At the end of
But
that,
you wouldn't know that season is the arthritis season. That would be this season where the arthritis actually affected him.
yes. Well, it affected how they used him. I would say his speed was slightly. If he would have got the same volume, I think he could have put up similar numbers. But then you knew he wasn't going to because they ran him into the dirt.
Which now they're doing to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, but
No,
Christian
they're not.
Christian McCaffrey's never been hurt. That's the biggest difference.
Until
And he's
the
the what,
third.
a third
came in
ever
the year with
running
an
back to
ACL
get
tear.
1,000 and 1,000.
Yeah, and that already happened. That's in the past. We're
So he was
talking
the
about
RB1 2 years in a row, and he's going to lose all of his touches now.
Not all of them, of course.
Okay, but here's the thing
Wait.
for me: is do you really think that Joe Mixon's going to get the amount of touches he needs for
Of course.
Christian to beat Christian McCaffrey and Saquon? Do you really think
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
You're saying that he's going to get 100 plus targets?
Yes. Yeah.
No,
you've got a
we're
rookie.
putting table bet right now. God damn!
you've got a rookie quarterback. You're not just
Don't
going to
care.
completely
Do
turn this
not
over
care.
to him.
You had Andy Dalton and Ryan Finley last year.
Yeah, what happened when they went to Finley? It went very run heavy.
Did it?
Yeah, but they have Burrow now.
And
Yeah. And they're not going to unleash him in year one.
oh Jesus Christ, he's not going to.
I'm not going to get as passionate about it as Stompy, but I will say, a
Listen,
guy
I don't even
who's never
care. Like, it's just you're making dumb claims. It's a stupid claim.
a
It's
guy
not
who's
stupid.
never caught more than 45 passes, meaning he's never had more than 45 receptions in fantasy. That's not going to get you RB1 numbers. You have to catch at least 50 balls to be an RB1, pretty much.
He'll get 50. He'll easily get 50. I mean, I just said I think 100 is on the table, but in terms of targets. So yeah, I mean, 50 catches is like that's pretty much a lock.
If he does that, then he's going to have to run for like 1,800 yards on the ground.
I mean, he could probably do that too.
I don't think that's going to happen. But
This is a bell cow back in a very essentially the LA Rams offense with a rookie quarterback. Again, like you don't want to put too much of this offense, especially this offense. It's a pretty intricate offense that the Rams run with Zach Taylor.
Listen, you are
don't want
making me argue against Joe Mixon right now, and I like Joe Mixon, but you're making me argue
I'm not
against
making
him
you do
and that
anything.
offense. Yes, you are. 'Cause you're making
I never
ridiculous
make you
claims.
do anything.
You are making a ridiculous claim. I will not let that shit stand.
I know you won't, but that's not my fault. I mean, it would just
It
one
is because
time
you're
you
the one that's making
you
the
could use
ridiculous
some
claim.
you could just use a little bit of common sense in your
Let's go,
analysis.
really. You think 100 target Joe Mixon is common sense?
Yeah,
Oh,
why not? Why not? Who's going to take him off the field?
Gio Bernard.
It's
There's
Travion
Gio
Williams
Bernard
season, baby.
there.
Gio Bernard. Gio Bernard is going to be the reason that Joe Mixon comes off the field.
I hope that they draft
three
Clyde
other
Edwards. I
backups
hope they
there.
draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the freaking third round because Burrow asked him to. And you just have to eat it, John. That's what I hope. I hope your
that would
day's
change
ruined
things.
too. How can I
I'll
ruin
admit it. That would
Stompy's day
change
next?
things. But as long as Joe Mixon is the bell cow, not just the lead back, but he's the freaking bell cow there. Like that, he's not coming off the field for no Gio Bernard. Give me a break.
Bet.
Even bell cows come off the field for.
Bell cows come off the field when they need some water.
Christian McCaffrey doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, he doesn't go. He plays like 99% of snaps. He does not play 100%.
Oh my god! And this is the argument. Now we're making
98%.
a stupid ass argument. Oh my god!
He comes off the field, and so will Joe Mixon. And McCaffrey's going to come off the field more in 2022. By the way,
I doubt it. We
Pick
said
is
that
in.
last year too.
Pick's been in for like forever.
Chase Young.
Do they,
The pick's always in forever. The clock
they
is garbage. It's the TV decides.
Chase
when you
Young.
get to see.
did they still do the chime? Do 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 do.
Yeah, they.
I mean, I've been watching this upstairs for years. Like my wife hates football. She hates that I would like football because it just, I get in a little too deep. But she randomly throughout the year starts screaming about that chime. Like it just gets in her head. It doesn't leave, and she hates it. And it kind of makes me a little happy that she, building up to draft day, keeps singing it because she knows it's coming. And now it kind of hurts that they're not doing it.
The chime is still there, according to the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
nice,
So-
good.
I didn't hear it.
Do 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 do. I'm gonna start doing it every time I see the
couldn't
word
hear it.
begin.
I couldn't hear it over all the shouting.
Oh, shut up, Brian! Stop
Wait.
shouting.
Brian, I'm going to start shouting in your goddamn face next time. Dirty son of a bitch. Talk to me like that.
Stompy, we're trying to get freaking sponsors for this show. You can't keep cursing like a
Yeah,
sailor.
we're like 10x views away from that, there, buddy.
Well, we
Hey.
could try.
I did not sign up for algebra.
Hey,
Yeah.
I've got to bounce for the first time tonight. I have another show.
Bye,
so
Ethan.
if you hated all these dudes, please stay because I love this show and you should love it too. I'll be back later.
See you then.
Nice.
Man, glad that Ethan guy's gone.
I'm starting to get this is the pick before the Giants pick sweats.
Yeah.
Oh man, this one should be interesting too. I mean, Detroit.
This has to be the first trade back, right?
I would
I'm
think
thinking,
so.
yeah, 3 to 5. I wonder for sure where it's going to go. I mean, Miami or Detroit has said that they've been prepping as if they're going to draft from the 5 spot. So I'm curious though if somebody came in with a better offer.
I mean, you got to feel like 5 Dolphins and Chargers offered something.
Yeah.
And the Lions are kind of not good. So they need things. So they're probably just taking best offer as long as it's not awful, right? Like,
Yeah, I would think.
at
Yeah.
least that's the human thing. Like, I don't know. Clearly NFL GMs don't always operate on the same wavelength as we do. which maybe they should, but like that's to me, like that's what would make sense. Like trade back for anything you can get because you're only going back 2-3 spots, but you can probably pull like a second, a next year's second, something, and that's valuable.
I think you could get like a first.
Yeah, up to 3 for a quarterback. You're right. Yes, I definitely lowball that. So especially with Miami, if you can get another first this year, like how do you pass that?
I mean, what did LA trade to get Goff?
Oh, I have no idea.
Wasn't it like 2 firsts and a second? That's just off the top of my head.
So a swap
everyone's
of first and
Googling
a
this.
second.
No, it was first in the same a swap of first, a first in the following draft class, and a second, I
The
believe.
pick is in, by the way.
What if they're taking
Wow.
Tua and just destroying everyone because Stafford is actually a good quarterback?
And the
That would
Steelers need to
destroy
trade
me.
for him.
That'd be fun for us, though.
You don't. I mean, they would have to have a trade in place, or right? Like, I'd be fine with that.
I bet if they shocked people, they would get a lot of Stafford interest.
Like, if they grab Tui here, don't you think a lot of people will start throwing offers for Stafford? Like, someone has to want
Yeah.
him in this league.
Yeah. New England still needs a quarterback.
New England would have to create some major cap space to accommodate Stafford.
Yeah. They'll do it. They somehow always find I seriously, I hate the Patriots so bad, and it's because of stuff like that. They just know how to manipulate every rule in the freaking book.
Yeah.
I mean, does cap exist ever? When was the last time the cap really stopped anything from anyone from doing anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Like teams trade players away because they don't want to pay them, yet it doesn't matter what they do after that. Like that's supposedly why Hopkins got traded, right? But just watch what they end up doing. Like they'll end up signing 3 guys for absolutely no reason for $18 million a piece.
Yeah.
Oh, the Lions pick. I know who it is.
It's Akuda,
Who is it? Akuda?
Jeff Akuda,
Yep,
Who's that?
cornerback.
corner, Ohio State.
Oh yeah, that's been like super mocked, right? I feel like that's been.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much
pretty-
the lock
pretty
pick if
chalk.
they didn't trade back.
The New York Football Giants are on the clock.
Well, fuck.
Here we go.
Oh, that was so fast and so quick and so great. Oh, worth it.
Here we go. Yeah, man, that's interesting. The Lions
Okay, so
not
let's.
only made that pick, but they made it fast.
I'm not even watching this live though. Like normally I would be like pacing around or whatever because I'm just watching you guys react and like watching the chat and stuff. It's interesting.
Okay, so let's talk about this, Bobby. Would offensive tackle make you sad?
No.
Would Simmons make you sad?
No, although I do think he has high bust potential.
That's the first I've heard. Okay. Would Justin Herbert make you sad?
Yes.
Okay. Let's think about. Would a edge rusher make you sad?
Probably because I don't think there's one that's worth it for the 4th pick.
Okay, I'll take that. Nose tackle, like a defensive tackle.
Derek Brown.
Pretty much anything that's not offensive tackle here or Simmons, I will be at least somewhat sad about. Or a trade down.
You would not be upset with the trade down.
Trade down is my number 1 option. Then
Okay, just
offensive
making sure.
tackle, and then Simmons.
Who's the Giants defensive coordinator these days? I don't even remember anymore.
It's isn't it James Betcher? Now I'm forgetting.
You don't even know. I don't know who that is anyway. Oh yeah, because it's gonna be new people with. Oh wait, no, weren't they all like?
Patrick Graham.
You don't know who that is.
Yeah, never.
I don't know.
What about
I'm just
with
putting
CD
this out there. I don't know defensive coordinators really. I don't know defense because I don't play IDP.
Well, Bobby, let me
Would-
tell you something. You got a dog at the defensive line coach. Sean Spencer's a beast.
That's good.
wasn't he a
defensive
player?
line.
The name sounds familiar.
He was the defensive. He was co-defensive coordinator at Penn State here for the last several years. And they had a good run of defensive linemen getting drafted and stuff.
That's my secret alma mater. They sent me like a happy
Yeah,
Merry
that's right.
Christmas email.
There you
So
go.
Yeah.
And now they're all the hell all over my Facebook feed. Brian is just like oozing Penn State into all of his friends.
Yes, every chance I get.
Nothing wrong with that. Saquon is also Penn State.
Yeah, Saquon made
Would
the
you be-
show.
Would you be upset if they took like CeeDee Lamb right here?
Yes and no. I'd be pretty mad if they took a wide receiver because their wide receiver room is actually not as bad as other areas of the team. So it wouldn't be smart. So, for example, if you want to pick that would really cause me to tilt, being like Henry Ruggs, 4th overall pick to the New York Giants.
Well, yes, I purposely said who I thought was the best wide receiver because anyone else, yes, would be a bad move. But
CeeDee Lamb would cause slightly less tilt, but would still cause tilt because, listen, Sterling Shepard has concussion issues, but when he's on the field, he's great. Slayton was breaking out last year. Tate is still usable. I want them to take a guy in like round 3, maybe like a Brian Edwards if he's there. I doubt he's there because I think he's actually going in round 2. But they need some wide receiver help, but not a first-round wide receiver when they have so many holes on their defense and offensive line. And they're really dragging out this pick. Like the Lions felt
it hasn't been that long.
The pick is not in, Bobby. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to let the clock run out and get past.
And have his anxiety.
I've been quarantined for over a month now. This pick has taken longer than the time I've been quarantined.
Dynasty Self-Help, by the way, says for the 4th pick in a 2020 NFL draft, the Giants pass.
Wouldn't surprise me. Gettleman accidentally clicks the wrong button. Goes, you know what? You take your turn. It's fine.
We don't want anyone. We don't want any of these guys.
We're just really interested to see what the Dolphins and Chargers do. We'll sit these out just to see what they do.
Bobby, they
Can we
only have 3 minutes left to get the pick in.
Can we just draft Daniel Jones again?
I'm telling you, they're going to miss the time, and then Gettleman's going to be like, "What's a computer?"
Gettleman's actually holding his laptop up to his ear, trying to call the pick in.
So quick reminder to the chat. All you have to do is DM us at Superflex Show, and we'll send you the link, and you can jump in and share your thoughts. In the meantime, we're gonna watch Bobby sweat a little bit, and then see what kind of tilt we can get from him when this pick is made.
By the way, I'd also like to point out that I like Simmons. It's just I do see some potential for him to become like another Leonard Williams, basically.
Yeah, it's also just kind of a boring pick.
How was that? I don't think that's boring.
Really?
Yeah, I don't either. See, to me, like he reminds me of Shazier.
Yeah, like he's like that's
I'd be good
supposedly
with
like
that.
a defense-changing linebacker. I mean, that's not really a boring pick. For
That's the
fantasy, it's
guy-
a boring pick.
That's the guy who
That's what
wanted to pick the Broncos to pick Isaiah Simmons at 15.
Who wanted that?
Ooh.
Me? No, I said Kenneth Murray.
Either way, you would say that if Simmons was there, you wouldn't want to go there.
Well, at
Under 2
15,
minutes,
sure.
Bobby.
At 15, sure. At fourth overall.
I'm telling you,
They're gonna miss the pick. It's gonna be epic.
either that or like he
I
must
can't
have, like,
wait.
this is what must be happening in the Gettleman household. He must have like a pet or something, and it's like running across the keyboard, and he's like, "Oh no, how do I stop this from happening?" But also, this is so adorable that I'm not going to stop it. The pick can wait, right?
Does anybody follow Gettleman on Instagram? See if it's like a dog video up there right now.
He has an Instagram.
I have
Bobby,
no
listen,
idea.
to make you feel better, if he does miss the pick, we will actually talk about opening a franchise of Bobby and Brian's Burgers.
B&B's Bees. I like it.
Wasn't that a TV show, not a franchise?
I think Bob's Burgers was a TV show, wasn't
No,
it?
we were talking about going around the country and trying all the
Oh.
different burgers.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes. Yes. It's been a year and I'm old. So
Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. The pick is
oh,
in.
they got
He
it in
did it.
before.
He did it.
See, Gettleman was really just messing with everyone. He's sitting there like this.
All
He's
right.
watching this live
2.
stream and waiting for me to react.
There's this kid Bobby I need to fuck with. Let me just wait for it.
That's how you handle New York fans, though, is you just like mess with them just to be.
Yeah, he definitely hit that button with his middle finger.
I'm watching the chat too because
Odell just got clocked in the face.
The Giants have traded the 4th overall pick to Cleveland Browns for Odell Beckham.
That'd be kind of
Whew.
I'm
I'm starting to sweat for you, Bobby. This is
I'm telling you, he's doing it on purpose. And Brian's right. He is probably just like trolling New York fans.
So whoever gets a pick first, just go ahead and announce it. My feed is so far behind. I'm like several minutes behind you guys.
I'm just watching the chat, and also I get Twitter notifications from Schefter and Rappaport.
all right. So no, come on. Let's put our. Who do you think it is? Who do you think it is?
Simmons. No,
Tackle.
Wirfs.
I think it's Wirfs.
Wirfs for sure. That would
Is that
be,
the
if I had to
tackle?
bet, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
who I think it's going to be too. Oh, there's Joe Judge.
Who? Oh,
Joe
got it.
Judge, the head coach of the New York Football Giants.
Listen.
Jesus.
New York
Stay.
fans,
Talk
New York
about it.
fans love people named Judge.
Oh, there's Gettleman. There's a picture of him. He's sitting there. I don't see a computer. Oh, yeah, there's the top of it.
Russ, your partner and our partner, I guess, is going full Yinzer right now, and it's wild.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
I
they
know, I
got
love it.
I got Mel on there. He's talking about the next pick there.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, pick is in. We already knew that though. I don't know why they're
I
don't know
told
why
you
they're
Brian,
putting this up
that
there.
podcast I was listening to where the dude, I mean, they're outside of Philadelphia. I'm guessing they're from Western PA, and just full. I was
Yeah.
like, Jesus. Holy shit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh,
Not who-
here's good commissioner.
There's the pick. It's Andrew Thomas,
Who's that?
another tackle.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh my gosh.
How do you feel about it?
Good.
Well, at least he's not having a meltdown here.
I don't know. Something's bubbling. I can see it.
Not
I
as-
know
not
that
as-
face. That face
not
is
as-
not his happy face.
I mean, I would have
He's
preferred
repressing.
Wirfs. That's all. It's
All
not
right,
like
is this so Bobby, I don't
Checky
need to
gives
move
a
on
sigh.
so quickly. We're gonna come back, but so just quick around the room. Is this Tua or Herbert?
I don't know.
I know, right?
I have no idea.
It should be Tua.
Yes.
Or none of the above?
Tua.
No,
Jordan
That's-
Love.
It'll be one of the QBs. There's the Dolphins have been wallowing in just awfulness for years to the point where it's like it doesn't make sense to go with a safe pick here. You need to make a change in your your environment there, in your culture down there. Pick the
Don't you
guy.
think they did that this year though? Like when the world was saying they were going to tank, they won like half their games. I mean, I feel like that is pretty much the change of culture already.
I'm with.
But I mean, I
Stumpy.
completely agree with what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. Tua, I think, is the right pick. But I mean,
If
like,
they don't
they're
pick
on the
Tua-
change already.
If they pick Herbert over Tua, that's how bad franchises stay bad.
Yeah. I mean, you that means you're not taking a risk, and you already haven't taken a risk in so many years,
Mhm.
except for when what Jim Ireland asked, was it Dez if he was gay or was it OBJ? I can't remember.
Oh, I forgot about that. Or like, no, he
Biggest
asked
risk
like, if,
Miami Dolphins have made in the last decade.
no, like they asked if his mom was a prostitute or something.
Yeah. So, I mean, to change the fan base, to change the culture around there, they need to go to it because Herbert. To me, Herbert's not a franchise. Herbert's one of those game managers that if you have a good defense and a good run game,
Gettleman's putting on a mask in his house.
I'm an idiot.
That's funny, dude. Sorry.
'Cause he's
I
about to-
apologize.
he's about
I
to call
apologize,
Andrew
but that's
Thomas.
hysterical. Oh,
You know,
my God.
I'm at the point where I want the Giants to be bad just so he gets fired. I'm not even kidding.
They won't because they have Saquon. So
Damn it, Brian, this is your fault.
Yeah, Saquon. Woo!
Although actually with fixing their offensive line, they might be a somewhat good team if they can get some defensive players now.
Wow, they just showed a graphic of the players that Miami traded away in the last couple of years. Tannehill, obviously, who was a Pro Bowler this year.
Laramie-
Tunzel, yep, which was a Pro Bowler this year, and Minka Fitzpatrick, who was first team All Pro.
That Minka Fitzpatrick one was.
Woo! Thank you.
I get
mate.
what they're doing. They need to get rid of the old guard kind of stuff, but at the same time, it's like, dude, Minka,
He's 23 years old.
you become one of the best safeties in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you do that when the guy's going to last until like his early 30s?
It's Tua. They just showed a picture of him. He's sitting there.
Well, they always do that. That's like the equivalent of the green screen shot, I'm sure.
All I know is Mike Gesicki is going to look really good with Tua throwing him the ball.
Yeah, Mike Gesicki, Penn State. Woo!
Surprised if he didn't start the first half of the season.
Well, when you have Fitz
Stomp.
magic there,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stompy. I didn't hear that. What did you say? You think he will or will not start the first
Will
half?
not.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think so either.
I
And I think
would be surprised if he didn't play at all.
yeah, and I don't know that that's. I mean, I think that's a smart. I think that's a smart move. I mean, they're not contending this year, anyways, even with Tua. So, I mean, they still have some work to do. As far as building that roster up. So, I mean, I wouldn't risk the injury. Let him sit and learn, kind of like some of these other guys have, Patrick Mahomes and others, and then go into the 2021 season with Tua as your guy, and see what
I'm
happens
good with
from
that.
there.
I have a few Fitzpatrick shares that I'd like to have
Same.
ride for another year.
yeah,
Same.
I do too. But I
Pick
also
is
traded,
hitting.
Russ for the 102 in one league and fully intend on taking Tua unless he goes to like the worst team ever.
Hey, I totally forgot I did that. What did I get? I don't even remember anymore.
TJ Moore.
Oh yeah, I love DJ Moore. And then I traded him right away, right? Yeah, I got Tyler Boyd. There you go.
Yeah,
Wait, you traded DJ Moore for Tyler Boyd?
he got other stuff too. I forgot what it was entirely, but it was a good trade.
Okay. Whew.
But I traded him TJ Moore for the 102 and Christian Kirk.
That's right. I remember that. I really like Lewis Riddick. Do you guys like Lewis Riddick?
I've always
Lewis
liked
Riddick is who I wish was the GM of the Giants
Yeah.
right now. He wanted the job and they hired Gettleman instead.
I like him. I think he's really bright. He's
I tweeted
he's
him every once
impressive
in a
when it
while to
comes to-
ask if he still wants the job and if the Giants would be willing to fire Gettleman if he would take it.
Okay. I want to do my DJ Moore trade just to. I traded Christian Kirk and the 102 for DJ Moore, Justin Jackson, Jamal Williams, and the 411. This is best ball, also, by the way. And then I traded DJ Moore for Darius
Deal.
Geist, Tyler Boyd, and the 106.
So the first one, I mean, DJ Moore by himself wins that trade for me.
Yeah, that was pretty much the reaction. I just really needed a quarterback. My quarterbacks in that league, John, are Phillip Rivers, Mitchell Trubisky, Josh Allen, and I think Mason Rudolph. So as you can see,
He still has Andrew Luck on his roster, too.
and I traded Russ before the season for Andrew Luck and gave up my first to get him.
Oh,
there
So-
it is, boys.
what do we
Tua
got?
Tagovailoa, Miami Dolphins.
It's not tongue.
Yes, it is. Ask Ethan.
It's not.
That's what he said.
It's Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, I just caught myself. I was so close to victory lapping because I was arguing with all these people saying that Tua would fall out of the top 10. And I said there's no chance it's happening. And I was just about to tweet victory lap, but I'm not going to do it, guys. I caught myself I was pulling up my phone about to be like, so about that Tua falling out of the top 10 thing. And then went, nope, going to be bigger than that.
Man, they hid that one pretty well. They also took a lot of fun out of this top 5 by not trading up for him.
I guess at that point,
They didn't have to. I mean, they made the
should.
right call. You didn't have to trade to get him. He was going to be there, but
Yeah, I
And
think
just
we all
draft
had in our
him.
heads that there was going to be a trade into that top 3, and now we're all kind of sad about it.
yeah,
Yeah, this draft's been pretty boring so far, to be honest.
Well,
pretty chalk. Thanks to the Giants, we got a little bit of heat.
I think honestly, part of it is also just people trying to figure out the technology or whatever makes it difficult to also figure out trades at the same time. Although
Yeah,
I was
definitely.
surprised there wasn't more trades beforehand of people being like, I don't want to try to deal with this while I'm on the clock.
Well, no, exactly.
Yeah.
What I was saying, what I read earlier this week was there was front office people that thought there was going to be a lot of trades before the draft of picks for players, like established players, because nobody would want to screw up, and because they didn't get their last minute medicals and all that stuff. And while none of it has happened yet, I mean, I still think that's something that could happen when we get a little later on, at least once the picks aren't super valuable.
So Chargers are going Herbert and everyone can move on with their life.
Yeah, pretty much. We've already lost a lot of listeners. I think we're gonna.
Oh, wait. The Chargers are going Herbert, guys. Where's Jesse Reeves?
Oh, good point.
He is going to tilt his face off if that happens. You should have him on right now instead of me, because his reaction will be so much better to the Chargers pick if they take Herbert than mine was to the Andrew Thomas pick.
Man, if I only had that foresight.
Start sending them DMs. Just get it out there.
If I was him, there's no way I would be I would not be willing to go public at all right now.
2 years in a row, Bobby came on specifically to tilt on
With the
the
expectation.
It's true.
Yeah. Bobby's a better sport than most.
I also recorded my reaction to the Saquon pick. So that's where it all started. It was a recording of them taking Saquon Barkley and me wanting a quarterback. And I pretty much fainted onto my couch while my friend recorded. And I said, I'm going to die.
I think you were being a little dramatic.
Well,
No, I'm being recorded and I'm not being dramatic whatsoever, Russ. God, it's like you never knew how to play an audience.
that was sarcasm, Russ.
Also, that said, and I love Saquon now.
Russ, oh, I thought you froze, Russ. It's like he's not moving.
I do love Saquon now, but I still think taking a running back at 2 is a dumb move.
Yes,
Yeah.
those you're allowed to feel both of those because they are both true.
I had to say that while Brian wasn't in the room, so he went like punch my face through the screen.
I don't know if Brian can punch somebody like the nice guy jeans would stop his fists like within an inch of your face. Wow, you took your glasses off. That's weird.
I muted myself again.
Yeah,
Have you never seen me without my glasses?
I don't think so.
My glasses makes me feel like my eyes are a lot smaller.
Yeah, I feel weird. Like I look weird without glasses. Did anyone
Not
watch Johnny Bravo on Cartoon Network?
I watched Johnny Bravo.
Do you remember they did like a crossover fake episode with Scooby Doo?
Yeah, and he was super into Daphne and Velma.
Yeah. Well, there at one point, Johnny Bravo and Velma bump into each other, and he loses his sunglasses, she loses her glasses, and
Yep.
she goes, "I can't see without my glasses," and he's like, "My glasses, I can't be seen without my glasses." And that, anytime someone says the word glasses, that line pops in my head. I can't be seen without my glasses. Just needed to put that out into the world so everyone else knows what I'm thinking when someone says the word glasses.
God, Mortensen looks terrible.
He has for a while. And what's with his teeth? You're on TV. Get your teeth fixed. They are yellow and not straight.
Whoa, man, don't go after people's teeth.
I just did.
Yeah, don't. It's mean. I won't
It's
allow it.
So let's bring on our first listener guest.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Kyle on the couch. What's up, brother?
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Kyle, how are you?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
How do you like the draft so far? It's been chalk as hell. Has it been? Are you having fun with it at least?
Yeah. So far it's been pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the other stream in the back of my ear there because I was getting the dual repeat. That was probably a wise move there. But no, doing pretty good, man. This has been fun so far, other than my Tua pick being wrong. And I thought that Andrew Thomas was going to be a little bit later pick, but he's one of the top 4 tackles. They're all good, so yeah, not too bad.
Where'd you have Tua going?
I had Tua going next here to the Chargers, which the pick is in apparently. So, I don't think I wasn't one that thought Tua was going to really fall. I just thought that Herbert was going to go before Tua, just with the medicals. It just made a little sense. But Miami can wait. Miami can wait, so it makes sense for them too.
Yeah, that's true. So is this Herbert?
I think this is Herbert. I mean,
Okay.
As much smoke as the Chargers are going to blow everywhere they can blow, they need a quarterback of the future. And Tyrod, I'm
He's
not
taking
sure how to
time.
pronounce it.
It's Tarad. That's the correct pronunciation.
Okay.
I don't care what his dad says. Okay, so
Oh.
if it's not Herbert, what's it going to be?
Well, I'll tell you in about. No, I won't
Offensive
because
back.
my over-the-air
I think
signal
so
just went
too,
blank. But no, if it's not, then I think you're going to go with another offensive tackle.
It's Herbert.
Yeah.
It is Herbert. Okay,
It is
yeah, my
Herbert.
signal dropped like right when Goodell was up there talking, so I didn't
Guys,
get it. But
can we pour one out for Jesse Reeves? I think he's dead.
I like
I
Herbert.
have my eye on every group chat I'm in with him, just to see if he gives a reaction to any of them.
The Herbert pick seems like a landmine to me. He's not a top 10 talent.
But he would have been a top 10 talent last year, right? And easy. I mean, he would have easily gone in the spot of Daniel Jones and succeeded way better than that crap
That is
bucket over there in New York.
Gettleman too much credit.
Kettleman did supposedly love Herbert and would have taken him over Jones, but I think you are right to an extent, Kyle, that people are down on him simply because he went back to school and didn't necessarily improve. It's not like he had that bad a season either. It's just he didn't improve with another year of starting, so everyone's like, "Man, this guy sucks."
But I mean,
Well-
I'm not even saying that. Even last year, it's like that QB class, not the best class in terms of talent. Into my, I mean, it was Kyler Murray, very obviously, and then there was kind of a large tier break for me. I mean, say what you want about Drew Lock or Daniel Jones or I don't know who else got picked because I'm blanking out right now. But there just
Dwayne
wasn't
Haskins.
what? Yeah, Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah.
There just wasn't that much talent there. And I'm sure Herbert's going to be fine, but I think he's just going to be a middle of the road quarterback. And that's not going to win you games unless you have elite defense.
Chargers
But,
should have
even
gone
when you
really
look
crazy
at-
and taken Jalen Hurts. That's what they should have done. Just gone super crazy and been, you know what? Hurts is our guy.
Yes.
The problem is, as an Oklahoma grad and an Oklahoma fan, Hurts lacks the ability to, throw at receivers.
Wrong.
So that's unfortunate
Oh,
for your.
I think you can. Can I yell it at our listeners?
He's on the
Well,
show.
Well, you
He's
can
not
yell
a
at
listener
me.
right
I'll
now.
count.
Yeah, I
That,
mean,
that one criticism drives me up a goddamn wall.
Well,
Josh Allen is a starting QB in the NFL. Stop it.
I'm not saying Hurts won't be a point-scoring phenom in the NFL. I'm just saying he does lack the ability to aim at his targets down the field unless he takes about 4.5 to 5 seconds, and then he can usually throw at him.
Stomp, let me ask you a question with these two quarterbacks, because you obviously have a pretty nice track record in terms of quarterbacks, and just in terms of these two guys, I'm interested in your thoughts. So when you look at the stats this season, they're similar. I mean, they're really similar across the board. Both were over 66% completion percentage. Both were over 3,400 yards passing. Both had 32 or more touchdowns throwing the ball. So where do you see? I mean, obviously, it seems like you like Hurts more. So what is it about that? Is it the rushing upside? Is it the?
100%.
Okay.
Look at the direction the NFL is going right now. I mean, it kind of started with Cam Newton and Russ. It's been picking up lately with Kyler, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Even we forget about guys like Carson Wentz and Patrick Mahomes, who were no slouches when it came to rushing the ball.
Daniel Jones also rushed the ball.
Yeah, and Daniel Jones. And
because he had an offensive line that was all basically tight ends, so he had to run for his life.
But the point is the NFL is starting to shift towards more athletic QBs. The days of the pocket passer, I think are numbered. I'm not saying it's over, but I think they're numbered.
Do you see Herbert as a pocket passer because of his size?
I see him more mobile. Yes, I mean he's a mobile. He's more like. So that's why I like Drew Lock, because Drew Lock's not necessarily a runner, but he's mobile. That's what I view Herbert as. But he doesn't have the rushing upside of a Jalen Hurts or a Kyler Murray or a Lamar Jackson. And the thing is, for me, is he completed 65% of his passes in the NFL. And you can say Lincoln Riley, whatever, but he was still good as a freshman in the SEC. He nearly ran for 1,000 yards as a freshman in the SEC. And he's going to be a good enough passer to make it work. That's what Cam Newton was. Cam Newton was a good enough passer to make it work.
Okay.
And you don't need to be the most accurate passer to be successful in the NFL.
So I don't necessarily disagree, and I think I like Jalen Hurts a lot. I think I'm probably higher on him than a lot of people too. I'm kind of in your lane there. The one thing I'd say, I mean, when you look at Herbert and his statistics, you know, if you look at him against a guy like Drew Lock, who I know is your candidate for a breakout this year, I mean, Drew Lock's senior numbers, every single one of them was lower than what Justin Herbert is throwing. Now, he was doing it in the SEC, which is certainly a much better conference, a less pass-happy conference. I mean, the defenses in the SEC are much better than the defenses in the Pac-12. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I'm just wondering why. I mean, is there something you see with Herbert that you're concerned about?
I don't think it's a concern. Like I said, I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback. I'm saying that he's fine. He can be a starter in the NFL. He doesn't inspire like guys like, because for me, the reason I love Lamar Jackson, especially in fantasy, but just in the NFL in general, is you rarely get those guys that are 4.3 speed guys. I mean, the last one we had was Michael Vick. And he's got tremendous upside, not only in fantasy, but in the NFL, because he's going to be hard to catch and he's hard to wrangle in. And he has enough passing prowess to beat the teams that like have a spy, a middle linebacker. And that's why mobile quarterbacks present issues for all sorts of defenses. Is what are you planning for? Okay, you're planning for him to stop the pass with him. He's just going to run on you all day. And it opens up the running game too. Herbert's mobile. He's fine. He's a great passer. But for me, it's like there are so many of those quarterbacks in the NFL that are – Andy Dalton was a mediocre QB forever. And Cincinnati went to the playoffs with him multiple times. You don't have to be a great – I mean, he's just not a guy that I think can win Super Bowls. He's not a guy that's going to lead a team to a Super Bowl. So he needs to be drafted by a team that has a tremendous defense and run game, in my mind. He can be a game manager. He can be a pretty good game manager, maybe even a game manager plus. But I just don't – he doesn't have the heights of Tua. He doesn't have the heights of where Jalen Hurts could go because of what Jalen Hurts presents. So he could learn a little bit and get a little bit better, but I think his ceiling just isn't there to be one of those franchise type QBs that are going to lead you to a championship.
Is Herbert 103 in Superflex drafts?
No, he's Hurts is 103 in Superflex draft. No, I'm just kidding. I think Hurts is the third quarterback off the board. Should be the third quarterback off the board.
You don't think that Herbert's going to be 2 with knowing that you got a year to wait? Because, I mean, Fitzmagic's going to take the role at least for one more year.
I take Tua.
Yeah, I take Tua 100%.
Yeah, Tua definitely over Herbert, but I don't know. I mean, I'm with you, Stompy. Before this, I thought Hurts was probably better for fantasy than Herbert.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Herbert does get all the Chargers' weapons, and that's something for fantasy.
Right.
You know, he's got Hunter Henry, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. Austin Eckler. So he'll put up fantasy points.
So
and
let's
that's
go.
perfectly fine. I just, again, if it's coming down to that, like there's only really two, and I'm going to say sure things, but there's no such thing as a sure thing among in the NFL. But the two most comfortable QBs you would feel would be Burrow and Tua, and then after that, I mean Herbert could be a back end QB1, but I would rather take a swing on Jalen Hurts being the QB1 because of the rushing upside.
Yeah, Zach Reed's been talking about the Patriots drafting Jalen Hurts later on. That'd be a really interesting fit. And if anybody could get the most out of him, it'd probably be Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I mean, if he landed, and I know this won't happen, but if he landed in like a place like Kansas City or Indianapolis, I think those are good places too, because Frank Reich is a very creative coach and would build around. And he's the one that helped Carson Wentz to that MVP type season in 2017. And they went to the Eagles went to RPO and played around Wentz's strengths. And I think that's where you need guys. I mean, Andy Reid built his offense around Patrick Mahomes and what he can do. And that's what you need for a guy like Jalen Hurts, is somebody who's going to be creative, build around Hurts's strengths, like what Baltimore did.
Is if Hurts goes in the second, let's just say, is it Hurts over Herbert easy, almost regardless of landing spot that isn't someplace behind like super steady starter? Did that make sense? I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying if he doesn't go to like the Ravens or the Chiefs or the Texans, it Hurts over Herbert?
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Then it worked. That was really for Stumpy because I mean I know you were a little jokingly saying Hurts over Herbert, but
no, I wasn't. I was very serious.
So if Jalen were to get 0 points in a fantasy football game in the NFL and also be injured, what would that be called?
Oh, God.
I don't. I don't get.
Nice.
What's a Hurts goose egg? I don't get it.
It's a Hurts donut.
I want
Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna pretend I didn't know that.
personally, I want to see Hurts and Love get drafted near each other, but Love to obviously
Love
go Hurts. Yeah,
Just like Taylor Swift. Yeah.
yeah. Taylor Swift need to go together, and then Love Hurts, and CD needs to go somewhere near Taylor and Swift's. Then you have Taylor Swift,
Swift.
CD. Yeah, of
Nice.
course.
I mean that won't happen, but it would be funny.
All right, so let's go around the room. I wonder, I'm curious where you guys are tentatively penciling in Justin Herbert in Superflex rookie drafts. Troy asked me specifically, but I want to ask all of you guys as well. Right at the moment, where do you think Justin Herbert goes? Let's go. I'm just going to go around clockwise, starting with Har.
I would say as early as 6.
Okay,
Stomp.
Stomp.
Superflex rookie draft.
I mean, cop out answers. It depends on where the running backs go, but tentatively he would be 8 at the earliest for me.
Whoa. Okay, Bobby.
Well, is the question where do we think he'll go, or where do we put him?
Where would you put him?
That's different. Yeah, that's a good clarification question, Russ.
Yeah. Rick.
Yeah, so I'm going to give both answers. I think that if you want him, you're probably going to have to spend the 105 or 106 because someone's going to see that Chargers landing spot and take him there. But I think that
Wait, hold on. Sorry, Brian's flipping out, and I really need to know why.
Well, the Cardinals just picked Isaiah Simmons,
oh,
and Kyler Murray is still dead.
I still like that. Their run defense was atrocious.
So bad. What, they really were going to take CeeDee Lamb after trading for Hopkins?
No, they should have taken an offensive freaking tackle so that their quarterback isn't dead.
They have like 18 more picks to do that. That's whatever.
listen,
That's fine.
Simmons can
Worst.
play. Simmons can play linebacker. He can play safety. Who says he can't play the O-line too?
There you go.
Well, I mean, if they know something I don't, and he can play offensive tackle, then it's a great pick.
Iron
But I
Man
just-
Simmons was his nickname in college, so I'm just saying.
Anyway, John, to finish answering, I probably would have him around like the 107 or 108 range. So he'll probably go a little bit earlier than I want to get him. But depending on my leagues and my needs, I would probably spend somewhere in that like mid first range.
Man, Brian's really pissed off. I just heard.
Yeah,
I
I'm
saw him
pissed
mouth the
off
curse
because
word.
the James's freaking Browns are at 10 after Jacksonville here, and they're going to get Wirfs, and that sucks. I don't want the Browns to get Wirfs. That's terrible. That's horse crap.
My boy Bakes Mapes needs some protection.
Gosh,
Needs some time in the pocket.
That's horse crap.
it is. It's hogwash and horse shit.
How dare these teams not
Hogwash and horse
take the players I want them to take?
Yeah, where were we at? Russ?
Okay. Well, I kind of agree with Bobby. I think you're going to see him go at the 105, like right before that last running back gets taken, because someone's going to be too afraid to wait. I think he should be 6 the earliest. I think, again, landing spots not being awful. Burrow, Tua, Taylor, Swift, what's his
Lamb.
name? Dobbins.
CB.
And then
Yeah,
maybe
I think
Lamb.
I think Lamb.
I mean, should he? Yeah, but I think I don't know. We'll call the quote unquote savvy dynasty players. No, wide receivers don't necessarily hit first year, so they'll take quarterback because it's safer. So I think ADP will have him before CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, as it should. So you're thinking like
6 or 7.
okay. So we're talking like Taylor, Burrow, Tua.
Okay, so it's
Swift.
Burrow, Tua, Taylor, Swift, Dobbins, and that's where Herbert probably comes in. That's 6.
Okay,
Maybe Lamb first.
got it. What do you think, Kyle?
I think that probably one of those top 3 running backs is going to hit a spot people don't like. So you probably pull one of those guys out, but I think you'd put CeeDee Lamb in there unless he goes to just some crazy bad spot, which is probably going to be the Jets, which at least you're going to get target volume there. So I'm thinking 106 is the number I would put on there.
Yeah, that seems about right. It is a pretty good landing spot. I don't know. Kyle, who's your team, and who are you looking for at that spot?
Who's my team? What do you mean?
Like, who do you root for?
Oh, my NFL team. I'm a Cowboys fan. So
Ew.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
So I'm
How do you
looking
feel
forward-
about Jerry making the pick himself?
we will probably still get Johnny Manziel if he makes it.
Yes, love it.
Where
Car-
did- Let me see.
When
Cardinals
do we get our first pick that's fantasy relevant and not a quarterback? And which one do you guess it's going to be?
Lamb to the Jaguars.
I doubt it.
Oh, barf.
I know, but
Why are you
I
trying
don't want it to
kill
happen.
DJ Chark? What did he ever do to you?
I don't know. But like so many mock drafts had them taking CeeDee Lamb, so I'm gonna ride with it. Because those guys clearly know something I don't, right? They're smarter than I am.
They've got to
Take the
take
mock
a
drafts.
tackle here, right? I mean, they traded their starting offensive tackle last year. They got to take a tackle here. Or no,
I hope.
Miami.
Miami, wouldn't it?
Yeah, one of those Florida swamp towns.
So, Kyle, what do you think about Dallas at 17? Who do you think they're going to take?
I think Chason is probably the most likely pick, unless Henderson falls to him. I think that those are the 2 highest likely picks, and with some of the picks that have gone on here, it's kind of likely, but I just don't see Henderson really falling that far. So, but I just if Chason's there, I think that's who they'll take.
Nice.
I don't
All
love
right.
it, but it is what they'll take.
It'll
Yeah.
probably be the Jets, and the Jets are gonna like ruin a wide receiver.
Yeah, they're gonna take like Rager. They're gonna take someone who could be electric in the right offense. And
Really, San Francisco I mean, over these next few picks, this is going to be interesting because the Jets need a pass catcher. The Raiders need a pass catcher. San Francisco needs a pass catcher. And then Denver needs a pass catcher.
But
Does
we're
San
not-
Francisco need a
not
first
getting
round wide receiver?
I mean, who else are you going to have across from Debo?
Yeah, but like, does it need
Michael
to be a
Pittman in
rounder?
the second round.
Corn.
Because they have Kittle, like that's their number one wide receiver. That's fine. Like, do you need to spend that capital? But everyone seems to think it's going to happen.
Think it's going to happen.
All right, Kyle. So, I forgot what I was about to ask you.
I think he's about to kick you off. That was like,
Yeah,
well, thanks for
yeah.
joining, but get the hell out of here. That's what that tone was.
There was some of that. One last question before we let you go, though. Who are you most excited to see go in the first round?
Oh, we got the
What's the
tilting
spot?
GIF from Jesse Reeves, by the way.
Where is it? The bunny.
Nice.
Oh. All right, they're going to let Burrow give this pick.
What?
Yeah, they're like talking to Burrow on the TV there. So we're in the basement with Burrow on the TV, and he looks like white as a ghost. And he's supposed to be giving the pick, apparently.
That's odd.
God, it's probably an LSU player.
Well, if it's an LSU player, what, Justin Jefferson?
Jefferson?
maybe? That'd be the only one that
Edwards
would go
Helaire.
that high.
Or
Saquon, I
no,
guess, could go, but
the
I doubt it.
who's the linebacker?
They have a safety,
Is it
don't they?
Yeah,
Del
Delpit's a
Del
second-round
Pitt?
guy though, but he could go
Yeah, I
first.
agree.
but he's-
Not at 9 though.
Yeah, that's early. But I
What
am.
about Chase on?
It's possible. Chaseon's possible. He's raw talent, but he doesn't have a lot of production to back it up. He's like, hey Faulkner, who's that right defensive end we had there on the Cowboys for so many years out of LSU that you hated because he didn't get enough sacks?
Alex Barron?
Oh no. Oh, sorry. He went to my speaker there. No. Defensive end, not tackle. Sorry.
Here we go.
They took C.J. Henderson.
C.J. Henderson. Okay. Now that guy's good. That's there were
Henderson. Yeah.
There were two corners in this draft that are worthy of top 10 picks, and they both went.
All I know is Gardner Minshew's job is still currently safe.
Gardner Minshew.
Now, mind you, he has 6th round draft capital, so anybody that goes before the 6th round has a shot to beat him out.
Stompy, let me remind you that my contract is very cheap, so they can build their team around me.
My contract.
And I was great as a rookie. I compared very favorably over the last 10 seasons to other rookie quarterbacks.
I'm proud of you, Gardner.
Thank you. I took this break from traveling around in my RV while quarantined to be on this podcast with
That
you.
dude could not be like more serial killer-ish if he tried, but it's great. He's like, dude, I'm from the 80s. I don't know, man.
Hey, they're not going to be testing him for coke for a while, so he's good.
If I lose a bet, I may have to wear jorts. And if I have to wear the jorts, you better believe I'm growing back out the Minshew stash.
I love that.
Marcus Spears was the name I was thinking of. Faulkner, that's who I was thinking of. But
Right.
so Marcus Spears. That's kind of who Chaseon reminds me of. Like, you're happy to have him on your roster, but if you took him like 9th overall, I think you'd be kind of regretting it.
So Jacksonville's really weird in that it seems like they want to rebuild, but they don't. They're making like these half-measured moves to rebuild, like trading AJ Bouye, but then drafting CJ Henderson in the top 10. It's just like, what are you guys doing? Just blow this bitch up.
Yeah, go all in
They're
on
pulling
the
the
rebuild.
Gettleman.
Is Bouye that good though?
Yeah. I mean, he was for 3-4 seasons there.
Back in Houston, like 5
No,
years.
this was in Jacksonville.
I just
2
never-
years. He's a year and a half ago. He was great.
Man, I just thought he was one of those guys that was always the best second cornerback on the team.
There's nothing wrong with that, though.
So,
I mean, he graded out better than
Jalen.
Jalen Ramsey 2 years ago. So
All right, Kyle, give us your top player landing spot combination that you're looking for in this first round.
Well, I really would like to see CeeDee Lamb fall to somebody who's actually going to throw him the ball. So yeah, Broncos for CeeDee
Leave
Lamb.
my
is
Sutton
good.
picks alone.
It's going to ruin Courtland Sutton, the wide receiver man. But other than that, CeeDee Lamb would be a pretty amazing fit for Denver. He would be good in Las Vegas, actually. I think that would be better than the Jets. But if he goes to the Jets, which is probably where he's going to go, then I still think he'll be fine. I've been watching that guy since a freshman year in college, and I thought he was just special.
Yeah, Raiders is an interesting one, but man, kind of wherever he goes, it's going to be an interesting landing spot. All right, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm just afraid with CeeDee Lamb landing in New York and becoming Devontae Parker again for Adam Gase.
I know.
Yeah,
But I mean, like Robbie Anderson, you can kick Kyle off. I don't care. I'll talk while he's getting kicked off. But like, I mean, I think we didn't pay enough attention to how well Robbie Anderson did last year when both he and Darnold were healthy. He was pulling down 7 catches for 100-something yards and a touchdown, and they weren't just deep passes.
That was in 2018.
And yet
No,
in our
it happened
startup
at the
draft,
end of last year also.
in our startup draft, you let me get him in like the 18th or 19th round, something like that.
Robbie Anderson.
I
Yeah,
got him
no.
in the 20th this year in a startup. That's just robbery.
Well, I mean, now he's at Carolina. It doesn't work. But if he were still on the what's it called, then the Browns went tackle. That's boring.
Yeah, well, that's to me, that should have been the
But-
first tackle off the board. Wills is the
Hey.
most pro-ready guy.
They should have taken CD and then traded Odell.
Hey, Brian, how you feel? Brian, how you feeling there, buddy?
all right, guys. Kyle, I don't have the scruples to just straight up kick you off.
No, appreciate it,
And
guys.
these guys aren't helping.
No,
me.
make
But
him
hey,
kick
hey,
you
jump
off.
back in. Jump back in at any time, though. You've
Make
got
him
the
kick
link.
you off. Don't leave.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would do too. But yeah. So
All right,
jump back in at any time. We just need to get to the next one.
go for it. Have a good one.
All right, thanks,
See ya,
Kyle.
Kyle.
Jesus,
Yeah,
John DeBari.
Hello, fellas.
Stream being on the phone, Brian.
We only made you
Kick-
wait like 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, kick
but
Har off.
That's fine.
at least we got to you in time for actually a couple spots before, one spot before your Vegas Raiders. Is that your team nowadays, JDB?
No.
What?
I read that you have to like your home team. So
No, I'm a big Fairweather fan. I don't.
Yeah.
Between gambling and fantasy, none of it matters. I need specific guys or teams to win by or lose by 3 points,
You finally get a team in Vegas and you're not even going to root for them.
Well, I actually liked the Raiders when I was a kid. That's what's kind of funny now.
Yeah.
But then,
Now that
I
they're
mean,
in Vegas.
yeah, because I'm from Chicago originally, and then moving out to the West Coast, then you meet a lot of Raiders fans actually from California, and then you sour on them real quick.
How bad does this first round suck so far? It's just chalky as hell, right? Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I was just on the DLF thing that Bobby's doing later too, and that's what going through the first couple picks. It's so funny. Everyone was just talking the whole time about this is going to be the most unpredictable draft we've ever seen, and I can't remember ever like chalk the whole way through. It's been
The first draft that a top 10 pick has not been traded out of, apparently, or something like that. I just read
Ever?
on Twitter. Let's see. Not ever. First time in the last few years.
I believe it.
I
first time
need
since
the word
20
few defined.
First time in the last 5 seasons that a top 10 pick has not been traded out of.
I mean, that's pretty big, seeing as how trading in the NFL has like exponentially grown in the past 3-4 years.
Jedrick Wills looks like a combination of like a hillbilly and I cannot. He just looks really weird to me.
So
Hold on, I got to go find a picture of this guy.
Now I
quick
do too.
question for everybody, since it is the Superflex Super Show.
Yes.
Now that it's kind of played out and Tua's on the Dolphins, Burrow went to Cincinnati like most people thought. Would you think it's crazy to take Tua first overall in a Superflex draft?
Nope.
That's where I'm leaning now.
Yeah, I never would have thought it was crazy. I would, man, if this was like a real world and we got some follow up medicals, I'd feel a lot better about it.
Yeah.
but I still just don't think now that he was taken early, top 5 in the draft. I don't think it's crazy at all. I'm all for it.
I don't think it's crazy. I would have felt more, and I've been on Twitter saying that I have Tua over Burrow, but I would have felt more confident about it, obviously, if he landed on the Chargers, for example. I know the Dolphins can still build through this draft, but the Chargers at least have a history of being a somewhat decent team. The Dolphins have a lot of work to do to actually, Russ, let me put it this way. The Chargers are not the Dolphins. The Dolphins.
Okay, I'll accept that. Yeah.
The Dolphins have been the laughing stock of the NFL for a pretty long time. And that's coming from a Giants fan, whose team has been the laughing stock, taking over from the Browns. So, the Dolphins still have a little bit of work to do to prove to me that they can actually be a functional franchise. They started it last season, though. So I wouldn't hold it against anyone who wanted to take the shot on Tua. I think he has higher upside.
That's fine. Hillbillies can suck it.
I'm kind of a hillbilly.
No, you're not.
A little bit.
You're a Yinzer. Shut up.
Brian, Yinzers and hillbillies are not the same thing
Not the
whatsoever.
same.
You ain't never been to the suburbs of Pittsburgh, all right? Let me tell you right now.
Yes, I have,
All right.
Brian.
But now that Brian's going full Yinzer, I'm going to drop off for a little bit because I
Bye,
got
Russ.
60 rounds.
I love you.
Bye, buddy.
Brian, I briefly dated a Yinzer. Just so
Kick
you
me off, John. Do it.
Bobby,
I can't. I can't. I'm not capable.
You dated a Yinzer. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, briefly in college.
Are you for reals? Did
Yeah.
she take you downtown?
She took me all over Pittsburgh.
Did you get a Permane sandwich in that?
Oh my God.
Dude, you drank in Iron City, didn't you?
I'm not.
Down to
I'm not
South
going
Side?
to dignify this with a response.
Oh, come on.
Stop it
Listen,
now.
we all make mistakes in college, Brian. Okay.
Ooh.
No comment.
Seriously, look at Jedrick Wills. Like he's
He looks like he could be in the movie Trolls.
he's got a neck beard.
That haircut.
He's like a neck beard on a giant black man. It's just like, what am I looking at?
Boy, nothing. I just pulled up his picture, and nothing you said would have prepared me for what came up.
Yeah, man.
No, you are not lying. Holy shit.
God damn, he's ugly.
He looks like a pro wrestler.
Don't let him hear me say that though. He'll pick me up and throw me. I'm a big dude myself, but seriously,
He's 6'5". Aren't you bigger than he is?
I'm 6'3".
Okay. It feels like you're like 7 feet tall.
It's because you're short.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love this guy now. He's my new favorite.
Yeah. He and I are about the same size. He's probably a lot stronger than me though.
I would imagine so.
Yeah. That's all
See,
the
I'm
moonshine.
a fat guy. He's a very, very strong fat guy.
He looks like a pro wrestler.
He does. He really does.
He might pull off the singlet better than you, Stompy.
He probably would because he's probably better looking than I am, except for the neck beard and the hair.
All right, so the Jets need a wide receiver, right? Is that going to be the pick here?
It just feels like CD Lamb is going to the Jets and Jerry Jeudy is going to the Raiders. And I say Judy's going to the Raiders because he kind of reminds me of Amari Cooper. And it feels like they're like, oh, we probably shouldn't have let Cooper go. Let's get our Cooper replacement and take Jerry Jeudy.
John, I don't know if you watched the wrestling at all, but he looks like he could be part of the Wyatt family. Have you seen the Wyatt family?
No, I haven't watched any recent wrestling in like 5 years, but I'm.
It kind
I
of looks
know-
like
I know who they are. I get
Kind
it.
of looks like Braun Strowman
Yes.
except with bigger hair. Or a
Yes.
fro, depending on how he's wearing it.
You guys are
So
so
the Jets-
stuck.
The
On
Jets
this-
took
He's a weird
John,
looking
have you looked at him yet?
I have, but there's the Jets pick is in,
it's
and-
back.
Oh, they
and
took a
we're-
tackle.
Yeah.
and we're still talking about the
Really
poor
does look like
inbred pick of that the Browns just made.
Mekhi Becton. Mekhi. Is that Mekhi?
The
I'm a
good thing is,
Yinzer. I mispronounce shit all the time. Is it Mekhi? Mekhi Becton?
the good part is it's not someone whose fantasy value can be killed by Adam Gase.
Yeah, true.
That's
Well-
for fantasy. That's arguably the best pick of the first round. He didn't just kill someone.
I almost wish that there's a wide receiver in this draft named Ghost because it would have been too fitting for him to get drafted to the Jets.
Ha ha. Oh, Bobby.
It had to be done.
You'd really be seeing ghosts, man.
Yeah, Russ left, so I had to take over.
The Raiders are going Ruggs, right? Gotta be.
Yes. Ruggs or Judy. It's got to be one of them.
I think it's
Gotta be.
Becton.
Gotta be Ruggs. It's
Watch
just
it
the
be-
Raiders thing to do.
How
Watch
is
it be
Wirfs-
maybe because
It would be a Raiders pick, but it wouldn't make any sense. Well, no, that would still be a Raiders pick. Never
Even
mind.
more so. Yep.
Gruden not making sense is his MO.
Well, just the Raiders not making sense of those first round wide receivers is there.
Is this besides the first pick, of course, and then the Dolphins and Chargers kind of went with what everybody was thinking. Is this the most exciting pick of the draft so far? Because we might get some
Clarity.
offensive action here.
Yeah.
Watch them go tackle too. They're going to take Wirfs just to mess with us.
Jordan Love.
Who's a that's a Mayock pick. Who's a Mayock guy? Probably Love. You're right. This
Wow,
is
that Becton kid is huge.
he's a monster.
He's like 350 pounds.
I think he's more than that.
How is he a tackle?
God,
He's also a
he's
C cup
ginormous.
at least.
What he looks like is you've watched The Blind Side, right? He looks like
Yeah.
Mike Moore and
Yes.
some high school kids just tossing him.
6'7", 368. That
There you
is a
go.
man.
Like a
Holy shit.
man.
And he plays offensive tackle. That is not-
368.
And I think they said he plays closer to 380.
Golly bum.
I remember I heard
Looks
I heard-
like tossing.
He's pushing an F-150. I'm serious. Look at this shit. This dude right here. Oh my God.
Wow.
Hey, Le'Veon Bell, man. He shooting up draft boards there in dynasty leagues.
I got him pretty cheap in the startup I'm in. Same one with Russ, by the way. Oh, sorry, it's not a startup. It's definitely not a new league.
Is this Trade Addicts?
No,
No.
it's literally called definitely not a new league.
Gotcha.
Everyone was talking about how they couldn't join a new league because basically their spouses would be mad at them. So Russ made the background camo and said it's definitely not a new league.
He ran a 5.1140 at 380 pounds. God, I'm
Just
buying this dude's jersey.
He's a
just
big
to, just to illustrate how much things have changed. Remember, I don't know how old everybody is, but the Bears back in the day had Refrigerator Perry, and they were like, "This is the biggest guy on the football field." Refrigerator Perry was 6'3", 335, so he's got 4 inches and 50 pounds on him,
Oh my
and he
God.
plays offensive tackle.
Wow.
And what was the 40 time again?
5.11.
He's
Yeah.
pushing the limits of humanity.
Woo.
Man, I hope they do the same thing as they did with the fridge and put him in the backfield. And,
Fullback, yeah.
yeah, your goal line back, your short yardage back.
Not even
So-
fullback. Do it like from the shotgun and let him get like a 3 or 4 yard head.
Oh my God!
So
Everyone just dives out of the way. Fuck
Are you,
that.
see- are you guys seeing this in the chat? So Super Duper Flex, our friend Bill, he's saying to match the speed score of Becton, Ruggs would have to run a 4.0240.
Jesus Christ.
That is nuts.
Holy
This
shit.
dude might be one of my favorite players already. and I've never even watched him play.
380 pounds at like 5 seconds just coming at you. You're like, I'm going to die today. This is going to be fun.
The Raiders took Ruggs, guys.
No way, for real?
Did they?
For real, the
Oh
Raiders.
my God.
Wow.
That is such a Raider.
That is such a Raider.
Oh,
Hey, oh, John boy. John
Is
boy,
it-
that means that Judy and Lamb are. Oh
They're still
boy,
there. They're
Bro,
falling.
if you
We're
guys
getting
get
one of 'em.
CD Lamb, if you get CD Lamb across from freaking Cortland Sutton, oh my god. Are you
Also,
serious?
I may have to change my Drew Lock stance if that happens. John's going to look very good in our bet if they get one of those guys.
Telling you, man, that offense is going to be loaded. They're going to get one of those two guys. I think they still like Judy more, but I mean, one of those two is going to fall at least. San Francisco is the only one in the way here.
Oh, all my Raiders fans, friends out here, I was telling them, I'm like, the Raiders will go Ruggs. If he falls to him, Ruggs is going at 12. And they're like, no. Anybody but him. If they take him later, I'm like, I don't know. Raiders taking a speed guy early. Oh, I'm so thrilled just to bash people in the next couple days.
Al Davis just smiling wherever he's at.
So they got the one guy who can outrun a Derek Carr pass. So I don't know.
I mean, I think a lot of people can outrun a Derek Carr pass. Let's be realistic here.
Yeah, but Ruggs for sure can. I don't know. I don't understand a deep threat on that offense.
No, it doesn't make sense, especially because
Like-
Gruden is not known for vertical. Derek Carr is not
Neither is
known
Carr.
for vertical. Marcus Mariota is not known for vertical. They also had Tyrell Williams, who is more of a vertical pass catcher.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most legit Raiders pick we've seen since like Hayward Bay.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, and then the other thing is, Ruggs was like totally off my board, and he went first, just like Hollywood was last year. First wide receiver off the board. That means he's going to get pushed up in my drafts, so someone will take him, and someone I like will fall later to me.
Someone's going to reach for Ruggs now.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
Wild, man.
Is he?
This
Is he a first rounder for you guys in rookie drafts now?
No.
That's such an awful landing spot.
I mean,
It's about the worst.
Let's see
possible.
other landing spots because maybe they're all terrible too. But as of now, no.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, who are you going to put him over? If you're, let's just say the top 5 running backs go somewhere. You have at least 3 QBs, probably 4 in the first round. And then you have Judy and Lamb. So basically he would have to fit in that last spot, but Jefferson's going to be available. Brian Edwards is going to be available. T. Higgins is going to be available. It's just, there's no way for me. And it's such a bad landing spot.
Yeah.
He is my wide receiver 16, and I am not motivated to bump him up.
Is he gonna fall?
I mean, just behind him, I have Lynn Bowden, Tyler Johnson, Hamler. So, I mean, depends kind of where those guys go.
Yeah. So it's possible. It's
Oh
definitely.
yeah, it could. He could. I maybe in best ball I would bump him up, but just based on his skill set, I'm never interested in guys like him, like Hollywood Brown last year. I'm not interested at all. Could enjoy your 1 week with 4 catches, 200 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and then 2 targets the next week with no catches.
Yeah.
See, but my thing with Ruggs is he's more of a deep threat than anything. At least Hollywood could get underneath passes and run them out of the slot. He's more of a gadget player than Ruggs is.
Super Duper Flex, our friend Bill McCarthy in the chat, is talking about how Ruggs actually isn't that much of a deep threat. He's used more in the intermediate.
Do you really think the Raiders are going to use him more in the intermediate? Is the real question.
Yeah, that is the question.
It's also a question of who will be throwing him the ball because I will help John out here. I think that Derek Carr will lose his job midway through the season, and it will be Marcus Mariota.
Oh, that's guaranteed to happen.
Oh, that's a good step up.
What are the odds? You're saying guaranteed. What percentage would you put Mariota being the starter at some point?
At the end of the season?
Like week 12, or you mean like last 2 games of the year?
Like 60-40. I don't think either of them are good quarterbacks, to be honest.
Man, like So that's really what that was about. You just wanted to shit on Mariota.
Oh no, I used to love Mariota, John, but at this point I have to be out.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I used to call him Marigoda. I was all in.
yeah. I'm still there.
I mean, he could do what Tannehill did to him, and Tannehill Carr, and then Carr could go somewhere else and Tannehill that person, and Tannehill would just become a verb we use.
Yeah. Yep.
I like that thought, Bobby. We're gonna be Tannehilling people for the next decade.
Hey, I got a real question for you guys here. Do you think Adam Schefter loves Tom Brady?
Yes.
Why? What's he saying?
I don't know. It's like every third tweet he tweets out is about Tom Brady.
Oh, there's a trade, guys. There's a trade.
Finally.
The 49ers
Buccaneers.
are trading back with the Bucks.
One
The Buccaneers, yeah, you know what though? They didn't trade one spot. Tampa Bay's got the 13th and 14th pick.
Really?
Oh wow.
Yep. So they're going to take an offensive tackle here, obviously, and one of
Running
the
back?
Wirf's
Maybe.
here.
Jonathan Taylor.
Oh
Taylor?
God. Oh
Everybody
God,
would
no.
lose their minds if Jonathan Taylor. What? Bruce Arians is a pass catching running back. Oh God.
DeAndre Swift.
You mentioned Schefter loving Brady. Did you guys see the story about Brady going into the wrong house?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, Chad Kelly does it. He's an alcoholic monster, and he gets beaten with a vacuum hose. Brady does it, and everyone goes, "Oh, that Tom."
He also went into a park, and someone like in Tampa Bay, like one of the park rangers or whatever, was like, "Sir, you can't be here." And it was basically like, "Oh, it's fine. I'm Tom Brady." No, it's not.
Let's see what Buccaneers. Do we know what they traded yet?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
I don't think we've seen any trade compensation.
It just switched over on my screen that the Niners have pick 14. They did swap.
Oh yeah, it did.
Oh, okay.
They didn't update it until now.
Jump that far. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
They jumped one spot?
you would only jump if you thought for sure the Niners were going to take the absolute top guy on your board. I'd love to see what they got because, the Niners moved back that one pick with the stupid Bears to take Trubisky. So it'd be interesting to see what they got to move back one spot this year too. Because they raked the Bears over the coals for that stupid pick. So I'm curious if they were able to do the same here.
Also, just a heads up, guys, as JDB mentioned earlier, I am going to have to jump in a few to join the DLF stream for at least a few.
Yup. This is the DLF stream right here. DLF Family of Podcast, by the way.
It's true. You are. I have no counter to that.
That's cool, though. That's cool. Those are good guys, too. So, yeah.
You know what I hate about all things NFL draft? All these teams trade up, and then they still take the full allotted, whatever they get, 8 minutes to put their pick in. It's like you just made the trade. You knew you were doing it. Do you think they're like in the office scrambling now? I didn't think they'd take it. What are we going to do?
People do that in dynasty startup drafts too.
Oh, no, for sure. But we have, $30 on the line. This is worth $1 million.
So the compensation is in San Francisco gets 14 and pick 117, and they give up 13 and their last 7th round pick.
What's 117? I don't do math well. Third, fourth?
That is
Fourth?
a 4th round pick.
Yeah, this drives me nuts. You made the trade, and I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs because you're not prepared.
Yeah, don't they get a full clock?
That's it's like half. I think, what is it, 15 for the first round?
So the Bucks took Wirfs.
Oh, okay.
I like the pick.
John Boy.
Wirfs.
John Hogue. Sorry, I forgot JD.
Yar.
John Boy. Guess what that means?
You get to pick.
You're going to get
between
one of
the
those
two.
two.
Well, San Francisco's still ahead of you, so
Yeah, but you still get one of Judy or Lamb
Or Jefferson.
or Jefferson, but I would rather have Judy.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's obviously what 17 more picks 17 more picks in the round.
Oh, I don't even care about.
No, I'm saying like in general, like everyone was saying that this year, this many wide receivers are going to go in the first, and I was kind of similar to last year. That class was hyped up, and they all fell because people didn't care because you could get the depth later, and I think it's happening again this year. I mean, things obviously could change in the next 16 picks here, and 4 or 5 of them can go, and then I look like an idiot. But right now, it feels like they're falling, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, all the teams that probably needed it, like the Jets and the Raiders, and probably if we were going to be true, the Jaguars, all skipped over that. So it'll be interesting.
Oh, I'm just looking at the screen with the Raiders with Ruggs. It makes me so happy.
So this is messed up. Josh Rosen has been trending on Twitter, and it actually made it to number 1. Yeah,
He gone.
yeah, man, that guy has the absolute worst luck.
Patriots are going to pick him up and turn him into something.
Yep.
I still think so too. Yeah,
Maybe that was their plan. Evil empire all along.
yep.
Waiting for Rosen to hit the streets.
I hate
Yeah.
that.
Belichick's just like going like this and going, excellent.
Yep.
It's all going according to plan. I messed with Miami long enough to get them Tua, and now I get
That
Rosen.
picture of him drinking orange juice.
Dude, Wirfs is pretty nasty too.
I have another trade.
He's gonna
Oh.
be good.
Wirfs is my favorite. That guy's super athletic.
Yeah.
Did he wrestle in college? I know he was a high school wrestler. He did some track stuff too. I thought he was my favorite.
I don't think
tackle.
he did not wrestle at Iowa. I know that.
Then he must have been a high school champ.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he was my favorite. So I like that pick.
Same.
If you're invested in the Buccaneers offense, that is going to be very helpful.
So here's the interesting part, though: is do they hang with? I just forgot his name. He's so forgettable. The running back,
Rojo?
Rojo.
Jesus. Or do they
No way.
have somebody in like the second?
Something
I
happened.
would.
I mean, they pretty much have to draft somebody just for depth, right? And then
Yeah, because Peyton Barber's no longer there.
Correct.
yeah. So and that depth piece could end up being better than Rojo.
Yeah.
How dare you slander Dare like that, John?
That's true.
Ogunbowale.
sorry.
Ogunbowale.
That's what I said.
Dare might be the new James White.
White. Yeah.
There you go. All right, so if these next 2 picks go CD Lamb, Jerry Judy, who do you prefer in a rookie draft? You'd have CD Lamb going with Jimmy Garoppolo, or you got Jerry Judy with Drew Lock.
You already know what my answer is, John.
Yeah. Is it
I like 'em
still
both.
Lamb for everyone?
I think
Lamb.
so.
Yeah.
I think it's Judy, but whatever. I'm
Yeah.
also a Broncos fan, so
And you hate Garoppolo.
and I hate Jimmy G.
Yeah.
So
right.
handsome.
I get he's handsome. He's not a good quarterback.
That's fair.
Oh,
That's bad timing. 'Cause
Good
I, was
down.
gonna say I should probably jump and get ready for
bye, Bobby. I love you, Bobby. Come back.
Bye.
Real quick, sorry.
You thought you had a mic drop moment.
No, I didn't. I just accidentally hit the space bar and it left.
That's fantastic.
Oh, weird.
Are we still waiting? I mean,
Nope.
they knew what they were doing at 13, right? Then they moved back.
I think they're probably trying to trade again.
That's
I think
possible.
so too.
Do it.
I'll tell you what, John Lynch has done a nice job out there. He really has.
He has.
You know, honestly, with the Broncos, I would almost prefer Jefferson at this point because they have the outside receiver. If they could get the underneath receiver.
Hey, don't you slander Deshaun Hamilton
Listen,
like that, all right?
I think Deshaun Hamilton is a great NFL player, but I think Justin Jefferson is also better than Deshaun Hamilton.
I mean, I guess I agree, but
Yes,
I love Deshaun, man.
I know you do.
Like
You
that.
love all Penn State players.
That is correct.
Put me on the Deshaun Hamilton bandwagon.
Oh, I loved
Deshaun.
I loved him. I loved him. He actually helped me win SFB 8, by the way.
Year 3 breakout coming, right? Third year.
I
why
mean,
not?
with no Fant there, probably not.
Oh, thanks for kicking my dreams.
I know I'm the worst.
The worst. I'm just kidding, Stomp. I love you, man.
I don't love me.
I love that hat, bro.
Thank you.
Broncos need to go back to that.
I agree.
I love it. I
I
think
wish
that's
I wish they would get the new jerseys and go back to the old school D.
yes. And I love the Navy helmet too. Like
Yeah.
the Navy helmet with that D on it.
Big old D.
Big D.
What'd you guys think of all the new uniforms?
Well, the Browns
Go
was
the short-
stupid as shit.
Oh,
We
no,
went
orange-
from brown to brown.
Well, remember when they changed the orange? Remember when they went from orange to orange red? That was a real thing.
They just make the slight changes.
Yeah, it's got like one extra pixel of red per 800 pixels. And they're like, "What do you think?" And people are like,
Oh, did we change something?
Chargers definitely won that.
Yeah,
"Oh,
theirs are actually pretty cool.
those
I
like the
the-
yellow pants with the white shirt and the light blue the best uniform in football."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
like
wish-
the numbers on the helmets. That's my favorite part.
I wish they would just go
Yeah, that's cool
full
too.
like powder blue for every away game or something.
Yeah.
Or just powder
I-
blue all the time.
I did not like the Falcons.
Uh-oh, pick is in.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. What did they do?
I think they go wide receiver.
Yeah.
Look at us all. The suspense is killing us.
Why do they say pick is in and then they wait 2 minutes to announce?
Oh,
it?
it's the
Drives me
worst.
fucking crazy.
At
I
least
don't
if it
need
was a
Roger
big-
Goodell to announce these. Just show me them.
They could have killed. That's true. They're really missing an opportunity here just to make this much better. At least in Vegas, we would have had to sit through watching whoever it is take a boat out to the podium.
There you go.
So you got something to watch while you're waiting.
Boo, boo, boo,
Refreshing. I
boo.
got nothing.
ESPN thinks it's going to be Jerry Jeudy. Apparently.
No, they had CD Lamb on earlier.
Oh, really? Okay. So they think it's going to be. a wide
They
receiver.
totally did not go wide receiver.
Did
Really.
they go running back?
They went defensive tackle, Javon Kinlaw of
I
South
guess
Carolina.
that makes sense, but why would you get rid of
Money?
Buckner.
Is the only
Buckner.
I mean,
Buckner, who is the
Money.
arguably the best defensive tackle in the league right now?
Just money.
so the Broncos have their pick, man. Who do you
Man.
who do you guys want?
I want Judy personally, but
Yeah, I think
actually,
it's
I
still
really
Jeudy.
think Jefferson fits this offense better. But
So what's, as a Broncos guy, what, both you Broncos guys, what's the worst case scenario for you guys here? As
I
someone
mean,
who's-
I think running
Running
back's
back.
the worst case scenario, but
Running back, yeah.
anywhere else, I think they're fine.
Are there still offensive linemen available here?
Yeah,
Yeah, all four of the tackles are gone.
Yeah. That was my goal. Get rid of Garrett Bowles. Get him the hell out of there.
yeah.
But if you can't do that, then yeah, I'm wide receiver, I guess, is the way to go.
yeah, right. There's nothing else even.
Yeah, there's kind of what about the corners, the defensive backs? Is
The
it
two top ones are gone.
Top
There's a
two
pretty
are
big
gone,
drop
yeah.
off After
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
Safety? You guys need safety help?
Nope.
Okay, good there. Maybe. I mean, I mocked Kenneth Murray to him.
Stop it.
I mean,
You're gonna
You,
need
just,
these two
you
fight
hate
if
Todd Daly.
Kenneth Murray.
Yeah, I think you're stuck. Not in a bad way, but I
Honestly, I
think
wouldn't. I don't think I would hate any pick unless they like reached tremendously.
I think it's wide receiver time for sure.
Who's that?
it's also super duper
Just
flat.
that.
Bill, who is this? Bill, get out of here, Bill.
Billy!
I just want to see the reactions. I want to be a part of this moment.
And we're gonna bring back Kyle on the couch.
Hey guys,
He's still on the couch, so
fitting, huh? It's not just a
Isn't
clever
that
name.
podcast taken?
On the couch?
on the couches, yeah, kind of.
No, it
No,
isn't.
I'm Kyle on the couch because I'm on Dynasty Self Help, and Jeremy Schwob writes over there at DLF, and so he's a actual smart therapist guy, and so he gives me Dynasty therapy. So
Nice.
it's pretty
nice.
fun. So I'm Kyle on the couch for that.
Very cool.
Nice.
All right, so I mean, can Denver really pass up Lamb here? I mean, I
No.
know Judy's great, but Lamb's
You're
different.
also an Oklahoma fan.
I am, but I would also say in here that there's no way they take Kenneth Murray. I'm a realist. Kenneth Murray may be a second round pick. It's possible he goes first round, but probably second round.
Elway's taking a quarterback.
They'll
He's
get
gonna-
Love right here.
The tallest quarterback in the draft.
God. Like, what? You get a guy who actually
It's
performed
happening.
well.
That's what I'm here for.
But yeah, I mean, Lamb in terms of like actual talent, I think is the best wide receiver here. In terms of fit, I'm not necessarily there.
I'm with you.
Because I think Sutton and Lamb are kind of in the same mold in terms of what they are as wide receivers, which is why I like Judy or Jefferson here, because they can be more of the route runners in this offense for Denver.
But you think
What do
about
you
the
want?
guys who, like CeeDee Lamb in his freshman year, backed up basically D.D. Westbrook, and then he was kind of second fiddle to Marquise Brown. He really didn't get the whole show to himself as the main marquee receiver at Oklahoma until this last year.
Yeah.
And even then, he had Hurts throwing near him, not to him, but near him.
Kyle, I swear to God, I don't have control.
I like
of
this
things
guy.
right now. Very lucky I don't have control of stuff.
No, I mean I like Hurts. I mean he's a good running back, but he's also playing quarterback, and that's different.
Are we really doing? Are we doing this? Oh, he's a good quarterback thing again. Didn't we say that about Lamar Jackson too?
Well, here's the interesting thing. So you were mentioning earlier that Kyler's a running quarterback, but he really isn't, right? That's
He
his
ran for
trick.
1,000 yards in college.
But all of those, did you look at the amount of time he spent in that pocket?
No,
He
I mean
spent
it's
more
fine.
time in
It
the
still
pocket
doesn't
than
mean that
any
he's not a
quarterback in
runner.
the entire college landscape. Like he did not want to run, but when he ran, he was faster than Marquise Brown, or at least as fast. So he could get away from a lot of people, but he doesn't prefer to run. He likes to run last.
Yeah.
Whereas Hurts is, look at his first read, and his second read is either going to be a run, or if the second read is open, he will go to the second read. But he typically leans towards run as soon as he can,
That's fine.
which isn't bad for fantasy scores.
It's not bad for winning football either.
It isn't. It isn't. No, I mean, Hurts is a competitor. I would take him on any team I
we go.
possibly could.
Don't, Brian, shut up. Everybody shut up. Let me
No.
watch it.
Oh, you'll be
Stop it,
happy.
Brian.
They took Jonathan Taylor.
I couldn't hate that, but I would hate it.
Yeah. Don't do that one.
I wonder if John Elway's drunk.
Nope.
He kind of looks like he's
Usually.
drunk.
They really didn't.
That's the Botox.
Snuff and paint.
Good for you, bud.
Oh,
Would you stop it?
I didn't say anything.
Did you see who it was yet?
No, because it's behind, man.
This is ridiculous. So
This is
we'll all
like
just
worst
wait here for
TV
you.
ever.
Boo, 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 boo. God, I hate Roger.
John, who
Goodell.
do you want?
I'm good with Judy. Judy or Lamb is fine, but I'll take either one.
Jerry Judy, baby. Jerry Judy.
Is that who it is? Mine's
I
so
love
far behind. There we go. Jerry Judy.
I love it.
I think that's a very good pick. Like you had said, Lamb and Sutton are kind of
They're
kind of the
types of
same
weapons.
role. Sutton with Judy and Hamilton, if he can develop just a little more, that's a pretty good receiving core.
Judy serves as kind of that flanker type of wide receiver for them. And then you add Noah Fant, Melvin Gordon. That offense looks pretty good right now.
So did Atlanta just fall into their next 12-year wide receiver? Like,
How great would that be after Roddy White to Julio and then Julio
Exactly.
now to CeeDee Lamb?
they just kind of usher out a Roddy White who was amazing and just casually bring in this Julio kid who outscores him after a couple years and and do the same thing with CD. Yeah, CD will be backseat for a year, maybe two, but then he'll be the stud and Julio will be kind of winding down the career. So
what happens? So if that happens, what happens to Calvin Ridley's value?
Calvin Ridley has always and is always going to be that number 2 wide receiver. He is that route runner who gets open. He's an underneath guy. Like, he's good, but he's just not going to be your ace number 1. He wasn't even that at Alabama.
Russ
Fellas,
hates all of you right now.
I am heading to work, so
Why?
enjoy the
'Cause
rest of the
we're
draft.
blocking them.
Glad I got to see you guys get your Denver pick you wanted, so congratulations.
Good to see you, John. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Yeah, thanks, JDB.
All right, see you guys.
Later, buddy.
Later, man.
Well, I'm happy you guys got your wide receiver.
Dude, that's a really good pick
Yeah.
for Denver.
Yeah. I wonder how tough of a decision that was, though, with Lamb still there. Like I said, I know how much they love Jerry Jeudy, but I don't know if they expected CeeDee Lamb to be there.
Fucking Dallas is going to take him.
Dude, if he falls to Dallas, I mean, oh my God, I've said that before. There are possibilities in this draft where Lamb could fall to Dallas. They don't need him. Gallup is great, and so
Yeah,
is
but it's
Amari
Jerry
Cooper.
Jones.
But you got to take him. I mean, it's like I would. I mean, I'd take him in a half.
Take him and trade Amari's contract.
Let him go to Washington
Pay the
afterwards.
Dak.
Maybe put him with Miami with your brand new quarterback.
Ooh, that's
I mean,
nice.
if he falls there, oh my gosh, that's
nice.
slam dunk.
Yeah.
God,
All
how
right.
quick did that offense turn around?
Yeah. Seriously.
So what was the cookie thing I was supposed to ask Faulkner about Tua? Sorry, I had mentioned before. All right. Well, you were going to tell me. Okay, so Faulkner is the guy I normally watch the draft with, but we're socially distant. So, like, the only time we ever watched the draft apart from each other, the Cowboys traded up and picked a scrub cornerback out of LSU who ends up, basically washing out or being a mediocre third corner, second corner, right? So we were so pissed that we traded all this value and got this guy anticlimatically. So ever since then and before then, we'd always watched all these drafts together. So he's in my other ear as we're talking here, but he was saying something about Tua and cookies, Boy Scout cookies, and so he wanted me to ask that question. What was it, Ryan?
Tagalongs is the answer.
He said, "What do we think Tua's favorite Boy or Girl Scout cookies are?"
Tagalongs.
Tua tag along.
It's not the Tua Tagalongs, and it's not what's the other one that it should have
How
been.
does
Ryan?
he know?
Samoas.
How does he know?
Samoas.
It's not the Samoas either, so that's the problem.
The Samoas? Come on. Come on.
Oh, it's Thin Mints is his favorite. So, thing. But really, the best one is always that Caramel Delight. That nobody can argue with that Caramel Delight.
Tagalongs.
Coconut.
Coconut.
Hogue, it's time for some karaoke.
Yes.
Touching myself over Jerry Jeudy.
The pick is in for the Falcons.
God, they just showed a picture of Khalil Mack. How good is that
Man,
guy?
I
Oh
would
my
think-
God.
I would think that the Falcons have to go O-line here, right? Because I know they made, 2 O-line picks last year that did not pan out for them at all.
But is there
they-
one worth the 16th
Or
overall pick?
secondary. I don't know.
Unless you go interior, Ruiz is pretty good, but the tackles that are left are really
they need
not
an
gonna
interior
solve it.
lineman. They couldn't run the ball for shit last year.
They need some
I've-
defensive help too.
They really needed Henderson, and I'd heard a lot of talk about them trying to trade up, and I think that's who they would have tried to get is Henderson. But going at 9, that would have been hard to get up there. So we'll see. I think at this, when you're at this point in the draft and talent's falling, you kind of got to take it. But really, when you look at this board, the word on the street was there were 16 players that were markedly better than the other players in the board, and 15 of those 16 are gone. The only one left is CeeDee Lamb. So do you go away from that top 16 talent, what most teams have as what most pundits have as their 16 first-round grades? Do you go out of that and go to something else? Who's the first team to do that? My guess is Dallas, because that's the crap we pull.
God, those Atlanta jerseys are disgusting.
Was it Tyler Gunther put up with a hat, the hat that the players get? That looked pretty sweet.
Yeah, the hat looked good.
Yeah.
Draft hats are nice this year. I like them. I got the Steelers one.
It's kind of wild that CeeDee Lamb is dropping so much.
Yeah, it is. I can't imagine Atlanta takes him though. I mean, they might, but
There's
got
so many people in
other
my
needs.
Yeah, there's so many
There you
people in my
go.
chats that are Philly fans that are just pushing it, like trade up for Lamb, trade up for Lamb.
Oh, do it. I mean, you might not have
Oh,
to.
geez. AJ Terrell, Clemson quarterback or corner, the long-armed guy who didn't do all that great last year.
That's a reach.
It is. Well, any corner is a reach at this point. So, Cowboys are on the clock. Do my boys get Lamb?
God, I hope not. No offense.
It wouldn't make any sense for me.
It'd be so nauseating.
I will be like trying to leave quarantine to go buy a CeeDee Lamb Cowboys jersey.
Jesus.
Oh yeah. So my buddy Faulkner, he's a huge Cowboys fan too. His wife works over there on the PR department, so occasionally they'll bring me something cool. So yeah, they brought me one of the DeMarco Murray jerseys when we were watching drafts together, and I just absolutely loved that. It was one of my favorite things. And then DeMarco went over to the Titans, and who was the running back that ended up swapping out from that was over at Oakland, DeMarcus McFadden. So I took black tape and taped and changed Murray into McFadden and changed the number. I was like, look, I got a McFadden jersey. I'm ready to go.
James knows all about that. He's been doing that with Browns jerseys for 2 decades.
Well,
Yeah,
you need a lot
I'm
of
there
work
with
to
my
change
Lions.
a Browns jersey.
I love you, James. I'm a Steelers fan. I got to take shots at the Browns when I can.
John, who do I yell about most in terms of football players?
So,
I mean, it kind of depends on who you're talking to, I think. I just have a whole list of triggers for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Mariota,
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah, but I can't so I'm trying
Rodgers.
to get a DTC sticker. I'm trying to figure out who my man is. Drew Lock is supposed to be my man, but Izzy apparently already took it.
How do we do that? How is that done?
I don't know.
You
You
just
harp on him
talk.
or you ask
Okay.
him.
Oh,
So,
it's
I just
somebody
told
that
him
you're
I want a
hiding.
sticker, and he's like, "Send me your man's."
Should there
Jalen
not
Hurts.
be Should
That's
there
what
be
I told him. I was like, I think Jalen Hurts is my man this year.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can all agree that there should be a movement that Saquon Barkley is my man.
Get out. Okay, I don't think you can choose like the elite tier of players.
Hey, Stompy, let me ask you a question right now, all right? Let me ask you a question.
Right now, right?
Let me ask you. Hey, don't make
Let
me
me
take
ask you
you.
a question
Hey,
right now. Right?
Don't make me take you down a river, down there, downtown, down to the Mon. Don't make me take you down to the confluence there. All right, listen here. Do you know anybody out there, anybody that likes Saquon Barkley more than this guy right here? You find that man right now. You find him. That's a challenge. You find somebody that likes the dude more than me.
That's not
It
the
ain't gonna
point.
happen.
That's not the point. A lot like this has got to be a player that you like hype up well above consensus. And you do not
excuse
hype
me.
that. You do
Super
not.
Dupaflex. Do I hype up Saquon Barkley more than consensus?
No, he does not. Because what is consensus? He's
Stompy.
1.02.
He'll take him
Dynasty.
over.
No,
Mahomes.
Saquon Barkley is not the 1.02. Saquon 01, mother.
Okay, and you think this is like the discussion John and I had about what the difference is between 1.02 and 1.01. Are you going to just keep staring at me or what?
Do you have a Saquon Barkley? Do you know anyone who has a Saquon Barkley Nike Elite jersey that they paid hundreds of dollars for when he
I
was
do not.
drafted?
I know you.
To a team that he doesn't even give a rat's ass about?
Why?
That's right.
Who's
That
that?
is right. That
Who's
is
that?
right.
No. You look at who is that? What jersey is that?
Hey, I'm old. You got to move the camera closer.
I can't move it closer.
Lamar Jackson.
Okay, and what team do I follow?
The Denver Broncos.
Okay.
But I think
Hey,
that was
so you can get the
Orenthal-
Lamar Jackson
Orenthal
sticker,
Jackson.
but that doesn't mean that I don't get the Saquon sticker.
No, I'm saying that elite stickers, you can't pick the elite players because everybody likes those players.
You
gotta
can
pick the guy that you hype up.
You
Like,
can
have
when
a
he went to
DeAndre
your
Johnson.
alma mater.
You could do
and
DeAndre Johnson.
you live 6.4 miles from the
I
stadium
don't
he played
give
all
two
his
shits
collegiate
where you
games.
live, man.
Well, you should.
Why
All
is
right,
that?
boys. The Dallas pick looks like it's in, and this is the question.
Thank you to our guests for getting us back on topic.
Here's the question: who made the pick? Right? That's always the question.
Oh, I don't
Rich
think there is an.
Jones
I
made
think we
the
all know the
pick.
Jerry.
answer.
And Jerry looks very distressed. He looks very upset.
Hey, Bobby.
He looks
What's up, guys?
constipated. Oh
He
my
looks
God, Mike
like
McCarthy
he looks
does
like
too.
he just pooed in his diaper. And what's that kid's name over there? Spalding. Yeah, the dude's name's Spalding. So yeah, young generation is Spalding Jones.
Oh shit, there's Bobby.
I'm not
Right,
allowed.
right
So
in
just
John
like with Stumpy, I'm not allowed to give this pick early for this guy in the other headset. So you guys can talk. He can't hear you. So we're taking Tim Tiaka Paducah. Who's that? No, I
Michigan
think
running back
yeah,
from 1990.
that is exactly right. Yep.
What happened? Did you guys murder
These guys
John?
actually knew the guy you were talking about too.
I don't know, John. Are you dead?
So
John's
Mike
taking a
McCarthy's
peek.
on the phone, and he's which is great because that means Jura is talking. He said, welcome to the Cowboys. Let's talk to Mike McCarthy. Yeah, he's a terrible Jones impression, but yeah, my pick here. I mean, if they're really going talent on the board, it's CeeDee Lamb. But I've said from the beginning, Chazon's possible here, highly possible. But who'd have thought CeeDee Lamb would fall here? CeeDee Lamb, there it is. Oh,
Jordan Love, there it is. Just kidding.
Oh, that'd be messed up.
Hey, Dak, suck it.
yeah, they got
Oh, that'd be
Jordan
awesome.
Love. Jordan Love.
TD Lamb is
quarterback out
now
of
a
Utah.
Wow.
Cowboy.
God, I hate that. Oh, I hate it. I just
Wait, what
threw
they
up a little bit.
Oh
Well,
man.
R.I.P. Michael Gallup.
I'm so mad.
Wait, what's the
Wait,
pick?
You want me to tell
CeeDee
you what it is
Lamb,
yet? You want me to tell you what it is yet?
Cowboys.
Yeah,
Ugh.
tell me.
CeeDee Lamb to the Dallas Cowboys, John.
Oh, boy.
Really?
Bye.
My co-host is going to
Michael.
be so nauseating.
I think this hurts everybody involved. Really, if I
It
think
is him.
The only
CeeDee Lamb. So
person.
all of my
It helps
Dak
with Dak.
shares that I have Dak in all but one league. All my Dak shares are like just they're throbbing right now. You know, they just took a blue pill. They're ready to go. They're ready for action.
So now you have to pay Dak now, right? You have to extend him.
Well, they always wanted to extend him. I think the issue with Dak is not about extending the contract. It's about the Cowboys wanting it to go 6 or 7 years, and he only wants it to go 4.
Yeah.
No, is that not it, Ryan? It's oh, if you were talking to somebody else. I was just saying that telling these guys the contract issue with Dak is about the length of the contract, right? Wanting to sign him for 6 years. Yeah, so Dak's camp wants a shorter contract, and the Cowboys camp wants a longer contract. The dollars are no issue. They'll pay him whatever he wants, but they just want to lock it in. And Dak's like, no, I'm good. I want a third contract.
Well, I would also just like to go on record and say before all of this, I was team Lamb over Judy, but now with landing spots and my fandom, I can't love Lamb anymore. So now I am team Judy. I've always been team Judy. Don't question me on it.
I wonder if this is a little bit of defensive drafting here, just to keep him away from Philadelphia.
It's the Goddard revenge. That's what Zach Reed just said in one of my chats.
Yeah,
Except
the Goddard revenge.
Philadelphia can still get Jefferson or Mims or any of the other talented wide receivers that are in the class. So that's just a dumb pick by the Cowboys, frankly.
I don't know if it's dumb. I mean,
it's not dumb to
over Gallup, right? But I mean, it's just one of those, like, Gallup was a pretty valuable asset. Now he's not. I don't know where Cooper stands here.
That's my point. They had much bigger needs than taking CeeDee Lamb.
Cooper's contract, though, could easily be dumped after 2 years. Like the way that it's set up.
Granted, I'm not saying in terms of contract. I'm saying in terms of production here. Over these next 2 years, like, what happens? Are they really going to, after signing Zeke like they did, are they really going to turn into a much more pass-heavy offense with these three? I mean, probably, arguably the best trio of wide receivers in the NFL now. But who are they going to throw to?
So my question to that is, okay, yeah, you've got the best trio of wide receivers, or at least you can argue with that. But, you know, as far as a value for your wide receiver picks, CeeDee Lamb, I mean, he's going to be a rookie and a sophomore during 2 of the years prior to other contracts coming up. So you weren't really expecting him to blow the world up, you know, in those years. You'd have been happy with any top 24 finish. So with him in particular, you're not so worried. But is this not maybe a Gallup can go away and you don't have to overpay a Gallup?
Well, I mean, and that's fine. But I mean, Gallup, well, I guess he only has 1 more year, right?
Yeah, 1 more year.
So I guess it makes sense in that. So this year it looks messy, but next year
you don't have to worry about trying to replace your number 1 wide receiver when everybody knows you're going to do it.
So what do? Do they move one of these guys in the slot?
Well, CeeDee Lamb played a lot in the slot. CeeDee Lamb played
34%. They said.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was that much.
He played left, right, slot. He played every position on both sides of the line. So you can play him anywhere you want.
That could be dangerous.
Same thing with Gallup, and really Amari too. I mean, Amari played pretty much anywhere. You've got 3 incredibly intelligent, football intelligent wide receivers on a team. I mean, you know, and Dak's no slouch himself. That's a really smart quarterback. So that's a powerful team. And, you know, I think if any New York Giants fans were in the room, they would be really scared right now.
What do you think, Bobby?
I wasn't paying attention. Not going to
lie. Bobby checks out of Cowboy stock. He's like, screw those guys.
There was another chat talking about quarterback rankings, and it wasn't involving Cowboys. And so those are 2 things that I like. But I don't know if you want to fill me in on like the last 2 seconds of what you just said. I'm sure.
No, I was just saying that all New York Giants fans are probably really scared if they're on this 6-person panel talking right now. So,
I mean, I'm not fooling myself into thinking the Giants had any chance of stopping any offense in the NFC except the Redskins this season, maybe. So it's not really like news to me that they're trash. Their defense needs a lot of help.
Hey, so here's the thing about the Cowboys. I mean, yeah, everybody in the NFC East should be afraid, but nobody in the NFC should be afraid outside of the division. They haven't won a playoff game in 2 decades. So when they win a playoff game, then you get worried.
God damn, there is shade being thrown on this pot or on this live show.
They just haven't won any. Well, hey, Dez caught it. Let's just put it that way.
He did catch it. He definitely caught it. There's no doubt about it. You're right. That
and
is
if
absolutely
Dez caught it, then we would have had like 3 more minutes to lose that game instead of
Dez
losing
caught
it right there.
If Dez caught it, Aaron Rodgers' career would have ended a year or 2 earlier.
Yeah. No, he just
Right,
would have had. He would have had a game-winning drive to follow that go-ahead touchdown because there was plenty of time, and Aaron Rodgers probably would have driven down the field and scored. And then we would have just been like, oh, man, after such a great play, we still lose. But instead, it's like, no, we could have won. And people gloss over the fact that that happened with several minutes left in the game. So we love to give away games at the end. Jared Cook, oh, man. Oh, that Jared Cook touchdown. It still eats at my craw.
Hey, guys, so serious question. How many Smarties do you think it takes before someone gets sick?
How many of you
237.
I mean, I've had
a 1, a 2, and then you're supposed to crunch it. Yeah, there you go.
I've had
The world may never know.
6 packs
Oh boy.
of 6 packs of 10 Smarties. This is pack 7.
Jesus.
Nice.
And I've eaten some jelly beans in between because jelly beans are the goat of Easter candy. Don't let John Hogue tell you that it's Peeps. That is
second.
not true.
Close second to the Peeps.
Candy corn, bruh.
Oh, see, I'm with you, Stomp.
Whoa.
I like candy corn, but there's a lot of people that really hate candy corn.
Candy corn is
You guys have a really odd.
Total trash.
No,
Like-
candy corn would be great. Like, I mean, I put that up there with enemas and colonoscopies
Those are
and
fun.
other things that I try to avoid.
Listen, don't judge people for their kinks, man. I don't know. Butt stuff is somebody's kink.
Hey, hey, guys, I would like to just stop for just a moment here and say that I really think the Steelers did a great job with their first round pick this year, number 18, getting Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'd just like to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I'm very
A damn
happy
good
with
pick.
that selection.
Cowboys were very happy with it last year getting Amari Cooper. Sometimes your trades are better than whoever your team would have lousily selected at that pick. Although the Steelers have a pretty good record of drafting in the first round, so they don't usually mess around. They hit the trenches or the linebacking core, and they kill it.
Austin Jackson, tackle out of USC, going to Miami to protect Tua.
Man, I did not have him in
Bobby
the
just
first round.
leave?
Bye-bye, Bobby.
He's on his way back. But in the meantime, that means we've got an empty seat if anyone wants to jump in.
Robin, you have 2 empty seats. Thanks, guys.
Love you, Bill.
Pleasure.
God, that was kind of a rude leave. Just,
Yeah.
now you have 2
Bye.
of them. Bye, bitch.
Stomp, that's for you, buddy. Love you.
Later, Bill.
All right, take care,
Thanks,
guys.
Bill.
All right, the Las Vegas Raiders. That's still hard to say, by the way.
Wait, who did Miami take?
Yeah.
Austin Jackson. All right.
Yeah, they took Austin Jackson. And so, that's man, all the tackles. I heard that there could be 7 tackles taken in the first round. And I agree, it's a tackle-heavy draft. But after the first 4, none of those guys are really, truly first-round talents. It just becomes that thing. It's like quarterbacks. You got to take it because they're, when that run hits, you're going to have nothing left. And it really is it's a reach, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Raiders going wide receiver here?
They just went wide receiver, so no.
They
Good
got
point.
Ruggs.
They're not going to go wide receiver.
They got Ruggs, and they've got Jason Witten, so they've got all the receivers they need.
You are correct.
So, they took a bunch of defense last year, but, I still think, they could always improve on that side of the ball. I mean, this could be a good spot for Queen, the linebacker.
Queen. Yep.
That's the best middle linebacker in this draft, so we'll see. How's
Man, they
Leafeon doing,
just-
baby girl?
LSU just keeps pumping out those defensive players, those linebackers and stuff, man. Gee, it's like every year.
Nice. My daughter just joined me to check on her 3D print of her Leafeon. So
Her what? Her
I'm doing a
Pokemon?
3D print of Leafeon, the Pokemon. So
Yeah, it's a Pokemon.
yeah. It's a little bit outside of my normal realm of stuff, but hey, 3D printer, something we can bond on. When your 9-year-old daughter will do that kind of stuff, you do whatever you can. But all right, Raiders pick is in. Yeah, I could see a queen. Who did I have them with in my
I think they need a
Pre-draft pick.
cornerback too, don't they?
I had them for Trayvon Diggs as my original pick. So that's possible still. Yeah, Trayvon Diggs would be a decent pick at this point. You're at that time where there's probably like 3 or 4 cornerbacks after those first 2, and they could go anywhere from pick 20 to pick 50. So it's like, where do you want them? Do you want to reach for those guys? And they're necessary in today's football game where teams trot out CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup and Amari Cooper.
Yeah,
You gotta
well,
defend it.
and, I mean, think about the division they're in as well, where you have Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and now Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton and Tyreek Hill, Sammy Watkins,
Noah Fant.
Hardman. God, the AFC West is a rough division for quarterbacks and for cornerbacks. Because everybody has, except for the Raiders, have a good rush now that they got rid of Khalil Mack. And then they all have good duos of wide receivers as well now.
All right. So Goodell is taking this opportunity to shout out to the empty streets of Las Vegas right now and apologize to the city for them not being able to make it out there. That's some eerie photos they're showing right now, by the way.
Are they?
That
Yeah.
stadium looks pretty badass, though.
It is. So we'll see who they pick. They're making a sweat. Oh, here it is.
Who do we got?
You can
Oh,
announce
they
this one.
took Damon Arnett, the back up there for Akuda there at Ohio State, the cornerback. So there's one of your other top 7 corners.
Okey-doke. Well, that makes sense.
He's good, dude. That guy's good. He's got some injury history, which I think would have driven some teams away. But
So did I hear that correctly? They're going to hold a draft in Vegas next year?
it makes sense that they would just postpone everything a year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to skip a city. That kind of puts them in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Everything that we're doing here is just crazy. We're in uncharted territory when it comes to how do you adjust something where everything is shut down, but it's kind of not. You know, people like me who work in the construction industry, we're not shut down because we're critical, but we're kind of shut down because people are working from their houses and things of that nature. And it's just weird. It's such an odd time. And so, yeah, running, I actually run a festival that does about 1,000 people in one location. We had to shut it down in March. And, you know, what do we do? We're worried about next year. Like, what does next year do, right? And you can't just change it and go, let's do it in July. I mean, the thing's over. It's a festival, but it's a competition. So the competition's done. Why have a festival in July? So there's so many things like this that it's not like you can just do the draft in July and talk about it later. You have to do it here in April. So such a weird world. All right, Austin Jackson. Did I have him in my first round?
So, I mean, I guess the Raiders are making the correct position moves. just not the best in terms of the players they're picking.
Yep.
Basically what it comes down to. Like, I'm fine with wide receiver and cornerback for them because those are two positions of need. But going Henry Ruggs and then Damon Arnett is just like, what are you doing? Mike Mayock.
They are not afraid to take their people.
No, and
Never
honestly,
have been.
Clellan Farrell last year, I mean, everybody was thinking, oh, yeah, end of the first round.
Darius Hayward Bay.
DHB. And then everybody was like, oh, he could be something. He can run like a 4.15. Just can't catch the ball or stay healthy. Which apparently
I'm
catching
okay
the ball is
with all
helpful.
of this because that means that the Raiders aren't going to be great for a while again.
Are you guys okay? So do you think? Okay, so here's the thing: you guys have to contend with the defending Super Bowl champions in your division. Do you? I mean, I think that the Broncos clearly are the number 2 team in that division. I don't think it's even close.
I think so right now.
Yeah. So if how close do you think the Broncos are? Do you think they're capable of competing for the division this year?
I think wild card. I think John agrees with me. They'll probably be in the wild card.
Yeah. I mean, Mahomes is still the difference. Like, as good as we think Drew Lock's going to be this year, it's still they're miles apart at this point. But I mean, the rest of the roster, I think, stacks up pretty well. It's just, I mean, what do you do about Mahomes? That's the whole question.
Right. I mean, well, and the thing is, I think their defense is good enough to keep them in games. It's whether or not keep them in games with the Chiefs. I think their defense is definitely the strongest part of their team. But if with Locke and Fant entering their second season, with Cortland Sutton entering his third after a breakout season, with Jerry Jeudy, and now you have Philip Lindsay and Melvin. I was going to say Philip Gordon.
He's a pretty good back. He can do everything.
But now that they have Philip Lindsay and Gordon, that offense, I think, it all depends on whether Luck takes a step forward next year. If he takes a step forward, I feel pretty good. I think they have a better all-around roster than the Chiefs, but the Chiefs' offense is just so good that it's going to be hard to beat them. But I think they will, at the very least, play them close.
Yeah.
But if Locke actually breaks out, they could end up winning the division if he breaks out like I think he can.
Yeah.
Well, his college team is still waiting on him to break out, so hopefully his pro team doesn't have to wait as long.
You are just like, you might be worse than Brian with Penn State type of homer right here. Jesus Christ.
Nothing worse than Brian with Penn State. But
welcome back, James.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So I stepped away and didn't get your guys' thoughts. I am devastated. I am like, I feel like I was punched in the gut when Dallas took CD Lamb as a Michael truther.
It's not the best landing spot.
Gallup's still good. Gallup will get a second contract somewhere else, is probably what's going to happen. But Gallup is great.
He is. I love the dude, but man, his value just dipped this year big time. And man, that just sucked for me. That was a tough landing spot for me for all the Gallup shares that I have. But yeah, that's interesting. And now we got Jacksonville on the clock, and I'm curious to see kind of where they go. They've got holes all over that team. So I mean,
they need a lot of help on the defense.
Jason is still there, and they're trying to basically trade away their current defensive end. That makes some sense.
Yeah. I mean that would be a name that I suppose would make some sense. I could see them going in several different directions. I could see him taking a quarterback. I could see him taking a receiver here. I mean, there's really that team is such a mess. They can go in so many different directions. They could go defensive backfield. I mean, Diggs could be the pick here. So yeah, I don't know. there's a lot of ways that this pick can go. And then after that, we have the Eagles and Vikings, two teams that I think most of us expect to take receiver, right? I mean, at least the Eagles need to. They have to, right? I mean, that's
Yeah,
It's-
Philly
it's-
has to.
It feels like it's kind of getting to a point though where, I mean, we're through that top tier wide receivers, right? I mean, I don't know how you guys have it ranked, but or tiered at least, but I mean, it feels like you can get a very similar wide receiver in the second round at this point.
Yeah, I would disagree a little bit. I think Jefferson is in that he may not be in the top tier, but he's above the second tier. He's like
Really?
right in between the two tiers. Yeah, for me he is. So, and
Is
I
he-
like T Higgins too. Now, I don't know that T Higgins is going to be a first round pick, but I do like Higgins at the top of that second tier.
Yeah.
And I think the best fit for the Eagles, in my estimation, is Jalen Rager. That's a guy who would add speed right away to those two tight end
yeah.
sets.
I think
And
Jefferson.
I forgot about Rager.
I think,
he does
they
too,
like
but-
Jefferson over there better than they do Rager. But I
See,
mean,
my-
Rager would be a good fit. I just think, from what I've heard, the folks over there at Philly like what they can see out of Justin Jefferson. So there he
So
is.
Jacksonville just took Chase on.
Chase on. There it is.
very nice pick for them.
Yeah,
That's a good pick
that's
right
a
there.
nice pick.
Hey, buddy.
And we got Outhouse back, and I think that we
What's
won.
We got an outhouse.
Okay, so I kind of just walked away for a while. What did I miss?
The draft.
You're gonna
Look it up,
pretend like you didn't just
NFL.com.
leave us for a different podcast. Huh?
No. I'm not with you guys. I'm just walking away.
All right.
No TVs, nothing.
I think Philly goes Justin Jefferson.
I think
here.
they have to.
It's been mocked so many times. I think we've just accepted it as reality.
I'm still saying I'm on the Rager train. I think Jalen Rager's the pick here.
I could see Mims, but everybody I've heard says Jefferson. I mean, Mims is one of those guys that if the rumors are true that he played the whole season with a broken hand, the only complaint about him is that he had some drops, on easy plays. And I don't know how many times you guys have played like college level football as a wide receiver at 6'4", running crazy
So
4.43 speeds. It hadn't happened to me very often.
Every day.
But when
Well,
it
I mean,
does
I
happen
had
to me,
I
I
had
struggle
2
to
years
catch
of
with a broken hand.
experience. I had 2 years of experience, but then I just decided football didn't mean that much to me.
Right.
Moved along.
You decided that $18 million contracts are just kind of.
And it's like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna play
money
football
money
anymore.
doesn't
I'm
mean
gonna-
anything.
I'll
I'd rather
get part of my
talk about
shins
it.
taken out, so I'm shorter and
Podcasting's
playing
better.
weight.
Exactly.
So did I miss a good fun tilt on the CD Lamb pick?
I don't know if
little
there
bit.
was a huge tilt, but there was a little bit of a tilt. It makes sense in terms of talent. It doesn't make sense in terms of fit. Like, why not pick one of the top wide receiver in the class?
Yeah.
But
You know what
then
it
again,
was.
it's like they have Michael Gallup and Amari Cooper. They need to pay Dak.
It was payback for Dallas Goddard, is what it was.
Probably.
The Eagles wanted Lamb, and so they were like, "Oh yeah, remember a couple years ago you took Dallas Goddard to pick in front of us?
Yeah.
CD Lamb now coming at you. Good luck, Eagles."
How is Doug Maroney still the head coach in Jacksonville?
Stability.
Eagles pick is in. Eagles pick is
It's
in.
because they went to the AFC Championship game 3 years ago.
How many of those players still play on the team?
Ramsey? That's about it.
Nope, Ramsey's not there.
No, Ramsey's gone.
Oh, that's right.
Bouyer's
Ramsey's
gone.
AJ Bouyer's gone.
Calais Campbell's gone. Yannick
Gone.
Ngakoue is likely gone.
Gone.
Leonard Fournette.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, and D.D. Westbrook was there too. And Marquise
right,
Lee,
D.D.
by the way.
Marquise
He's
Lee's
not there
gone.
anymore.
He's free
Signed
agent.
today.
To where?
Patriot.
Yep,
Did he really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
he did.
Ooh.
Marquise Lee to the page. It's the evil empire starting over again.
Yeah, it doesn't.
If
that
they
thing can't
pick
stay
Jordan
healthy.
Love, I'm going to be irritated.
The Patriots.
I just don't think they could do it personally. Like Jordan Love it's the same reason that I think Jameis Winston wasn't signed by the Patriots, or because of the turnover issues, and I don't think Bill Belichick's going to deal with that well.
No, Jordan Love, his issue is not so much throwing the ball, it's thinking about where he's throwing the ball. So when he has forced to think, that tends to create a void in his ability.
Oh, so you mean like Jameis Winston?
Yeah, pretty close to Jameis Winston. He's a 30 for 30.
QB1.
Yeah, I get it. Jameis Winston is a QB1. Does not make him a good NFL QB.
He was the QB2.
But that's fine. He's the a QB1. Does
John,
not make him a good NFL player.
Man, he belongs on the Broncos, though, at this point.
I'm going to murder you. You're going to get murdered.
You can't go all in like this and not have
They
a
got
backup
Justin
plan
Jefferson
for a
talking
quarterback.
on the phone.
A bet. Broncos are going to pay him $20 million.
Oh, he doesn't deserve $20 million.
That's what he's
that's
going
all-
to command. He's not going to sign for
He
less than
can't
$20
command
million.
shit at this point. Nobody's signing him. He's got to take what he can get. And at this point, I mean, is there a starting job out there for him? I think he's going to the bench. He knows that.
Raiders.
He has to know that.
Raiders.
I mean,
You don't draft Ruggs with Mariota.
How
and,
wild would that be if he
Eric
signs with the Raiders and they're just chucking up to Tyrell and Henry Ruggs?
Yeah.
It's Gazelle season, baby.
That's how you put fans in the seats there. Just start chucking the ball.
becomes a Cowboy. They trade Dak, save a bunch of money. He's got all sorts of wide receivers there now that he can throw.
And then
Here
you
comes
could just
Goodell.
chuck up jump balls to all three of those wide receivers. Who? Russ, when does Seattle pick?
23?
20
No.
27.
All right, so what do we have to
27,
do?
27.
We're supposed to be able to tweet something about booze, and then if we do that, he'll donate a bunch of money. Like I heard something about Goodell giving money back if we boo him. How's all that work?
I heard booze, but
Yeah, I'm like, we're tweeting about booze?
Well,
What?
We drink that, but if we give him boo, then
James, you called that shit.
nice.
Yeah, nice.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I'm on top of these receivers, man.
Jalen Rager.
I think that's a great fit. That's.
I mean, I think any wide receiver there was going to be a good fit regardless, right?
Yeah, but I really think his speed really is what they needed. I mean, with those two tight end sets that they can run, if Jeffries is healthy, they need speed at that wide receiver position. Man, that offense was so different when Deshaun Jackson was healthy because of the speed, because they could stretch the field. And it's a great pick for the Eagles. I really do.
What do you think? Do you think Jefferson here to the Vikes then?
I do. I think, I think that makes a ton of sense because Jefferson he's an elite route runner, and that's what Stephon Diggs was. I think he fills that role really well. So,
But I guess my issue there is that I think he fits in the slot. I mean, that's where he excelled this year. And you still have Adam Thielen there. So is Adam Thielen? I guess who moves on the outside there?
I think Thielen can play on the outside. He did previously too. But yeah, you're right though. Jefferson would have to be in the slot, I think, at least to start his career. So yeah, I think Thielen would have to move outside to make that happen. But I feel like Minnesota's in that position where, if they don't take a receiver here in the second round, they're kind of forced to because I mean, who else are you trotting out there? They still have Laquan Treadwell. I mean, is that
They don't anymore.
Atlanta.
It's Tajay Sharp is right now the lead guy.
Don't forget about BC, man.
Yeah. Beasley and Chad Beebe both probably have a better shot at being that outside starter.
Yeah, I think it's BC.
And in fact, they probably move Thielen outside more is the real answer.
Okay, but rookie drafts, landing spots. What does this do to your wide receiver ranks for the top three?
It bumps Rager for me, no doubt.
I mean, I think Rager might have a shot at wide receiver 1 in this class right now.
Right?
Him or Judy, I think, have to be.
I mean, Lamb took a ding, right? Like that.
I guess in terms of talent, again, it's got to be Lamb, but
Right.
people don't necessarily go on talent alone. So I think, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's probably Rager and then Judy for me.
I mean, I don't think Dak like meshes well with a real number one wide receiver kind of thing.
Amari's a real number one, though.
Yeah, but he's more of a route running separation guy. Lamb is like he could do more than like he's not just that. Like I don't think Lamb's potential his ceiling gets reached with Dak as his quarterback.
Well, we
It's
all
kind of-
said that with Dak until Amari got there. Like he's not.
By
a
the
deep ball
way,
guy.
Kyle
He can't
Kyle
do
on the
this.
couch is a Dallas fan and an Oklahoma fan. So
Very happy man right now.
My goodness. You guys,
I mean, I stick by what I'm
Dak-
saying.
Dak for Baker. Can we do that? Are you that big of an Oklahoma fan that we can? sign
No,
up?
you know, I was a huge Dak fan going into that draft. I love Baker. I love what he can do, but you know, I'm not going to trade that. I mean, that's kind of a one-for-one type deal in my opinion. But Dak is, man, he's a competitor at a high level. He took that Mississippi State team to high levels in the SEC when the SEC was at its top notch and Mississippi State hadn't been shit in years, and basically he took that thing on his shoulders and made it the number one team in the country for a small amount of time, and it was because of Dak. And you know, so like guys like that I look at on a different echelon. Baker was great and he did amazing things at Oklahoma, but Oklahoma was a better team in a better position. So
Man,
I think
how quickly we forget, man. The guy planted the flag. He was grabbing his crotch. He was doing all sorts of things.
well, okay, so the planting of the flag,
and now he's not good enough to be your starting.
let's talk about the planting of the flag. So there's a lot of people who don't realize that Ohio State came to Oklahoma and played them the year before. Their student body, when they beat Oklahoma, rushed the field. You don't rush the field in Oklahoma. So their student group that was there in the stands, they rushed the field and they were singing their alma mater, doing all that crazy stuff. You don't do that garbage.
No,
at
but
Oklahoma.
But they did.
But they did it, and then the next year when Ohio State got beat, Baker took it a notch above and said, "I'm gonna plant our OU flag in the middle of your field." So you know, it was they talked about it like it was the first of the thing, but it was the retaliation. You know, it was the get back.
I don't take this with a grain of salt because of the source. Ian Rappaport is saying the Vikings pick is in and the Patriots are trading their pick to the Chargers.
Whoa.
Interesting.
But again, it's Rappaport, so, you know.
If that does happen, who do we think that the Chargers would be moving up for?
I mean, it's not going to be one of the wide receivers, right?
No,
I mean,
we would think it wouldn't be that. Could it be a corner? I'm trying to think. I think the offensive tackles are going in the corners.
Yep.
Are
It's
starting to show, so
Draft Tracker on NFL is updated for the Chargers. So it's real.
yeah, that pick has been traded. You're right.
I think it'd have to be O-line here.
I mean, that's a decent jump, so that probably cost them something, right?
Yeah, you got to think so.
Like unlike the boring one pick trade up that we had
Winston
before.
moves back again, just adding
Picks
ammo.
37 and 71 for 23.
Wow.
All right. I mean, we know Belichick is just going to build from there.
And that's what he does. So it's,
I
I mean,
don't
it was
care
a
about
smart move,
first
right?
round.
Stompy, you think this is your boy?
One mistake with Sony Michel, and then he's like, I don't want to do that anymore. So we're going to go back in his.
So you think Stompy that he's moving up there for Hurts?
Who?
Is this
No,
a move?
Patriots traded
No,
back.
Patriots
Oh, they
traded
traded back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
And
have
I
to
don't-
figure out what the Chargers are trading. Like, has someone fallen that we think someone's worth trading up for? I know nothing about anything besides.
Oh, John McGlynn, we miss you.
Well, we have a few receivers that are still there. Patrick Queen, the best middle linebacker, is still there. some people like Kenneth Murray. I mean, Kenneth Murray's awesome. Like I said, an Oklahoma guy, but not necessarily the best linebacker on the board here. So there's a few players.
I remember a mock draft that had the Saints taking Justin Jefferson. Do we put that back on the board now?
Could be a good pick there.
I mean, it would be good for them. It would be terrible for fantasy.
I bet there's no chance the Saints take Justin Jefferson.
Wait, you said there is no or none?
There's no chance because he just went to the Vikings.
Oh,
Man, I'm telling you.
There goes that. I'm not thrilled with that. I got to be honest.
Russ, were you in here when I asked the Smarties question?
No.
How many Smarties
Still
until
so
you
worried
start
about
to
it.
worry about somebody? This is 8 packs of 10. Do you
Are
think
you
80
chewing them or
Smarties-
crushing them and snorting them?
Chewing.
Yeah, then you're fine.
Okay. God, they're so good. I can't stop.
I'm gonna, I think, roster bait to the Broncos roster later.
I get it.
Okay, guys. So I made a trade, and it was basically I got a first round Devy pick, and it's a 2-round Devy draft in a Devy league, 12 teams. I got a first round Devy pick next year, and Drew Lock for basically what amounts to Joe Burrow, and a lot of people were a little hard on me. Thought I gave up too much, and I am blowing up that group chat right now because. I think people have come around already to that deal being in my benefit now. So I'm pretty pumped with all my lock shares. So that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, James, you know when I'm going to be pumped? When the Steelers take Jonathan Taylor.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this. I'm having such a good day today. Day one of the draft's going well.
I'm really sitting here thinking, like, how's he working Saquon into this? How is he working Saquon into this?
Hey, Russ, don't you agree that I should get a badge for Saquon on DTC? Don't you agree?
Yeah. Go throw JP a DM.
I don't, because you just can't claim.
Stompy's trying to crush my dreams.
You can't claim elite players. The only reason I can claim Lamar Jackson is because
Excuse me. I can claim Saquon fucking Barkley, okay? Can I not?
No.
Russell.
He was leading the Saquon 101
He was not leading that. Everybody was on that train.
in startups.
Yes.
Stompy, you taking him over Pat Mahomes in Superflex?
I am not taking him. Again,
How many people do you know that would?
I should not have to have this argument with you. I understand it. Again, the difference between 1.01 and 1.02, not that big, John Hogue, Brian Haar, not that big. That does not mean you are the backer of Saquon. I am the backer of Lamar Jackson because I am the one that touted him well before his breakout.
But if
Then
there
you
was
should get a badge.
something, above 1.01,
I'm gonna
that's
kill-
where
I'm gonna
Har
kill
would
you.
take
I'm not having
Barkley.
this
Like
conversation
we're
right
just
now.
at the ceiling.
I'm not having
That's
this
all.
No, ow. Why?
If Hart could have the 1.01 and 1.02, he would take Barkley and then
Twice.
pick the second pick just because
Yeah.
it's not Barkley. Like,
That is
Take
correct.
100.
Looking good, baby.
Or something that's. All right, so the pick is in for the Chargers.
I have
like
no
this
idea
can't be
here.
fun, right? Like there's nothing exciting that could happen right now.
They're taking a running back. Melvin
They're
Gordon
probably
replacement.
taking a lineman. I mean, there are still a few decent offensive linemen. You know, that's probably what they're doing. I mean, would it make sense for them to step up here for Ruiz, get the best interior lineman? There's still some project type, offensive tackles. I forget the name of that guy that's trucking everybody at the lower levels. But, basically, there's still a couple of guys that people called first-round pick type offensive tackles.
Yeah, Urza Cleveland's a name that has risen up a lot of boards that he could still be there. I still think that secondary is a possibility. A guy like Travion Diggs is a guy that I could see going in this range, and you can never have too many corners. So it'll be interesting to see what the Chargers are trading up to do here. But I think it's pretty safe that it's probably something in the trenches or a defensive back. But
Christian Fulton's still there. Johnson still there.
There's a lot of linebackers that are available too. So I guess it could, I guess it could be offensive line or pretty much any position on the defense. But it'll be interesting to see what they moved up for. They must really like a guy here at this point to pay that to move up.
That's a big payment.
It is. Guys,
Anthony Lynn's beard looks really nice. It's true.
Kenneth
Oh,
Murray.
jeez, my another Oklahoma boy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Well,
What happened?
Bad trade.
What happened?
yeah, I'm not going to
Kenneth
say
Murray.
that was the best
Kenneth
move on their
Murray,
part.
linebacker, Oklahoma.
Well, he's a fine linebacker, but
Kenneth Murray was one of those guys who didn't come to Oklahoma to start. Like, you're talking about a guy, like maybe you look at it like a Clyde Edwards-Helaire, where when you go to a school and you're not the highest drafted person at a college or the highest recruited person at a college, and then you work your way into the starting position as a freshman, like that was him. So he has the work ethic. He cares, all around good dude. Like, I mean, phenomenal football player, but just not quite as rangy as Queen. So, like, I would have expected Queen to go first. But, I mean, that's a good player. He's a really good football player. Not one I would expect somebody to trade up for, though.
And he saved a woman's life last year with CPR.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's interesting here because New Orleans could make a homer pick and fill it in here with Patrick Queen. And I'm wondering if that's kind of where they're leaning. I was thinking maybe receiver, but a lot of the receiver depth has been gobbled up at this point. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on them to see if Patrick Queen's the guy that they like there. I don't know. Any thoughts on the Saints pick, guys?
Seen Jordan Love mock there.
Jordan Love. And you're going to see that dude jump boards.
Yep.
And Taysom Hill's value goes.
Okay, if anybody really thought Taysom Hill was going to do anything.
I do.
Bro,
I do.
I've seen.
I like Taysom
Yeah.
Hill.
I tried so hard. I have him in one league, and the
I
second
have him
he
in
called
one league. And
the second like he said it, and like there was like a random NFL, like a unnamed source NFL GM that called him a franchise quarterback, and I'm like, everybody trade for franchise quarterback Taysom Hill. Franchise quarterback Taysom Hill right here. Nothing.
I think we have to address that in the pre-show, we did have somebody come on and tell us that it was reported that the Saints may have some interest in Jonathan Taylor. And
James, you keep hanging on to that, brother.
No, who said that now?
Yeah, I would have to go back in our chat here. It was a while ago, but it was reported by someone. So
Sounds
Wrong
smart.
black and gold, my brother. Wrong black and gold, my brother.
It looks so much better in this black and gold, just because I mean it's a superior color scheme. Because it doesn't make me want to vomit every time I see it, but
I can't wait till you have to buy the jersey.
Oh my
I
God.
swear. You know what? I might even contribute to the fund to buy that jersey for you, Bo.
if I have to buy
I can't
it,
wait.
I'm telling you right now, if I have to buy it, it's going to get framed and hung up somewhere. And
Oh no, you're wearing it.
Taylor,
Right above the shitter.
yeah, Taylor will be seen. The name on the back of the jersey. There will be no Steelers icon shown, in visible in the framing. So that.
Well, if he gets drafted by the Steelers, I'll be buying 2 Steelers jerseys this year because I'm buying a Fitzpatrick jersey. Faux show. And I'd buy a Jonathan Taylor jersey just to wear it every time I see you, Bo.
You're not buying a Duck Hodges jersey?
That's just
no.
very petty.
He already bought the Duck Hodges duck collar.
Very petty.
It is.
Very petty.
Well, I get it. I get it. Honestly, being a member of the Superflex Super Show. No offense, John. Not meant. That wasn't meant towards you.
Has John said a word in like an hour?
No, I'm busy. I'm messing with stuff here on StreamYard.
John's
messing
making
with?
sure that this is going very smoothly.
Exactly. He's responsible for the icon.
We've
that
had
we
zero
brought.
hiccups.
More like I gave up on it a long time ago.
John's literally doing the code in the background to make sure that he streams. That's what he's doing.
He's
Constantly
not
typing
smart.
out
He's
code.
not smart enough to do that.
That's
He's got a
damn true.
computer with the Matrix stuff coming down the screen.
Mhm.
You guys ever do any 3D printing?
Nope.
None.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's a
Wouldn't
hobby I
know
picked
how.
up here this last year. Took a vacation, had nothing to do, and I'm one of those guys who has to do stuff. So this is my daughter's Leafeon for a little Pokemon. But you gotta when you're building something like this that's tall, it builds supports up underneath, and you have to cut them all loose. So I'm
Yep.
sitting here cutting all those loose because my daughter's super excited about painting this Leafeon. So
Make sure you don't get cyanide poisoning.
cyanide poisoning.
Yeah.
Hey guys, did you see Dave Gettleman wearing the mask with nobody in the room?
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys heard why he was doing that, right?
No.
Computer virus?
Yeah, he was afraid he was going to catch a computer virus.
Just so dumb. Oh my god.
Nice.
Stompy, don't just. You will be old someday.
I'm
Okay.
already old,
And
bro.
these jokes will be funny to you. at
But I'm
some
never
point.
going to be a dad though. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, you'll be the dad age. That's what counts.
Nah. I think you actually have to be a dad.
Hey, baby girl, I got a lot of this done. Now you can probably get this.
And tell her to pull her own weight. You tell her to
Right.
start,
She does it,
whittling away.
but that bottom pad that was built on this one was pretty ridiculous.
All right, Saints, your pick has been
Oh.
in for a little bit here. Let's do this.
Here you go, baby girl.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. See, now we're big time. Look at this.
Here.
Look at this.
Oh,
We
I
got the
see.
scrolling- Yeah, man.
What do you got, an
Well, we can do it
RSS
back on.
feed, huh?
Now we're big time. Now we fit it.
I'll eat them.
And you
What
know
are we
what's
clapping?
cool?
Got a slow clap.
Good work, John. Good work.
And you know what John did? He took out all the garbage and he just has the fantasy relevant players scrolling down the
Exactly.
bottom. We don't even have to worry about defensive players and linemen. Like we're just
Yeah, the things we
It's-
actually care about.
pretty soon it's just going to be quarterbacks scrolling across the bottom.
We're supposed to have 18 of those on each roster, right?
Exact. Yeah, minimum.
Yeah,
Minimum.
yeah, that's
John, you know Aaron Rodgers is not a rookie this year, right?
Really?
Yeah.
I could show you a picture of him. He does not look like that.
He was losing some hair. I mean, I don't know anybody that has any issues with that whatsoever.
He's gonna
Oh.
play like a rookie.
Taking it down to the skin there, huh, Brian? We're getting it.
It is getting very thin.
Mhm.
It is not. Yeah, it is not at his own doing. That's the big.
Yes,
That's the
it
most
is.
Get it?
It's just called a buzz cut, bro.
Yeah, nature's.
I
Best
mean-
that's all it can grow in.
The receding part is
Caesar Ruiz, huh?
That's
So it's
called
center.
leaning into it.
Ooh, Ruiz. Yep.
Yeah, the
Who's
center.
that?
They're gonna.
Interior
That's the interior
lineman.
offensive lineman. Yep. They're gonna protect Drew Brees for another year or two.
We're going to protect him and run the ball again.
All those Latin
So
Murray shares,
Alvin
baby.
Kamara, top 3, right?
Well, until they trade him.
Kamara.
They won't trade him.
Even if they trade him, like that guy's so good, I think he'd be good anywhere.
I agree with that, John Hogue.
No. No way.
There it is.
Gross Matos.
Interior lineman.
You're gonna eat a lot of crow on that one, buddy.
You
I really, I know it's not a think. I know you're gonna eat
You
a
want
lot
me
of
to do
crow on that.
Okay.
All right, so Vikings are up again. What do they need?
They need
They already
Caesar
Line
Ruiz,
edge.
interior lineman.
Edge.
They also need no, they don't need edge. What?
I think they
Itor
should take
Gross Matos.
Caesar Ruiz.
It's got to be
Interior
secondary
lineman.
line.
Oh yeah.
You know that I already see it on the ABC broadcast, right?
No.
See what?
It's Cesar Ruiz.
Ruiz went to New Orleans, right?
No, he went to New
Yeah.
Orleans. We're talking
Yeah, we've moved
about,
on already,
We're
man.
talking about
We're on
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah, we're moving, man.
Oh, that's who went. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I
I was
mean,
off
they-
the pick then. Yeah, my
I
bad.
mean, yeah,
Christian
their secondary
Fulton.
went from like amazing to terrible, so they're probably going to try and beef that, right?
I would think so, but I don't know if there's anybody that's
There's no
Worth-
way they take Diggs, do they? Do they take Stephon Diggs' brother? Do
that
they
would
do
be
it?
hilarious.
Oh
I
my
wanna see it
God.
happen. So yeah, that
No,
would
I
be.
got Christian
that's the thing
Fulton.
here.
Could be Delpit too.
I'd be shocked.
Although
if
they don't
Delpit-
really need safety help.
Yeah.
Take another receiver.
Iturgos Matos.
Nah, it's too early for him.
Here comes Mims.
What if they go like Mims or
that'd be
Michael
awesome.
Pittman?
I mean, I still want them to end up with Tyler Johnson, but they could take 3.
Well, Tyler
Right.
Johnson will last until like the 7th round at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the
long as
good
he
thing
stays
about-
in Minnesota.
Until
You
that's
look at
came.
like what Arizona did last year, taking 3 wide receivers. I mean, they don't always pan out exactly how you plan, and sometimes your second wide receiver, second round wide receiver didn't do so good. Fourth one didn't do so good, but you got some play out of your sixth round wide receiver. So
McGlynn, you got to stop ruining the draft and the comments.
Or tell us who that is.
Yeah, who is that?
No, I think that's just what he's drinking.
I was already gonna say that's an elite pick just for the name. Like, got some Hennessy. Draft Taylor, trade Cook before he holds out.
Man, they were already talking extension with that guy, right?
did a lot of these running backs learn that the going rate? I mean, what Christian McCaffrey just re-signed for, like that's the top dollar, right? That's what anybody should ever
No.
expect for.
No, Saquon Barkley will sign for $20 million a year.
You think?
Yep, I do.
If Gettleman's still there, he will.
Well, yeah.
Has anybody been counting
He'll be
Brian's
20
beer intake?
Huh?
Has anyone been counting Brian's beer intake? Do we know? Do we know where he's at here?
You don't, James.
I want
You
to know
don't.
whether. I want to
Listen.
know whether or not we should dismiss his arguments altogether, or if he still has some.
No,
validity.
listen. Serious question. Seriously though, I mean, Saquon Barkley had a 4 or 5 year rookie deal? I guess they have the option.
They have
the option. Okay, so they have the 5th year option. He'll be what, 26 years old?
Yeah.
You don't
They
think
could
that
all-
they're gonna? You don't think that they're gonna make Saquon Barkley if he has years like he's had so far in the league? You don't think they're gonna make him the highest paid running back in the league
They
2
could.
years from now?
Could.
Okay,
However,
if
I
they
will say,
do
Will,
2 years, from now, I mean, McCaffrey just signed $17 million a year. Next year
And he's
it'll be
better than
broke at
Saquon.
8. Next year it'll be okay, regardless of whether he's
Doesn't
better
matter.
or not.
The next
Devo-
person to sign
Devonta
is always
Freeman-
the highest paid.
Exactly. Devonta Freeman and Stumpy just said that to piss me off. Anyways,
And
Devonta
John
Freeman. Devonta
Yeah,
Freeman was the
that
best
was more
a
at
while
me.
back,
But
Right.
right?
Who's our
So,
pick?
so I mean, if it's Dalvin Cook next year at 18 and a half, then
There's
it's going to
no
be
way.
Saquon at
No
20.
way Dalvin Cook gets 18 and a half.
Okay, this is the kind of stuff that's going to drive me nuts if Taylor ends up a Steeler. Here's why. Because Brian gets to cheer.
Ooh, trades.
San
There's a
Francisco
trade.
traded.
The Niners are back on the clock.
Oh, so they traded with the Vikings, huh?
Yep.
Okay. So well, let me get back to this. Brian gets to openly cheer for Saquon Barkley because he was a Penn Stater, right?
Yeah.
And if Jonathan Taylor becomes a Steeler, he gets to openly cheer for the 2 best backs in the league.
Get
And it's
out
not
of
even-
here! Good
And
God!
it's not fair that I'm going to have to hear about this. The 2 best backs in the league, he'll be. able
I'm
to
already
cheer for.
having to hear about this garbage from you.
James, I'll send you a Permane sandwich and a 6-pack of Iron City Bear.
Stop talking whatever language that is.
So my first
Pig
Iron
Latin?
City
Is that
beer
Pig Latin.
at University of Oklahoma. I had a beer with every college professor that I went to school with. And
Iron City
so
tastes like shit.
the last professor I had was this kind of jerky guy from up there in Pittsburgh, and dude, like I follow him home one day because he's apparently like driving the exact same way as I am. Well, he lives like apparently 5 doors down from me or something ridiculous like that. And he pulls into his driveway and I pull in behind him and I was like, the hell are you doing? And my roommate was from Pittsburgh, and he had asked me to pick him up some Iron City beer, so I had Iron City beer in the back of my truck. He was the last professor I had that I hadn't had a beer with, and he was staunch, like, I don't drink with students. And I pulled into his driveway, and he looked in the back of my truck, said, I'm from Pittsburgh. Why on earth do you have Iron City beer in the back of your pickup? We drank
Tastes
that
like
entire
shit.
thing. It was awful. Yeah, it was awful.
It's awful. It's awful.
But,
It's the worst beer there is. It sucks.
But it solidified my last beer drinking experience
terrible.
with a professor.
It is terrible.
Why,
It
what's
is
wrong with it?
gross.
I need
It's
to
just-
interrupt
it's-
your story because we are gonna see a last year's version of the Titans taking AJ Brown if the 49ers take T. Higgins right now.
But what if they
Nope,
take
they
Brandon
didn't.
Ayuk?
I don't give
Brandon
a crap.
Ayuk.
Ooh, I like that.
I do too.
Is that
Actually.
what happened?
I do too. Actually. Yep. Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, that's a
Wide
great,
receiver,
that's a great
Arizona
fit.
State.
I like
wonderful.
that.
It's a good pick.
And I
there.
like it for Debo too.
There you go. I like it for my Debo shares, absolutely.
Because I mean, Ayuk's kind of a deep threat burst guy.
Yep.
Debo's kind of just all use him wherever you want to use him.
Intermediate. Yep. Yep.
Because I mean, Ayuk, I believe, had an 18.3 yard per reception average.
He seems like a
Which-
Kyle Shanahan guy.
Let's look up Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stompy. I think it's a perfect complement to what they already have, and I don't think that it in any way is going to eat into Debo's workload.
Well,
So,
and really, I think if Goodwin was healthy the last two seasons, I think that's what I mean. He I don't think Ayuk has the long speed of Debo, but he's got the burst to get off the line, get away from coverage, and beat guys deep, and that's what they need there. I mean, if Goodwin was healthy, they would have had that over the top guy, but obviously he wasn't. Why is this not working? Piece of
Okay,
shit.
so what running back goes right now?
Jonathan Taylor, please, Jonathan Taylor.
DeAndre Swift.
I'm sticking with the rumors that Miami loved Dobbins.
I think Swift is a good possibility.
Taylor's going to go to
I hope
Seattle and ruin everybody's day.
No.
He said he wanted to. I mean, I
Yeah,
won't be
well,
happy
I want
if
him
they
in
spend the
Pittsburgh,
first
so
on a
he needs to
running back,
listen to
but
me.
if they do, it might as well be him.
So here's the deal about that too. So if all these running backs go, like if Taylor goes somewhere and then like if J.K. Dobbins falls to Pittsburgh, I'm good with that. If Cam Akers falls to Pittsburgh, I'm good with that. Like it doesn't really matter. I just want I just want Taylor to go there because of James.
You want to see me in a Steelers jersey? I would do the same
I do.
thing.
I so badly want to
was a
see you in a
thing-
Steelers jersey. I can't even express. Like
But
you
I-
should already have a JJ or a TJ Watt jersey if you were a real Wisconsin fan. But I mean, Jonathan Taylor, that would do it. I mean, I know that would do it for you. So
If Saquon Barkley was
want
in
it
this
so bad.
draft, I would hope and pray beyond all hopes that Cleveland would draft him, just so that way you would.
Well,
have,
if the Browns were smart, they would have drafted him last year or 2 years ago or whenever that was. 2 years ago, they would have drafted him instead of Baker Mayfield.
oh yeah, no, I would have been on board with that. I didn't want Baker to begin with, so
James, I'm just messing with you too, bro. I mean, I do want Jonathan Taylor to go, but
Can we talk about how great it is of James that he's still willing to buy the jersey if he gets to the Steelers? Like that says something, right?
They both did the same thing.
it's dedication, it's devotion.
Right? No, that's like good on you, man. Like
I bought
I
a
was about
Giants
to st-
jersey.
I was about yeah, so but that has nothing to do with the Steelers. But like I was ready to start tossing shit if T. Higgins went to the Niners, and I don't even really hate the Niners because I'm a Seahawks fan. I hate the Niners because of my best friend is a Niners fan. Like, that's really about it.
My best friend is a Niners fan too.
I'm
They're
not
the
a Niners
worst,
fan.
aren't they?
Well, my best friend's all of you guys, so
Oh, is that good or bad?
Oh, hard hands. Taylor Swift hard hands right here. Heart hands. HARRT.
you and Russ don't get to make those hard hands because you guys have different best friends who are 49ers fans. So I
like
guess my
his
best
voice
friends are
cracking.
Broncos fans now.
Yeah.
Said I guess my best friends are Broncos fans now.
You got it.
That's why.
All right, so I agree with Har. Let's not have a running back here. That would make
No,
absolutely no sense.
All right, Stompy. You and me, buddy.
Although-
World.
Really? No running back to the Dolphins?
Yeah, no thanks.
Why?
We're not there yet. Not yet. We're not there yet.
They're
Fix-
all Jordan Howard believers.
I was about to say for my one Jordan Howard share. That's why.
Shit,
Need
if
some,
you give me
uh,
John, you give me Jonathan,
drunk.
you give me Jonathan Taylor or DeAndre Swift in their second year with Tua in his second year, get two veteran wide receivers.
No, it's it.
Yeah, you go running back next year.
No,
was
go
gonna
running
say,
back
like-
this year. Then you have like a 3 to 4 year window.
I mean, but is getting like
Yeah.
Chuba or Etienne next year any different? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in your you've got Tua in his second year. That's the time to start adding running backs
Why couldn't a second year running back be good for Tua?
because you're wasting his rookie year
Heaven forbid.
on a rookie quarterback.
Heaven forbid.
Yeah, I mean it's pointless.
It's
get
not
the full 4
pointless.
years. Get the full 4 years. Running backs start producing
talent level,
from day
talent
one.
level.
also,
JT
to be
Swift,
fair, it's 5 years if they
JT
make it now.
Swift and probably Dobbins. I'd pick over Hubbard, Etienne, and who else comes out next year?
Najee.
Najee Harris. Yeah.
Well,
He's
Hubbard's
already, like,
great as long as he
27,
doesn't
so-
have to block.
Whom?
Chuba Hubbard next year.
Oh yeah, no, he's great. I'm just saying that I would rather have JT Swift or Dobbins.
Yes,
Agreed.
in the long run, yeah.
Yeah, ideally, but I mean
Okay.
an elite running back like that is just wasted on this roster.
On for 1 year.
Maybe. I mean, what about
Yeah.
the defense? How long is it going to take to rebuild
Their
that?
defense got huge upgrades this offseason.
Enough to compete?
Yeah.
Like, are they going to contend for the
Not
in the
this
East?
year, but next year.
that? Okay, so that's when you add running backs.
The
Do it
East
next
could-
year.
The East could
Sometimes rookie running backs don't hit, John.
If they're not going to hit as rookies, they're probably not going to hit.
Ugh. Okay, so Lev Bell hit, right?
Is a rookie? Yeah.
No, he didn't.
No, he was a compiler.
He
as
was
a
garbage
rookie.
as a rookie.
I traded
Wasn't
him
he,
away
Brian?
after his rookie year.
Really?
I cried
He was
after
trash as a rookie.
his sophomore year. Like, that was, oh,
Melvin Gordon was a hit as a rookie, right?
No, he was bad.
Oh,
But
Huh.
that was a wasted year.
okay. He was still good
Um,
for 3 years after that.
Guys, so did Miami just trade the pick to Green Bay?
Trade
Jordan
alert.
Love, here we go. Jordan Love, they
yeah,
know
based on the club.
they
Trade
know that
the
man is on a
Packers.
decline.
I'm gonna.
This is Mims,
Oh,
right?
goodness.
This is
Mims.
Mims.
Jalen Hurts.
I would love
about
so
Jalen
much
Hurts
if
here?
it was
Denzel
Jordan
Mims.
or Jalen Hurts. I would love
Oh,
this
Jalen
so
Hurts
much.
would be
If this was Jalen
Uh,
Hurts,
Perfect.
I am going to just dance on John.
I am. Yeah, I'd rage quit this
It's-
podcast if I have to sit here and listen live to you guys gloating about
Oh
the next
man,
quarterback.
Aaron Rodgers is still elite. no,
He's still elite. He's still elite.
he's
And-
not. He's not even elite. If you, we can't have this conversation on the show. We can't.
We're going to
Oh
if
my
they take a
God.
quarterback.
We're going to if they go Jalen Hurts or Jordan Love. Yes.
That's
Hey, Brett
yeah,
Favre
you're
ain't
gonna have
coming
to.
back.
Yeah, they can. You can take one of those guys and he can sit on the bench for 4 years like Rodgers did.
He won't. It'll be like 2 years.
Max. Might not be
Max.
one.
That's fine. Yeah, sit for 2 years even. That's fine. All we need is 2020.
Where he's
You'll
going to
get it.
finish as a QB2.
Yeah, QB 14.
Oh, they got
bro. Come on.
Saban, the great evil.
The whom?
The great evil. Nick Saban is being interviewed right now.
Oh. You mean the greatest college coach of all time?
Well, there's that
Agreed.
too.
Agreed.
Unless you're an LSU
I
fan, and then
hate
everybody
it,
thinks he's the worst thing in the history of ever.
They shouldn't.
They're
though.
showing Jordan Love right now as the Green Bay trades into that pick.
It's gonna
So
be fucking Jordan.
I'm going to laugh so hard. Here we go. This is John's nightmare.
Denzel Mims. Give us Denzel Mims.
Denzel Mims, please. Denzel Mims.
Cole
Pick
Kmet.
is in. The pick is in.
Dude, I got a
The
bad
26th
feeling, John.
election.
I got a bad
The
feeling.
2020
Here it is.
NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select. Goodell, read it faster. Come on.
Jordan Love.
Oh my
Only
god.
to-
John. Oh, John.
What happened?
Well, the pick
Jordan Love.
is in. Jordan Love is a Green Bay Packer. Your days are numbered, Robbie. Your days.
Oh, I just got
It's
lightheaded. I was
official.
laughing.
I don't believe you guys.
It's official.
I don't believe you guys.
You're gonna have to
It's
put it on the
true.
track.
The truth.
It's all in the chat shit.
John typing it into the tracker.
Yeah, that's like the worst part of this.
I'm so sorry, John.
All right.
Sorry, John. I
Well, here's the
apologize.
thing, though.
Jordan
Jordan
Love
Love
this
is
pick.
terrible. So you have that going for you.
Yeah,
He's the 10. He's
Yeah,
the
you
101.
you guys were trashing Jordan Love earlier.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm not.
Jordan Love isn't very
I
good.
don't think he's a good
Money-
prospect. I just
Yeah.
think it's hilarious that the Packers picked him in the first round.
Not only picked
They only had to
him,
pay a
traded
fourth
up.
to move up. To be fair,
Traded up to get him, which means obviously they felt that this was a position of need.
Guys,
I mean, come on. You don't trade up in the first round to get a guy if you don't think that you need that position, right?
Russ Fisher's favorite team, the Seattle Seahawks, are on the clock.
Oh my God.
Seahawks,
This is
the
all right.
Seahawks are on the
Jonathan
clock.
Taylor, can we do it outhouse?
This
No,
do it.
entire draft is
Chris
already.
Carson is an electric playmaker.
That's
He
true.
is-
I got a
Seattle
lot of
always trades
Carson
bad.
shares, a lot of
He's
penny
getting-
shares. I'd really like Jonathan Taylor to end up in Tampa Bay.
that
Well,
Penny-
Miami
shares
Oh,
are screwed anyway, buddy.
Ronald
Sorry.
Ronald Jones is fine. We don't need a running back.
Rojo, yeah, not fine.
Screw
ahead and
that.
do it.
All
Yeah.
the Dare and Gumbawale shares, baby.
Let's
No.
just see how stupid we can make this draft. Let's go ahead and replace Chris Carson while you're at it. Yeah,
Oh man, John's gonna
already
cry.
the stupidest draft ever.
Jalen Hurts, baby. Let's do it.
This
Wait a
is-
minute. I have a question. So, John, wait, no, James, I'm sorry. James, did I just hear you say something about Jonathan Taylor not going here?
No, I'm fine with Jonathan.
I'm
Taylor.
hearing shit, guys.
Yeah, I
This
said
is
if Jonathan
wild.
Taylor goes here, it's a virtual high five for me.
This is wild.
Oh, this is too much fun for me, man.
Stompy, just imagine if Canton actually happens.
Oh,
It's not happening this year, but just imagine if it would. It would be outstanding.
this
does
is
this
my
mean we-
nightmare.
So does this mean we can start going after Aaron Rodgers like Tom Brady type picks where you're throwing like late seconds and seeing if somebody will
Oh no,
Think
I
about
wouldn't
how
do
many
that. He's
Aaron
gonna be out of
Rodgers
the
shares
league
you're
in
about
2
to get,
years,
John.
man.
Just think about it like that.
He's
That-
gonna
Yeah, you
not
can
be
get
a
all
starting
Rodgers.
QB in 2 years.
Silver line it, buddy. You're gonna get so many cheap shares right now.
I know that's definitely true. I mean, I already kind of have been, but yeah, it's only going to get cheaper apparently.
Yeah. John's got to have all the
Oh.
shares by now. So that's the only thing. That's the only tough part. Like, how many leagues do you not have Rodgers in?
It's a fair amount still.
Yeah.
Like people
All right.
love to snipe me on Aaron Rodgers, like just to mess with me.
Yeah. I could see that. I would do that.
Yeah,
I don't
know.
even like Rodgers, but I would do that just to.
And then I'll take Jordan Love right after him.
Oh, yeah, you would. You would.
Oh man,
now I
the
have
Green Bay Packers fan. I gotta get the reaction from my girlfriend soon. But the Green Bay
Oh,
Packers fans are melting down.
I am here in Wisconsin, and I am going to live for this for the next.
Have you seen the fat
24 hours.
Asian kid laughing? I'm just gonna retweet everybody that's.
It's a waste of a first and a fourth.
And Matt Hicks will back you up on that. Matt Hicks is not a Jordan Love fan. at
Oh,
all.
I don't know how. I mean, if we're gonna talk about Jalen Hurts as a project, what about Jordan Love? Like, at the very least, Jalen Hurts has that like rushing floor. Jordan Love just makes horrendous decisions.
So
I-
Hertz's issue is that he'll think too long and then like try to get it to where he wants it to be. But Jordan Love goes, I'm not thinking, but I'm going to throw it here no matter what. Like, I'm going to throw it over here. If there's a defensive player there, the defensive player gets it. If there's an offensive player there, the offensive player gets it. It's a big difference. Hurts is a smart football player.
Yeah,
I-
some of his footwork needs help. His arm I mean, he's got a better throwing motion than he did at Alabama.
Stompy was telling the truth. He did it.
I'm doing it. It's so funny. Oh God,
He did the fat Asian
Matt,
kid laugh gift.
Matt Williams right now, and then Pat Fitzmaurice. Both.
Yeah, I
tweeted about
had the
it,
Fitz
and
one right
my
now.
responses.
John, do you think they could put Wasted Pick as his name? Like, will Pick show up on the back of his jersey? Probably not a good name for a quarterback to have, right? Like,
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
be like Jameis Winston's nickname, like Jameis Pick Winston.
Just call him the accident. Like that's his new nickname.
Oh,
Twitter is so much fun right now.
man.
I'm not even on there. I'm so glad that I was able to jump in for this part of the draft because this is where the action's happening.
Why does this keep happening that you get to ruin everybody's draft every single year?
It's not Brian's going to ruin mine tomorrow.
Wait, why is James ruining everybody's draft?
And 2 years ago, mine was ruined by you Baker Mayfield truthers.
Well, that's
Not me, man. Not me.
No.
Yeah, he keeps calling
John
these picks that just piss everybody off. I mean, it's not him actually making the picks, but he keeps getting them right and then gets to sit there and watch us just in absolute agony.
I got the Denver pick wrong. I thought if CeeDee Lamb was there, they were going to take him.
Well,
But
I don't think
you
they could have
said
gotten
Newton
wrong
down.
there because with like the 3 or 4 guys they were going to get.
Yeah. Like Daniel Jones, Drew Lock last year. There were others.
Is Seattle going to make a pick, Russ? Or are they?
I mean,
Pick is in. Pick is in.
Oh,
Pick
no
is
shit.
in.
I'm very,
Pick
very
is
surprised. Yeah, it
in.
is. I'm very surprised they're picking.
All right,
Mike?
Russ, real quick before it's announced, who do you not want Seattle to take? Is there like a player or two?
AJ Dillon.
Jonathan Taylor.
Wide
AJ
receiver.
Dillon?
I'm worried they're going Mims.
Okay.
You don't want Mims?
I'm going to be honest. Like, I just don't want them to go wide receiver. I think it's a luxury pick. It's like it's like Rashad Penny pick. I mean, if they take Higgins, don't get me wrong, I will fucking love it.
Russ will have a jersey on Monday.
I will buy that jersey, but I don't want it to happen because it doesn't make sense. There's so many more needs. Okay, if they're taking wide receiver, it better be Higgins.
What
'Cause if
about
they
Patrick Queen?
I don't know what that
great
means.
It
Who's
would
that?
be a good pick for them.
Yeah, middle
Be a
linebacker
great
still there.
These next 4 picks, I'm on John.
I mean, middle linebacker is like the one position of defense they're set at.
No, they're not. What?
Wagner?
Wagner's like
He's
at the end
old,
of his
man.
career, man.
Yeah, he's still doing awesome though.
Well, but that doesn't mean you don't need a young buck to learn for a year and sit behind him.
He has more than a year. I think there's still many more things they need to worry about. Is there any cornerbacks worth taking right now?
Nope.
Trayvon Diggs is still there, right?
They got Quandry. Might as well take him.
Right. Then you got the Diggs bros.
All in the family. Cousins, I think they are.
Yeah, we'll call them brothers.
That's racist.
Oh, is it?
All right, let's get a pick here. I'm tired of seeing Jordan Love on the screen. This is stupid. It's all just like a big waste of time anyways. But
This is when they roll in
Everything's
here.
awful. This is the worst.
I've been sitting here for almost 5 hours, so I might as well finish it off. But
Just
man,
getting
I'm
real-
so tempted.
Getting real angry about it. I think he's
Storm.
getting
When they
pissed at
come
me
in there
because
and
of
take
cry
AJ
laughing.
Dillon. They're going to take AJ Dillon, and we're all going to be pissed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Seattle.
Oh, Bobby is saying that Hurts needs to go now so he can get the Love Hurts stack in the draft order.
whew. This turned into a great draft for me.
I agree. I agree.
Like, it's not even like I hate Green Bay. It's just the fact that like John's tilting now, and my other like business partner is also
they-
tilting on Twitter. Right now.
So they did take Jordan Brooks. That's not my next linebacker on the board, but middle linebacker was where they went.
Well, there you go.
It's a
It's not
good
a bad
player,
pick.
but not a
Yeah,
great player.
yeah.
I hope you
I
like
don't
this one,
mind that
Russ.
Yeah,
Who's
I
that?
don't mind that pick. I think
Yeah,
Who's
that's
that?
not bad.
Who's that?
Exactly.
I have no idea who Jordan Brooks is.
Man, we are playing fantasy football. I don't know who these defensive players are.
Is that
I
good?
only
Tell
know
me
a
if that's good.
He's fine.
No, it is. It is. It's a good pick.
It's a good pick.
Like it's not
Texas Tech or Texas.
he's not like Kyle said, he's not the best on the board right now, but he's not a bad player.
James says it's a good pick. Russ says, "I'll take it. I'll take it." I love it. I love it.
So when your team
God.
takes one of the middle linebackers on the board at late 20s, that's one of those picks that people don't put much play into, except that when you get that guy who is that starting middle linebacker for 10 years, you go, why didn't we take that guy in the first round? Why did we let 26 other players go in front of this guy? You wish you had taken him. So
Wagner
when you're
was the
right,
second round pick. So I mean,
yeah.
calm down.
Brian,
Ravens taking Taylor right here.
Brian, yeah, this next pick could change the draft for both of us. Okay,
Oh man.
because I don't want Jonathan Taylor in the Browns division, and if Baltimore takes him, then
You can
he's
have
out
that
of
purple
place.
jersey hanging up. The
And
one
I-
that makes Brian
and I have
vomit.
the Ravens jersey. So like, I mean,
You
we
would
could
buy a
really
James
Oh,
Catoulis.
Here's
You
a
would buy a Ravens jersey. The team that literally is the Browns, like the old Browns. You would buy a
it's the same thing.
Ravens jersey. Oh my God.
Can
That
you imagine one of the
That's
top
it.
3 running backs on this team?
Oh, it would be. That's why as much as I don't want Jonathan Taylor to go here,
Such a good
I
fit.
would, yeah,
But I
would-
mean, all three of them, it's like, okay, yeah, with Lamar Jackson, these guys are going to be 1,000-yard.
I would be a little honestly. I'll be a little sad if Swift goes because I want him to get more catches than I think he would get in Baltimore.
Fair enough.
This
They have
is
Justice
probably
Hill,
the
too.
most ideal fantasy football pick for a Jonathan Taylor.
I saw a couple of mocks give them Eno Benjamin later, so I think Justice Hill.
I'd
would be
like
an
that a
ethical
lot
line.
too. I think Benjamin's super underrated in this draft. I get that he didn't do as well as 2018, but god damn, Benjamin back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. I don't know what he did receiving this year. Let me check.
Take a look at somebody like Justice Hill. You got to
35
really
and
look at
42 catches.
That's great in college. I mean,
Man,
above the mark.
Benjamin, the only thing. So I reading Matt Waldman's rookie scouting portfolio. He compares. He says he is 98% of LaShawn McCoy,
Pretty
which I guess if people are going to take it as 98% of LaShawn McCoy, that means he's elite. No, I think it's that 2% that makes LaShawn McCoy elite. But he's a good pass catcher. He's got great vision. He's got great elusiveness. Sometimes he's not as physical as he needs to be, but Benjamin could be a top 5 back in this draft or in this class very easily.
easily, yeah. I mean, because after the top 3, it's a pretty open forum. That's not the right word, but Reggie Bush is on Twitter saying that Aaron Rodgers is going to end up getting traded to the Patriots.
Whoo! Could you imagine that? Belichick's like, I'm going to retire in 2 years. Let's go get Rodgers.
again, and knows that Rodgers' value is about to shoot through the roof because he's going to have Bill Belichick as his coach.
No.
No,
But I don't know that helps all that much, but I don't know. He's gonna be good wherever he's at. I don't care.
Can we actually legitimately talk about Love's draft?
I don't know if I'm
value
ready,
now?
man.
John, take your headphones off for a second. Is Love a first round rookie pick? No, right?
not for me. No, I don't think no matter where he landed, he would have been for me.
But I mean, they traded into the first. I mean, I know usually you do that so you get the 5th round option, but they felt the need to jump Seattle, Baltimore, Tennessee, Miami, Minnesota, and Kansas City, none of which are going to take.
Go there?
I mean, they're trying to
New England.
jump other people jumping, but that's. I feel like they traded up way too early for that.
So, does this feel like Teddy Bridgewater? Like back when Minnesota traded up to get Teddy Bridgewater? No, it's not a bad player per se. Maybe he'll be good in 7 years, but you're probably not going to
I
get a lot
think
out of
people
him.
were much higher on Teddy than they were on
I was.
Jordan Love. People were calling Teddy the most pro-ready player in the draft, QB in the draft at the time. No one's saying that about Love.
No.
Then they realized that his legs were made of toothpicks.
Well, he was short and played for Louisville back when Louisville didn't have a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, who had put them on the map. You know, it's pretty intriguing.
Garoppolo back to New England. Aaron Rodgers in the Bay.
Oh my God!
I would love that just
There you
because.
go.
Oh man, would he really go there? His whole freaking career has been chip on my shoulder for not going one.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but
great.
it was chip on my shoulder for not going one, but he almost blamed Mike McCarthy more than anybody else on that San Francisco team.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I
Troy
have
Strom.
I had to draft Garoppolo in Trade Addicts 8, so I would be thrilled for him to go to the Patriots. For the one share in my 20-something leagues. That's what I'm caring about right now.
I think the writing's on the wall with Rodgers. He is going to go to Dallas to reunite with McCarthy because that worked so well for your son.
Oh, what an FU to Rodgers
Yeah,
that
right,
would be.
too.
Oh, great.
Man, the second half of this first round is definitely making up for the first half.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is when it got really stupid and pointless.
Brian just
I'm
put
gonna
himself away from the
I'm
mic.
gonna Google Maps how long it takes to drive to wherever you live, John, just to see like how long it'll take for me to come there to give you a hug. I think you need it.
I could definitely use it right now. Yeah,
I know that face you just made
hate everything.
when you pushed yourself away from your desk and you just did that little like head shake. Yeah, that little head shake you did there, and that's a. I got to test myself to see where I'm at, see how many beers I've had, to see if I'm okay to stand up and get another one. I've seen that look. All right, I'm gonna have that look tomorrow.
Yeah,
Super
Ravens
duper
pick is
flex.
in, by the
Dak
way.
traded to New England, then Rodgers to Dallas.
That would be so. That would be the ultimate like FU to Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know what would be wrong with that.
There it is, Patrick
Rodgers
Queen,
probably do
middle
good
linebacker.
in the.
That
Patrick
is
Queen.
a nice pick.
That's
It's
a
a
killer.
pick.
That's a Baltimore pick.
Yeah, it
Like,
is.
they just wait for
Wait,
these
I missed it. Did
badass
they pick a tight
defensive
end?
players to fall
No, they picked
to
a
them.
linebacker.
Yeah,
They needed a middle linebacker. Kenny Young's gone.
That should
CJ
be-
Mosley's gone.
They let CJ Mosley go, and yeah, I mean, dude, this guy's every bit CJ Mosley.
I mean, you've been saying this guy's name for a while, so I mean, that means he's got to be.
He should be
Ready.
your number one middle linebacker in this draft, and he went third.
Mhm.
So, I mean, you know, they're NFL teams. They know better than I do. I'm not going to try to mince words there. They're probably better at this than I am. But, yeah, I mean, I think he's talent-wise the best middle linebacker in this draft.
it's bad news for the rest of the AFC North.
Yeah, I mean, and the nice thing is CJ Mosley, he wasn't really that great of a pass defender.
Right.
And
Queen is all around the
and
field.
Queen is an all-around linebacker. Like they get that. The Ravens have been one of the best run franchises for a long, long time. Sorry, James. I don't know if that hurts you or not.
No,
Moved.
it's true. I mean, they really are. They've been, I mean, fantastic at nailing the draft for years upon years. I mean, they just do a really good job of building through the draft, and that's what the good teams do.
Hi, whoever's cat that was.
All right, so I got the Titans taking Joshua Jones, offensive lineman here.
I was about to ask, like, if anyone had any inclination about what they think the Titans are going to do.
Well, I mean,
They let two offensive linemen walk. They got to replace.
Especially after signing Derrick Henry. Or sorry, franchising Derrick Henry.
Well, I mean, we knew that was coming.
well,
And
that's
a lot of people have said Jonathan Taylor would make sense, and you know that might. I mean,
Love
you're
Jonathan
going to let
Taylor.
Henry walk and take Jonathan Taylor, but offensive line is what you need, whether you have Jonathan Taylor or Henry. Oh man, It's been a fun draft.
It got real fun for me.
Dude, Jerry
No,
Jeudy
it's
getting to Denver.
pointless.
I mean, holy
was-
crap.
It's the worst way to spend.
Oh, would you
the-
stop? They're not. He's not
No,
even
it's-
on your team. Your team got Jerry Jeudy. That offense looks fantastic. They very
Your
easily
team?
they very well could make the playoffs as that third wild card, or even just as the
Mhm.
top wild card.
Do any more offensive players go this round? Maybe Dolphins get that running back again after trading
Ooh,
down.
yeah, they could go Taylor at 30
They could.
or
They
Dobbins
like-
or Dobbins or
or Swift.
Swift.
I mean, like we're. I mean, I'm just going to assume that the Titans go offensive line because what you're saying makes a whole lot of sense. Vikings. I mean, they don't have a need at offense anymore. I mean, at least fantasy positions,
They
And-
could still use another wide receiver.
but in the first.
I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think that would be a good move.
And-
They definitely
the
need help on the
Chiefs-
defensive side.
I mean, I think we're past the idea of the
Chiefs will be
spending the
defense.
first on a running back or anything, right?
So,
So, I mean,
that,
like, I
that's
think
kind
we're
of an
just sort of-
age-old. That's not going to happen anymore. You're not going to spend a first on a running back unless it's a generational talent. Which people might say there's one or two in here that are, but
How you
Would
know
you-
Brian's drunk? He hasn't flown to the microphone to say Saquon Barkley.
would you think that
And there's
Denzel Mims
that's how you know Brian's drunk. He's
would
being
make
mean.
sense to Miami here if you're talking about the fact that you're probably not going to re-sign Devontae Parker. I mean, you got him on a cheap little re-deal, but if he plays again the way he did last year, you're probably not going to want to re-sign him at that age, right? Like
That's what Preston Williams is for.
Preston Williams is already there, and that's a first/second round talent last year that fell because of off the field issues.
Which-
and
Honestly, the off the field issues for him are pale in comparison to Tyler Johnson.
right. So the off the field issues weren't that bad, but they made the NFL teams drop him to later rounds. So he obviously showed that he could keep clean and do good and had a good season. He was looking really good. So Preston Williams, probably a long-term solution there, or at least a long-term player. He's cheap, but you're probably not going to re-sign Devontae for top-notch $15-20 million a year contract. So it would make
Do you-
sense to put a new.
Does someone this late in their career get that though on their initial breakout?
He's a
I mean, if they
weird
do
one
it 2
because
years in a
everybody
row.
wanted him to break out. I don't know.
Yeah, but like, do you give a guy his first, wide receiver one contract on his third contract? Like, is there anyone out there that's going to give him $16 million a year at this point?
I don't think so.
I don't think
Probably
so either.
not. So, but you look at a guy like Alan Hearns, right? He bounced around a little bit, and he's actually on Miami right now. But he.
But
took
his
a pretty-
Jacksonville contract was them needing to make the minimum. It was the same thing with Moncrief. Like they needed
Yeah.
to spend money. At least that's what I'm sticking to, because otherwise there's no reason in the world he deserved that.
Well, Hearns was a try-hard receiver. Moncrief was he's supposed to be good. Like,
Yeah.
we should throw it to him because he's tall and fast and stuff, but just not very good at the game. But yeah, I mean, Alan Hearns at least is a football player.
Mhm. All
I
right,
can't even-
Titans.
Can't even drink a real beer to dull my senses.
What am I looking at on the screen right now in Mike
that a
Vrabel's
cider?
background?
Yeah,
Take it
cider,
in at least.
peach cider.
A peach cider.
Dude, go for some hard stuff or something at least, man.
Yeah. All right,
Go
well,
get some
you gotta-
Tito's.
If I knew that the Packers were going to do something
Isaiah
that
Wilson.
stupid, I would have.
Offensive
I definitely
tackle
would
for
have queued
Georgia.
up some vodka or something.
He would have had the hard stuff ready
Yeah,
right by the monitor. Yeah.
John, you're in like the hub for craft beer too.
yeah, I know.
Denver is an amazing city for craft beer.
It is.
Seriously, so good,
So-
and I can't have hardly any of it.
So I'm at Dogleg Brewer, right? So I'm a award-winning home brewer. I do a lot of stuff on that front, and I know a lot of the brewery scenes in Dallas Fort Worth. But you're talking about meccas. You know, for the longest time, it was San Francisco, San Diego, Portland, Seattle, and Denver. You know, there's a few more cities out there and a few more areas that have grown up for a long time, but
Asheville
that
is right
Denver,
now
oh yeah, Asheville, North Carolina is amazing these days. Austin, Texas is growing. Dallas, Fort Worth is growing a lot too, but we got, you know, Texas laws are just terrible. They're not good for breweries.
So Isaiah Wilson is the pick, offensive tackle from Georgia. So,
So,
There you go. Good call.
O-line was the right call. All right, so Dolphins taking
By
Dobbins.
the way, Kyle, I was a professional brewer at one point in my life.
Really?
Nah. God, Stomp will
Yeah.
brew me some beer, bro. Superflex Super Show
I
IPA
probably
or
do
something.
it.
Wait, is that what qualified you to start making GMOs? Like, is
No.
it an easy jump from beer to?
It's an easy jump from chemical engineering to beer. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What? No, from beer to chemical engineering. Is that?
No, it's the other way around. I mean, beer is easy once you.
Beer's
understand.
easy when you're an engineer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
you're.
So I am a chemical engineer. My career is based around fermentation.
Oh my God, Stomp.
What?
What the hell? We'll create some craft brews, bro.
I have. What did I just tell you?
We'll do it again.
I probably should.
Do it now.
I
Yes.
actually entered. I
Send
had a
some
beer
shit my
entered
way.
into. I had a beer entered into the Great American Beer Fest.
Yes.
So
We'll
Go make a gluten-free
get the
one.
recipe and do it again.
I could probably do that. I have the recipe.
Gluten-free
Right
ones,
now.
they're tough to make taste good, but they're doable.
you got to name it like Superflex Super Brew, though. Like,
Ooh, I like it, James.
There it is.
So,
Super
Alan,
studs.
on Dynasty Self Help,
Super
my
studs.
my co-host Jeremy wants me to make a hazy IPA, but he doesn't understand how all the rules are. So we've already got the name and all this other stuff, and he's like, then we could just sell it on our website. I'm like, well, it doesn't quite work.
That's not
that
how it
way.
works.
Like, yeah,
I don't think that's how
we
that
got the
works.
rules.
Yeah,
I don't know the
there's
rules either,
things
but I'm
like
pretty sure I know
cross-
that
There's interstate rules and shit.
So like, okay, we'll just narrow that down. But I was like, you know, we can make the self-help hazy IPA. Cool, that's great. And I can probably find a brewery here. I know a lot of the people in Dallas Fort Worth, so I can probably find a brewery that will do it for a charity cause or something. Like, let's brew it, and then, you know, you sell it and do it and donate the proceeds to a charity, and that'd be pretty cool. But you know, like I'm a home brewer. I got a day job. Like I can brew, and if I wanted to turn it into a primary job, you know, Stompy, you know this. If you want to turn brewing into a primary job, you can make very little money and do that as much as you'd like. But you know, that's not necessarily a career that brings you big income.
Listen, it's not about income. It's about making people happy.
Guess what? Income helps make me happy, Brian. Because
Yes.
then I don't have to worry about
Listen,
money, Brian.
Listen, you create a beer, I will drink it.
My dad taught me very.
And
How does that help me? How does that help me?
I will pay you for it.
You will
My
pay
dad
me.
taught me very.
You will
few
pay
things
me
in life.
$80,000 a year, Brian.
Yeah. One of
No.
them was money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure helps.
Right.
One of it.
Get
No,
your
money
quote.
absolutely buys happiness.
It's at least part of the equation. You know, you might have to toss in a first rounder, but you're still going to get happiness with the money.
Just a third. Thirds get deals done, okay?
Okay.
Just a third.
Just a third of the tip.
Wow, just a third of the tip. All right, Miami running back.
Don't do it.
Gotta be, right?
Don't do
It's
it.
gotta be.
Jonathan Taylor, right here.
Who's
No,
going to
DeAndre
trade? Up?
Swift.
No, they're trading back, and someone's going to trade up for Jalen Hurts.
That would make some sense.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Just because I love going in the first, I think someone's going to panic and trade up for Hurts to get that fifth-year option.
Not Pittsburgh.
How great would that be? And then we would have another Lamar Jackson on our hands, and I would tout him all over the place.
And this would
If someone
be
traded
Would
up
you
for
tout him
Hurts.
more than Drew Lock?
I would not tout him this year. I would tout him next
Okay.
year.
Okay.
That second-year breakout.
I think he's going to be a sit 1 year and learn guy.
Tennessee trade up for me.
James, I just saw that, bro.
Oh,
I saw that too.
That's what I feel all the
Your
time.
cat just attacked you, man.
Oh man.
Being attacked by a wild animal right now. For those who are listening back later.
Just turned into a nature documentary right here.
You are a P magnet.
That was good shit.
That's what happens. I'm always getting. They're always
James
scared.
Exotic.
Around. Yeah, it's no good. It's no good.
So I'm deathly allergic to cats. If that happened to me, you would watch me die on camera.
God damn.
My throat would close up, and I would start to have hives. And
Like
you'd
I have a
scratch.
mild allergy, but ooh.
You just
No, we have.
turned
so
my cat into a killing monster. Thank you for that.
Yeah. I live on a small farm. I'm not allergic to much. Hay and cats, which apparently are
God.
kind of a big deal on a small farm. So
Jesus.
I just stay out of our yard. I'll
Here,
stay
I'm not
honey.
going to
You
work
take
on
care
the
of-
farm today or ever.
If my wife needs a new fence or some sort of a trough built, like give me the welder, I'll make it work. But if you want me to actually move hay, you're on your own.
Go out in a hazmat suit. Hazmat
We
suit
all
and a
do that
pitchfork.
now. That's pretty much standard COVID operation.
Oh, pick is in for the Dolphins. They're not trading back.
Oy, man. Much like most people, I did the little prediction thing for one of my leagues, and I was doing really good for about the first 10 picks.
Yeah, well, it was a lot of chalk for the first
Yep.
10.
After that, not so well.
In my first ever Dynasty startup, we did a derby, and the competition was predict the first round of the draft that year, and you get that's the order we chose our picks in, and I won. I was able to choose my pick first.
I swear
then
to God. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted. I just saw something from Mel Kiper. I'll
Oh
say
god,
it.
no! I mean, me taking Cam Newton in the first round of a Superflex draft isn't exciting anymore. So, what did Mel Kiper say?
Well, he's
moved.
becoming more and more like the hot takes people on fantasy Twitter. Like, oh well, I don't like this guy, so I'm going to rank him a lot lower than everybody else. I'm like, Mel, you got to stop, dude. You are terrible at this. I don't know how you still have a job.
It's got Michael
Like, I
Pittman
really
over
thought-
Jonathan Taylor.
He's got. I mean, Jonathan Taylor's not even on like the top 5 of his board right now, and it's
Yeah, and Pittman is.
There's a matter of time once the Caliendo imitation started getting super popular that Kuiper just turned into that.
yeah.
That always happens.
So you look at a guy like Mel Kiper, he's one of those dudes that Herb Street was that way in college football for a while, where he was super smart. He was mega analyst guy. And then they were like, we're going to make you the face. And once he became the face, then it's like, well, other people have to do the analysis for you. And all of a sudden he was spewing garbage because
Yeah.
he wasn't doing his own analysis. And he didn't know what he was talking about anymore because he didn't have time to watch the games because he had to be on camera all the time. And it's really that's one of the things that's cool about the Twitterverse and the folks in here is you get to listen to people that are doing the research themselves, that are actually trying to figure it out. And, that is invaluable when you're really trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, you guys heard the story about Kuiper years ago when, he would get paid by agents, and agents would call Mel Kiper when they were with their player, and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm with your number one offensive tackle. And he would say, oh, yeah, that must be blah, blah, blah from wherever. And it was basically like he was just paid to say that.
Yeah.
And you wonder how many times that kind of reflected in his rankings to where it was just like he was just getting paid from agents to.
All right. So I have
Oh, beautiful.
on Twitter, there is pictures of Mike Vrabel's house.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like, what is going on in the background?
There's a guy pooping in the
Wait.
background.
So they took
like,
Noah Iguanabani, defensive back from Auburn. He's a
What?
pretty good corner. Pretty good corner.
How do we see the Vrabel house?
It's
It's
all
on Twitter.
over. Just go to Twitter and you'll find a picture
and
pretty quickly.
I'm looking at something
Is
right now
someone-
where it's like zoomed in, and it straight up
Someone
looks like
taking
there's
a
a
shit
dude.
in the back.
And you
Yeah.
know there's
And it
other
looks like
odd
he
things
has-
going on in the background. Like
He
who's
looks
the
like he
guy
has
in
pants
the
around his
mullet?
ankles. Like,
Who's the
and
guy with the
it
mullet?
straight up looks like a dude taking a deuce in a clear windowed bathroom.
Y'all are going to share that in the group chat, right? Because wait, Never mind.
Just get on Twitter, man. It's everywhere.
Yeah, that's a this
wow.
is one of those things we were talking about it earlier. There's like what
What
8
the hell?
corners that are pretty good corners in this draft, and this is one of those. If you don't get the top 2, you have 1, you have 2, and then you have off the screen 3 through 8. And
Yeah, I
take
don't
them
know.
where you can get them.
A guy like Jeff Gladney to me is someone who I really liked. He jumped off the screen to me when I watched film.
He's good.
I'm shocked that he's still on the board here. But
I have him mocked to Kansas City, and I think that that's a really good pick for them. He fits their style of D.
it wouldn't shock me if they went offensive tackle either, like a Josh Jones or an Urza Cleveland here. But yeah, they could. I mean, it's a luxury pick for them.
Are we sure this isn't Photoshop? There's a lot going on here. Way too much for like just for an NFL draft, like the first round. It's a guy taking a deuce. There's a guy in a bodysuit. There's a guy just hanging out with a mullet and a porn stash. Like this is way too much.
Yeah, the dude
That
in the
doesn't-
stash is concerning. His shorts look a little bit too high, and it just everything just kind of looks a little awkward about him.
Yeah.
Are you
Vikings
sure you
pick
just
is
don't
in.
have access to my Ring camera?
It looks like the girl's holding like the toilet paper that guy's going to be looking for here in a second.
Well, normally you'd be holding gold rings or diamond jewelry, but this day and age, toilet paper is what's worth the most.
Okay, we
Yeah,
are
you
on
have it
to
ready.
Minnesota again here.
Itor
I mean-
Matos.
I missed the Dolphins pick. What'd they do?
Cornerback.
Took a
Didn't they
cornerback.
just-
DB.
Don't they already have like the best corners in the league?
No,
Minnesota.
Theirs are bad. Wait,
No,
who-
Minnesota could use a corner, and I've had them pegged for Christian Fulton.
No,
So-
Miami. Sorry, I was going back a bit. Like, doesn't Miami already have like the best cornerbacks in the league?
Yes, they had the number 1, and then they signed Byron Jones out of Dallas, who's probably like a top 6 or 8, but they signed him as probably the most expensive contract in the league, or it was the most expensive, and then it got topped slightly after that. So yeah, they have a top number 1 and number 2. So yeah, now they got number 1, number 2, and number 3.
Yeah, they have Howard still, right?
Yeah, Xavier Howard and Byron Jones.
Seems like a weird pick then.
not if you need like a slot corner or number 3.
who is the actual player? I was busy looking at the Vrabel stuff.
I'm not going to try and say it.
It is Noah
Igabada Hinine.
He's not going to work here anymore.
Naga, not going to work here anymore. Igbinogan?
Noah
There it is. Gladney
Igbenogany.
went to the Vikings.
Igbenogany.
That's a good pick for the Vikings. I thought he was
Who
going
is
to
it?
fall to Kansas City. Gladney.
Jeff
You were just talking
Gladney.
about Gladney.
Yeah,
He went to the Vikings there.
Oh man.
2 very nice picks to be
Hey
honest.
guys.
Uh-oh.
DeAndre Swift is available for the Kansas City Chiefs.
But
I'm just
so
throwing
is
it out
Xavier
there.
McKinney, Denzel Mims. Oh my God, Denzel Mims to them. Oh, but they're so stacked at that receiver position already.
Denzel Mims, I don't think has enough speed for them to consider.
Dude,
4-4-3?
they kept Sammy Watkins. They don't need wide receivers.
Not only that, they
They
actually signed DeMarcus Robinson to a 1-year deal too.
They've
So
got 2 one-year contracts. They don't need a wide receiver. Wink, wink.
yeah, all they need is Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill. Oh, and they have Hardman too. Yeah, they're fine.
That goes to show you that's kind of like do you need cornerbacks? Well, what if you have a great defensive line? You don't need great cornerbacks. You don't really need a lot of marquee number 1 guys at receiver positions if you've got a quarterback like Mahomes. Those players that are there, Kelce, I mean, he's great. Not a lot of teams really could use Tyreek Hill like that team does. You traded him to Dallas, and especially the last 10 years, I guarantee you we get no production and he'd hit the waiver wire. Like, it takes a special talent like Andy Reid to really bring out the abilities of these individual players, and then a Mahomes who can get it to everyone on the field. It's really pretty neat to watch.
I think part of that though is just knowing, knowing your coach's philosophy and what kind of fits for them. I mean, Andy Reid, even in Philadelphia, he utilized speed at the wide receiver position. That's just part of his system, and that works for them. So obviously, if I think it just comes down to GMs knowing their coaches and knowing their staff and knowing what they want. I know that my coach Andy Reid is really good with speed at the on the outside. I'm going to draft guys who have speed so that way they can utilize them. I just don't think all the GMs in the league kind of take that into consideration when they draft, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the whole office versus field type thing where they're like, hey, well, my job is to collect all the people. Your job is to use them, instead of the philosophy where you're trying to make it easier on your coach. And when you have that coach and GM that work well together, it definitely shows.
So Brian, Stompy, John, Russ, you guys are all going to be back tomorrow, and
You're damn right.
I'm really looking forward to it because it looks like there's a good chance that every single running back is going to be available tomorrow for round 2 and 3. We have a ton of talent at wide receiver still available. Jalen Hurts might still be available if he doesn't go with this last pick, if Kansas City doesn't trade it. It's interesting. I mean, day 2 is shaping up again to be a very, very interesting day for fantasy purposes. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
I can't wait. I'm pumped.
It's going to be fun.
This is how it usually goes, by the way. Like we talk up the first round for fantasy purposes, and it ends up being the case. I mean, they let us down, and then most of the fantasy relevant players end up going on day 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there were more quarterbacks, wide receivers than normal.
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, this was pretty fun, especially once we hit the Cowboys taking CeeDee Lamb.
What?
So
Which is not.
I'm very, very drunk. But no, we still have so many players that are going to be worthwhile talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really do that anymore, Brian. I'm in this situation.
We still we have a fantasy trade that I want to go over. We'll wait for the Chiefs to make their pick, but our guy AJ Gardner has a trade that he wants us to dissect.
No, you guys even. I'm going right the hell back
Fantasy
in
trades.
Hey, that's
Sorry,
mine.
sorry,
You
sorry.
you do not do that elsewhere.
Sorry.
That's mine.
Sorry. Hey, I have been asked, by the way,
You do you, buddy.
for my
You love it.
services.
Everywhere you want to be, you go do that, baby.
What?
Are you drunk,
No.
Me? Oh yes,
Russ is.
Brian?
No.
I am
Brian, it's
drunker than I meant to be.
What's that meme? It's like,
He's
Not
super drunk.
all
I don't know
the
what the hell he's
way.
talking about.
no, not all the way.
Not all the way.
Yeah.
I am
No, I'm not as drunk as James is going to be next show tomorrow night when Jonathan Taylor is a Pittsburgh Steeler. James,
Okay, so real quick, I did not hit 4,000 followers. So the
that's
12
bullshit.
I know it's ridiculous. I'm not happy.
Can we
with
please get James to 4,000 followers? This
But
is
here's
ridiculous.
the thing. I got to like 3,960. So to me, that kind of equals like 11 beers. So I'm thinking 11. But
Yeah, that works.
if Jonathan Taylor goes to the Steelers, I'm not going to stop at 11. I mean, it's gonna get ridiculous. By the end of the show, people are going to be tuning in to see James with his head on the keyboard, cursing the Pittsburgh Steelers. So that's how bad it'll get if that happens. And no one wants that to happen. So.
Do we not?
Yeah, I guess I don't really hear anybody speaking out against it. So.
What are we talking about?
Sounds fun.
I want to see it.
All right. Well, the Chiefs couldn't get anybody to buy their pick, so it says the Chiefs pick is in. I think they waited to the end. They were really trying to sell that thing. I don't blame
Ron
them.
Rivera has said that they don't feel any pressure to add offensive playmakers.
No, I think this is going to be this could be a Christian Fulton. He'd be a really good pick right here at corner.
Got to be
or
defense, right?
Maybe Xavier McKinney, right?
It wouldn't shock me if it's an offensive lineman either, though.
Really, only one of those that I would want in this round that's even left, and I don't really.
Holy shit!
Shh, shh.
What happened?
What?
Shh.
Huh?
What'd they do?
Shh.
God damn it.
I didn't say anything.
The pick is in.
I want to know.
This is going to be wild.
Shh.
Is it good?
Shh.
I don't know.
Guys,
but
the pick is in. Oh, there's a jersey. Oh, Goodell's up.
Oh my God!
Alvin
that's
Greer.
wild.
Wow! Wow!
Did it happen?
The first running back off the board.
It happened.
The first running back.
Oh my
off
God.
The board,
Are you
the
fucking
one
kidding
that you
me?
would want in that position?
Can I
Wow.
say it?
He's a pass catcher. We'll say
Yeah,
that.
someone say it.
Wow. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, I love that for Edwards Hilaire. That is awesome. That is awesome.
He's got to jump into the top
dude.
3, right? I mean,
I
come
love
on.
Edwards Hilaire. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Great pick. Perfect landing.
What a
spot.
huge landing spot. And he's a great pass catcher.
Yeah,
He's a
and that's
great
just-
route runner.
Even if that's all
Man,
he's used for.
I just drafted
But
Damian Williams.
I've done it a couple times. this
I don't think Damian Williams has his value is totally crushed here. I really don't.
How is it not totally crushed?
Because I think early on CEH is going to be used as a pass catcher. So I think you're still going to get early down work for Damian Williams. I would deal him as soon as you could because I think that's not going to last long, but I think for year one it will.
I don't. Ugh.
So this is going to cause me to make a lot of Twitter apologies. So
God
Wow.
damn.
I was wrong.
Wow. Awesome pick. Love it.
Well,
All right, fellas, I'm going the hell to bed.
All right.
That's the end of our show sheet, so that's the end of our show.
thank you guys for letting me join you. Appreciate it.
Well, you don't got to
Yeah,
leave just
thanks,
because I'm
Kyle.
leaving. They're staying on.
Oh, I'm not saying on either. Let's get this goddamn trade over with and go.
Love you, Russ.
Mwah.
See you
Night,
tomorrow.
everybody.
Tomato.
Bye.
Oh,
All
man,
right,
that was
guys.
fun.
55 receptions last year for Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
He's impressive.
That
mean, he's-
is,
I love it.
I mean, a lot of people were saying he is the best pass catcher in this running back class. That is huge because, I mean, that's what Kansas City's based around is throwing the football. Now you have one of the best pass catchers at running back, plus a guy who just had a huge season with over 1,400 yards on the ground. God
Man.
damn.
Yeah, that's whew.
He's got to be at least a top 3 fantasy pick at this point, right?
Guys,
I don't know about that, man.
I mean, not fantasy, sorry, rookie pick.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
he's
I mean-
top 5, I think.
We don't know Taylor and Swift and Akers. We don't know their landing spots yet. So I mean that helps.
I mean, understandable,
Robert,
but he just landed in one of the top 3 offenses in the game.
yeah, but it's also a very crowded depth chart at running back.
Yeah.
Not really.
That is.
John
Really? Really? You're
John-
going to tell me that one of those players is better than Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Well, none of them is better than Edwards-Helaire, but every single one of them is going to be on the field.
Doubt it.
How much of a workload do you really think that they're going to put on him?
60 to 70%.
No, that's wrong.
Yep.
That's wrong.
60 to 70% of the RB touches will be CAEH for the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, that's incorrect. Like,
Oh, is it?
he's
Oh,
lucky-
are you a predictor of the future, John? You're the one that's going to
That's
tell
why
me
I'm
that's
here.
incorrect.
That's what we're all
Me
here
and my
to do.
subjective opinion is incorrect, John.
Yeah,
You fuck.
yeah, it is. You just said it's subjective.
That doesn't mean you got to say, no, that's wrong.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
That's what it means.
Refute it.
Right.
Refute it.
I just did.
You just
Damian
said, no,
Williams
that's
is
incorrect. That's not refuting anything.
Damian Williams is still your early downs back, right?
Bullshit.
You think Edwards?
I think Edwards-Helaire is a better runner than Damian Williams. He's also a better pass catcher than anybody in that backfield.
Okay, does that mean that you just completely clear that depth chart? None of the.
I didn't say Damian Williams wouldn't get touches. I said Clyde Edwards-Helaire would get 60 to 70% of those touches.
Yeah, he's not going to get that much of a workload. No one is. They just have too many. Okay, well, yeah, we'll bet on that. That's fine.
He gets more than 60% of the workload.
More than 60% now?
60 plus.
Okay. I mean, I'll bet that either way. That's way too much for anyone in that backfield.
Okay.
Okay.
Fuck.
Hey, Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for over 4,800 yards.
Well, there's that too.
So if you guys want to make a bet on that, I mean, I'm in on that one.
Now it's time.
I love you guys.
Crazy bets for Brian. Like,
Huh?
I'll bet you Saquon Barkley doesn't even top 2,500 rushing yards this year. You're wrong. All right. So what trade do we have here? Stop.
I ruined his night almost
on like 8 rounds with like Tyson or something.
All right, let's do this trade. God.
Oh, hey,
here's the trade.
Real quick though, before we get to the trade, I just want to remind everyone that the Packers traded up to draft Jordan Love.
Oh, I remember.
That just makes me so happy. That makes his day just like the sun shined a little bit brighter today because that happened, and like it just my beer tastes extra delicious.
God,
because of that. So, all right, let's go.
Just kick him out real quick, and then we can get down to business. All right, let's just do it. James White, Kenny Golladay, and 2020 pick 303, rookie pick 303, or David Johnson, AJ Green, and 212.
Golladay side.
Yeah,
I mean,
Golladay side too.
Say the other side again. Sorry.
The non-Golladay side. So it's James White, Golladay 303 for David Johnson, AJ Green 212. Man, it's just Golladay alone, right?
That's Golladay.
Mm-hmm.
Like Golladay wins that by himself.
Aging vets, and I don't like Golladay is a near wide receiver 1 in Dynasty anyway, so I don't know why anybody is trading away Golladay for AJ Green and DJ.
Yeah. And
I understand trading AJ Green and DJ for Golladay, sure, but like if you're even if you're in a win now situation, Golladay is your guy.
Yeah. Like I said, I think Golladay just wins that whole thing by himself. You don't even need James White and 303. And that's the thing, 212 to 303. I mean, that's pretty much nothing. Like that doesn't do anything. You're going to get almost the exact same guy at 303 that you would get at 212.
And go buy Matthew Stafford, please.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so what do we need to do to wrap this up?
Broncos get an A+ from me. Green Bay Packers get an A+ from me.
No, they don't.
Only because it
Stop
affects people and it's hilarious.
Oh, okay, no, that's fair. Yeah, that was definitely bullshit.
You got to like Miami and what they did in drafting Tua. I mean, that's the right call. You know, they took the second best quarterback, maybe the first best quarterback talent-wise. I mean, you have to like that for them. And they got an offensive lineman to protect him too, so.
Yeah, I think Minnesota is a big winner. I like both their picks. They also trade down, so they add some value there later in the draft. But to get Justin Jefferson and then turn around and grab Jeff Gladney, who I'm high on, I think both those picks are going to help them outside on both sides of the ball, and they actually add a little bit of draft capital later in the draft. So I think they're a big winner today too.
Yeah.
You know who? You guys know who are winners? Us, because we get to do this all over again tomorrow.
That's true. That is true. We're going to do this again tomorrow, and we're still going to have that open line if anybody wants to jump in.
It's going to be a slight downgrade though, because I'm hosting and John isn't. So bear with me, people, tomorrow.
I mean, the only difference that'll make is on the graphics. Maybe.
Unless you
yeah,
teach.
that's right. I got to figure this out, don't I? All right. I got this. No problem.
Yeah, we want the tracker
Oh,
again.
wait, I see banners. Is it under banners?
Yo, so 5 hours and 3 minutes, boys.
We'll figure this out.
I'm exhausted. I need to go to bed.
This is amazing. Let's just keep going. I mean,
just straight on through.
No, I'm going to bed. You guys are not worth staying up that long.
Stompy, we'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, boys. We'll talk to you later.
Guys,
All right. Cheers, man.
take care, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks
Later,
everyone
gang.
for listening. See you again tomorrow. And stay sexy and super flexy.